What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Visit us, PriestIsaacInstitute.com. Family. I mean that family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
Have you heard of Astronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of Astronomy. Do you want to learn Astronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit PriestIsaacInstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge presents an international homeschool program that offers African heritage, biology, astronomy, language arts, yoga, and much more. Our classes are created with the young ones in mind, and we cater to youths from kindergarten to high school. Children love our colorful and very animated lessons, while parents recommend it to friends and family. Contact us for a free preview and see for yourself. why investing in the international homeschool program will be of great benefit to you and your young ones. Blessings.
Blessed love family, salam to Hotep. Tenestelin to each and everyone, greetings. It is a joy, great honor that I could be in your presence once more. Of course, you know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Give thanks for a wonderful program on the Tiger's Nest. And of course, coming to you now in this international platform as well. My family, the Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. And as you can see, we are definitely getting closer to our Royal International Patrons Day. And it is going to be a blast. I am so excited as it relates to the 3rd of November, which is the coronation of Menelik II. And we are celebrating the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie I on the 2nd of November. So there's so much that is added into this pot called Patrons Day. Patrons Day is connected with so many things. It's connected to Menelik II. It's connected, obviously, to Emperor Haile Selassie I. It's connected to the resurrection of Radio Anu, because that's what it's really all about. Yet still, the spirit is connected to our telethon, which is connected to the essay competition. So many things taking place. And I'm just happy that most of you, and I hope all of you, will be a part of this session here this time around. So you can definitely see even before you, all the participants, and there are even more that should be here, but they will be here in due time. We're going to have a wonderful day. As you can see, we have a lot of different guest speakers and visitors who will be coming and expressing themselves on different subject areas, their expertise, etc., etc. We have Brother Dr. Kemet Shockley. We have the Honorable Priest Richie, Honorable Kess Westmore. We have Honorable Ankoma the Dread. The Dread shall be there with us. Honorable Empress Ethiopia as well. As I said earlier, we have a special youth university program, and that will be brought to you by Honorable Prince Alamase and the Honorable Princess Acacia Menin. Man, everybody here is honorable, isn't it? And of course, we have the Honorable Dr. Wayne Rose, and he will be with us as well, giving us his input on our liberation, because this is a liberation day. This is not no entertainment day, and we come in skin and grin day. No, this is a very, very important day. At the hour of 12 o'clock, keep your notes, family. At the hour of 12 o'clock, we will be having a special roundtable reasoning discussion. Myself, the Honorable Priest Dougie, and a few others. We're just waiting for them to confirm. And we will be talking about Africa. We'll be talking about Rastafari moving forward. What a beautiful day it will be. The Honorable Franz de Freitas will be with us as well. Yes, a good honorable brother for sure. And of course, he specifically is an aspirant as such, as it relates to the governing field, the political field, a political hopeful, if you want to use that term as well, here in Antigua. But yet still, he is a motivator, an entrepreneur, a businessman, and a teacher in his own rights. So we are looking forward to have him with us. So obviously it's going to be a wonderful, mighty day. Myself, the Honorable Empress Naya, we will be hosting the day, going through, keeping you company. Of course, Black King Sound will also be in the house. And let's not forget a Pedimek. Yes, we're talking about the launch of our brand new full-length video documentary, A Pedimek. Family, I gotta tell you from my heart, A Pedimek is a wonderful work of art. And I'm telling you, you know, myself. You know, we delve into a lot of the mystics, and we have already showed you the link between Epidemic and Haile Selassie. But when you watch the documentary, it's more than just the link. It's the psychological connection that you're going to get with the reality of what Haile Selassie the first went through when he battled Mussolini. You see, the moral of the story of the documentary Epidemic really is for us to get a good understanding of where Ethiopia stood in the defense of Africa in the scramble for the same, the scramble for Africa. Not just Haile Selassie against Mussolini, but Menelik II, of which Menelik's battle at Adowa is a key part of the Epidemic story. And of course, let's not forget Johannes IV. Let's not forget King Theodore II, Theodos II as well, and they get key mention. Empress Taitu, King Prince Rasmokenen, they get special mention. Even Empress Aditu in this documentary Epidemic. Give thanks, wonderfully made. And I'm not saying it like if I'm boasting and bragging it. More than 50% of the documentary is the Honorable Prince Almase, and his technical skills will be expressed there. And of course, the research team is always on target. Give thanks to the Honorable Princess Acacia Menin. So there's a lot of work taking place here, obviously, family, at the Institute, and we're so happy that you will be on board. So remember, the night of the 3rd, it is a free video showing. Just contact us and let us know, I would like to be a part of the audience on Thursday night for the free showing of Epidemic. That's it. And you'll get the link. You can visit our website as well. The link is in the video, the description of the video below. And you will also find how you could get your assurance. So listen, family, there's so much more we have to say, but I will wait until the sealing up of this conversation and give you some more information. But the main thing is to make sure you are on Radio Anu on the 3rd of November. That's it. That's the main thing, that you are on Radio Anu, not the YouTube. And let me just say too, our special discussion at 12 o'clock, we will be streaming that live on the YouTube as well. So you could look forward to that one. But outside of that, make sure you're fully there with us. Radio Anu, from the time the sunrise, before the sunrise, from midnight, we'll be definitely doing it in a wonderful and mighty fashion. Beautiful, family. All right. What I really wanted to touch here is really on somewhat of a classroom session level. This is really about information and knowledge. And as I encourage the ones that would, follow the tiger's nest, this is really about knowledge. This is really about inspiration too. And this is not about getting caught up in the back and forth within the conscious realms of the community that we are a part of. This is about gaining information. Now, I'm really going to stick on the subject area of Epidemic. And as I said a moment ago, what Epidemic does, it really highlights the importance of us knowing our history, knowing how to connect the dots, really, having a good understanding of historical timelines. So family, we may know history and we can quote a date or two, but within our own psychological space, you with me? Do we understand historical timelines? Okay, so for example, I usually highlight when I give lectures, even amongst the academics, and I would show that, hey, just check this out good. When Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were on the scene, when they were assassinated, both of these brothers were assassinated around 100 years after the United States got its emancipation. This is a serious thing. The United States of America I talk in United Nations and United States. The United States of America got its independence in 1863. The blacks in the United States, I should say. I'm talking independence now. I'm thinking of the Caribbean and the British Isles. The Negroes in America, the black people, they got emancipated in 1863. The United States independence really don't got nothing to do with the black people. Somehow they jumped on the bandwagon when they became free themselves, so-called, which is again in 1863. Because remember, since 1776, the United States was independent. From who? From Britain. That ain't got nothing to do with the Negroes at the time. They were still the same people. They were still in the same position. They were still the underclass. I don't even think they were in any class. They couldn't even go to the school. They were just 3/5 of human beings. They were cargo. They were beasts of burdens. That's all. So independence, there was nothing about independence for the Negroes to celebrate. Nothing. They never did. Only when we were set free, we decided to join our oppressor and celebrate, their holidays. See, like tonight is Halloween holidays. We dressing up like bats and skeletons and pumpkins and French fries and all kind of things because we have now adapted ourselves to that culture that had enslaved us. You understand? So that's just the reality of that. So it's good to know timeline. And I'm just saying all of that to say when we got out of the enslavement that was upon us, in 100 years, Martin Luther King gets shot. In 100 years, Malcolm X gets shot. No, listen to me now. I didn't say in 100 years, Malcolm X was born, So that means when Malcolm X was born, when Martin Luther King was born, they were just 50 years plus away from the emancipation of slavery in America. These are people that are relatively close to us, Malcolm X's daughter is still around, doing interviews. Malcolm X got taken out 100 years after slavery. So that means he was born almost 40 years before he was taken out. But the point I'm making, family, is that a lot of us don't take our time and even think about this. But slavery, as they call it, was not that long ago. And this is why you have to be able to chronologize things, put them in perspective. For example, the Berlin Conference. That is 1884, 1885. Do you know that took place after the same emancipation of slavery? So emancipation of slavery took place in the US one more time, 1863. It took place in the British West Indies in 1834. 30-something years difference, good. So when the slaves were freed in the West, 20 years after that, fellas meeting in Berlin, in Germany, to decide how to chop up Africa into different parts. Just think of this. Now, many of us, we don't even sit and meditate on that. As I said, you have to put it in its proper chronological perspective. Chronicle it. Yes, that's the right term. Chronicle it. You have to put it in the right order. So we never penetrate that, hey, listen, when the so-called slaves got free in the West Indies and in the United States of America, the so-called scramble for Africa did not really begin as yet. There were small areas in Africa. Before the Berlin Conference,
there were small areas in Africa that were already colonialized by the French and by the British and Spain, etc. But the Africa as a divided colony of Europe as we have come to know it did not really happen until after the Berlin Conference. When is this again? This is 1884. Menelik II was crowned in 1889. The Battle of Adwa is in 1896. Just check the time frame. That's about 12 years after the Berlin Conference. And by the time they meet Menelik on the battlefield of Adwa, them fellas that were at the Berlin Conference don't have all of Africa. How about it? This is something else. Let's look at this, family. Look at this map here. Now, this map here is telling us, and this is from, let me get it, matadometwork.com. And this map is in 1880. And that's courtesy of Pinterest, obviously. Now, in 1880, let us take a look at Africa and its divisions. So you could obviously see here, you have, for example, the Ottoman Egypt. This is the Ottomans, Turk. You have Egypt and some parts of North Africa. This is Tripolitania. That's like Mauritania and Tripoli, somewhat in some mixture. And this is interesting because you'll see names, for example, let's just big this up a little more. So let me show you this. You have Lagos. Lagos is controlled by the British. Now, at this time, Nigeria, as we know it, did not exist. At this time, Nigeria, as we know it, did not exist. So now you have here Dahomey. Dahomey is here, and you have Benin over here. But Dahomey is still the Benin that we know today. In fact, those of you who are from West Africa, those of you who are from Nigeria, you will know that in Nigeria, you have the ancient city of Benin. This is not the country of Benin I'm talking about. In Nigeria, you have the ancient city of Benin. So here you have the Aro Confederacy. The Aro is like a subgroup of the Igbo people. And what happened is that the Aro people from around, I think it's the 1600, would have formed a kind of confederacy with different aspects of the Igbo, and if I'm not mistaken, a few other ethnic groups as such of African people to create this area known as the Aro Confederacy. So these kingdoms that you're looking at here, like without brackets next to them, are basically independent kingdoms. You have the Deni Kingdom. You have these here, when you see Sultanate and Caliphate, you already know that is an Islamic influence. And especially to the eastern part of Africa, where you have the Wasangali Sultanate and the Majeerteen Sultanate and these ones. If you understand the Arabs, this is obviously closer to Arabia, and you would understand the influence that the Arabs had when it comes to the island of Zanzibar, Mauritania, etc., etc. And this is why in that area of the world today, you have that strong Islamic influence. And a lot of ones, even black people, will tell you that they are Arabs first before they are black people. Interested. You find them in the Horn of Africa. You find them in southern Sudan or South Sudan as it is known today. And of course, you find them along the eastern coast of Africa. Along the eastern coast, you find a lot of these slave dungeons.
and you find a lot of these slave ports named Jesus, etc. Not ships, ports. A lot of port Jesuses can be found along the coast of East Africa. But even before that, before the Europeans were doing that, the Arabs had a strong hand in the whole slave trade in East Africa here, and of course in North Africa, trying to go all the way down into West Africa. A very serious thing. Even tonight on the Tiger's Nest, we were speaking about the history of the Moors and the Berbers and how they tried to confuse the history of the Moors with the history of the Berbers, and that is not so at all. So they make it appear as if they try to wipe out the history of the Moors, because remember the level of civilization that the Moors brought to Europe and Spain, you know, when the Visigoths were controlling the Iberian Peninsula. It is the Moors that went in and brought civilization, brought street lamps, brought fountain water running crystal clear. They touched they tapped the natural aquifer of the earth and created fountains and toilet systems and sewage systems. And yeah, that's what the blacker Moors, according to our good brother Chancellor Williams, that's what they were referred to as. Some refer to them as a black Berber people. Some people just see the Berbers as pale Arabs. So it's very confusing. And then even us amongst ourselves, we know that Moor means black, but right now they have people that are telling you Moor don't mean black. So what about the blacker Moors that our scholars teach us about? And so the history is clear from 711, from the time Tariq and 7,000 black Africans went into Spain. It was 7,000 black Africans and very few Arabs with them. Maybe no more than 400 Arabs went in with them. And they conquered Spain, Cordoba, and conquered Europe in general. That is why Europe appeared to be civilized, even to us historically speaking. Even when they invaded Africa, we may have seen them, you know, in clothes and with certain level of machinery and certain levels of advancement, but they got that from us. Remember, we, the Moors, were kicked out of Spain in 1492. Does that year sound familiar? That's the same year that them fellas sailed the ocean blue. You understand? The same, after we have civilized them. Remember, we met them in the Dark Ages. Follow the history. As I say, you have to chronicle it good. We met them in the Dark Ages, 711. Not the corner store, you know. 711 AD and 1492, 700 years after. On the 2nd of January, interesting day, the Moors were expelled out of Spain. And that same year, Ferdinand and Isabella, same thing, Isabella mean Elizabeth. Ferdinand and Isabella, St. Columbus and others around the world to be checking this and checking that. The invasion began. And remember, we brought light to them, the Moors. So even though they invaded Africa, so let's follow it good, family. They invaded Africa and the slave trade began. But what I'm trying to show you, even though the slave trade began, the slave trade was in swing. When slavery came to an end, Africa was still a country and a continent, pardon me, that had many ethnic kingdoms and empires. So a lot of like the Sokoto Caliphate, the Emirates, and the Sultanate, they were either Arab or Arab run or definitely Islamic influence, even though we would have had black rulers, you know, ones that would have accepted Islam. And that is why you have the Musas, the Mansas, pardon me, and these ones of the ancient kingdom of Timbuktu and these places. But we are African, but we would have already taken up the Islamic tradition. that we received. Okay, many would argue that Islamic is originally African. I am not arguing that at all. What we received as Islam, whether we originally had the original Islam or not, the Islam that we held on to was an Islam that came back to us, already Arabized and refined in their own way. You have the Kamen Bonu Empire, you have the Wadi Empire, you have the Kingdom of Baguriemba. You have the Toro Kingdom down here. You have the Buganda Kingdom, of course, that is obviously Uganda. You have the Ankole Kingdom. The point I make it, family, the Yake, the Kingdom of Lunda, the Kingdom of Luba. You have the Kingdom of Cuba as well, which is spoken of in the book, The Destruction of the Black Civilization. You have Angola, but the Portuguese running things here at the time. You have Mozambique, but the Portuguese running things here at the time. You have the Congo, the French running things here at the time. How is it that they get there? Remember, this is 1880. And remember, this is after the slave trade began. This is after the great kidnapping. This is after, as people like to say, Africans sold Africans into slavery. Well, all of this don't take place because the slave trade would have happened. By this time, the slave trade would have come to an end, and slavery as we know it would have been done. And in America and the Caribbean and parts of Central and South America, Black people would have been emancipated by this time here. That's why Black people wanted to go home, because enough empires were there at the time. Empires, we had empires all over Africa ready and waiting for us. Check the Ethiopian Empire. Interesting its size here according to this map at the time. So this means that all the conquering, because Menelik is known for conquering land. So all the conquering that Menelik would have done would have taken up all of this, if this map is correct, from 1880. Because remember, again, let us check the timeline. Menelik came to the throne in 1889. Yeah, battle rap, eh? Yeah, and of course, by 1896, we defending the whole territory at the Battle of Adwa. And by that time, Ethiopia was the Horn of Africa, as we know it today, the Horn of Africa. So again, the Ottomans, the French, you can see they're all in here. But of course, you can obviously see that Africa at this time, this is 1880, definitely had kingdoms. This is history that we can verify. Africa definitely had kingdoms that we could point to. But obviously, you still had Britain and France and the Arabs and these ones, the USA and France and Spain still involved. Okay, now this is say 1930. But I would like to say even before 1930, remember one more time, when they came up on the doorsteps of Menelik II, 12 years after the Berlin Conference, which is in 1884-85, when they came up at the doorsteps of Menelik II, by that time, all of them empires gone, eh? By the time they buck up on Menelik II, all of these empires were gone. Within 12 years, the only empire that was left back was the Ethiopian Empire. And interestingly, according to this map, it got bigger. Yeah, that's some interesting stuff. And of course, a lot of things would have changed. Even the balance of power, the Ottoman Turks wouldn't be the Ottoman Turks of that day at all anymore. The French and Spanish, and just like in the USA, a lot of hands changed when it comes to a lot of land changed hands amongst the European colonializers too. That's why these fellas had a lot of forts, you know. Yeah, if you come to Antigua, one thing that they like to speak about here is their forts, Fort James and Fort Berkeley and Fort this and Fort that. These forts were set up by the British. And you see the old cannons and so still there. Who you think they set up these forts to defend themselves from? For you? Nah, man. The British set up their forts to defend themselves from the Spanish. The Spanish set up their forts to defend themselves from the French. And same thing from the Portuguese. European brothers, you know. But they're fighting each other over the black man land and other people land. Yeah. So again, by the time they're ready to touch Menelik, all of this looking totally different. It looking like this. And see Menelik Empire get bigger. According to that, it looking like this. And all them gray gaps here that they're not sure what's going on, they make sure they fill that in. So now you can see from the key, United Kingdom. Look what United Kingdom have. You can see they were trying to get in here. Times for Menelik Rasta. United Kingdom, France. Look at all of France have so much people in Africa talking France. So, yeah. Portugal, Spain, Italy, Germany, Belgium, Liberia, Ethiopia. Ethiopia, amongst European names, even Liberia, we know Liberia is not Liberia. Liberia is the United States of America. And Ethiopian stood the test of time. And this is why even the documentary Epidemic, all of what I'm speaking of here and some of the classes we've been given is to prepare you for that documentary. Because this information here is key. The young ones need to understand where the historical timeline falls into place. And we shouldn't be just jumbling up history and just mix up the scramble for Africa with the transatlantic slave trade. Because when you put it in the right perspective, then you would understand, you know, the price that people like Menelik II, Ras McKellen had to pay for the independence of the rest of the world. Very, very, very important. So as I said, family, all of this, look at it. This is by 1880. This is 1880. Look at all these kingdoms here. Yes, albeit some of them already colonialized. So imagine what was going on before this. And then now you have after the Berlin Conference, within a few years, Africa is well solidified as a European colony, except for Ethiopia. So remember all of this, family, as you come to the table on Thursday night to sit in with us to watch the video, Epidemic, the world premiere of Epidemic, the Conquering Land had prevailed. Let me just give you a little sneak preview as you say, no, this. Check this out. From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, Seven, and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the Kingdom of Kush, the lion-headed god, Epidemic. The conquering lion has to prevail. Oh, beautiful. I'm so thankful. So all the information is right there in front of you. Just contact us, give me a call, send me an email and let me know that, hey, I would like to get my copy of Epidemic. I would like to be there for the free showing. Remember, it is a free presentation I'm talking about. On Thursday is a totally free presentation. That evening, just contact us and you will get your link so you can come in and sup with us, bring your whole family, you know, and it's like you're going to the movies, a live full presentation, Epidemic. And remember, for sure, we have a wonderful lineup of mighty presenters that are going to be with us. We have the blessed Honorable Dr. Ras Wayne Rose. We have the brother Honorable Akoma Dread that will be with us. Brother Franz De Freitas will be with us. Of course, Dr. Kemet Shockley returning for another round. Ras Dre will be bringing Black King sound. Yeah, definitely to bring some vibes in the area. Honorable Priest Dougie will be with us. He will be definitely sitting in with us for that roundtable discussion. That will be at midday. Wonderful. The Honorable Empress Ethiopia will be in the house as well, representing the Ubuntu movement. And as I said before, we're going to have a beautiful special presentation of Youth University. Hey, Youth University today was beautiful. Family, is every Monday at 4 p.m. The children, Youth University, Prince Almasi, Princess Acacia Menin, just bringing some heavy information, just knocking you down. But hey, and bringing you up to, but hey, they have a special Youth University on Thursday. Same time, 4 p.m. So make, because you're going to be in the house for the whole day, aren't you? Right. From 5 a.m. meditation. In fact, Nayabing, you will be running from midnight. So make sure you're there from midnight. Second going in third, according to their reckoning of time. And then we're going through the whole 6 to 8. I'm going to have a special Tiger's Nest for you. And then at 8 o'clock, we all gather for a penny map. What a beautiful day. And then after kicking it in, we go in and remember we raise it the $12,000 that day. I expect us to do it. We don't have time to play now. We need to stop giggling and skinning. We're raising that. We have a job to do, competition that needs to be put on, and it will be put on. And we intend to put it on to that standard. We could make the budget bigger, because it's supposed to be bigger. The standard's supposed to be higher. You understand? So as I said, next year, we intend to make this international. In fact, it shouldn't be no next year. It should be now. The 12,000 that we are going to rise, we should rise 24,000. Because that means we will do the national essay competition and the international essay competition, family. Real thing. So I personally looking forward, to each and every one becoming a part of this. As I said, you can make your contribution. Even now, you can make your pledge now. And the pledge is a simple thing. That's how I know if you're with me. And you don't have to have it now. You say, well, please, I pledged my $50, but you're not going to get it done till January the 3rd. All right. And I hold you to the word. Look how long that is from now. That's months away. So anyone, I'm being honest, anyone that's listening and they really respect what they see, I and I do it. Trust me, they will contribute on that telethon. Listen, I don't want to make you feel bad. If you don't contribute on that telethon, I honestly, from my heart, don't think you're fully with that. Straight up. I'm going to be honest. You know why? Because essay competition for the youths. You could make your payments in the next 3 months, 4 months. All you have to do is make me know that, hey, and you're going to get my $50. $50, $50. You could save $1 every day for a month and a half and get that $50 to us before the essay competition in February. Right. That, be honest, that's how I test to see, well, okay, who really with me? If you're going to say, man, not even that I can do for you, please. I don't have nothing. I don't feel no way.
And let me come in here. Because although this is the marathon, and this was from the year 2022, it still stands for now going into, well, that was 2022 for 2023 essay competition. And our Patreon's Day, the 5th of November 2023, going into this 2024 essay competition for this. Same thing stands for what is being said there. So individuals who never contributed, as he's saying, which is me, That's how we really test. Because even if an individual doesn't have it at the time, and as he's saying, this is not for him, you know, it's for the children. And if you respect the work you see, and you know, well, at the moment, I just don't have it, it's okay. But you could pledge, at least from that time in November, and say, hey, listen, in 3 months' time, we could contribute $20, let's just say. In 3 months' time, $50, let's just call a number. $100 in 3 months' time, that's a pledge. Who really, really is on your side? Because I mean, if I could understand a person say, boy, I wish I could really contribute to that. This for the children. This is the 11th year. We see this with our eyes, man. I mean, come on now, come on. How many times has to do it and do it properly? Wish I could contribute this time, but I just don't have it. What did he say? It's all right if you just make a pledge. Understand? I know once you can just pay the $20 pledge or the $10 pledge. Huh? Not even that some people do. I'm very, very, very serious here. And then we say we are Mr. Conscious and the most and stick this and this is and this, that. So I'm saying it again right now. What's the time? Let me look at my clock. Did you understand how direct this is? 50 Eastern Caribbean time. Yeah, well, today is the 10th of January, it is 2024. Yes. So for those on Patrons Day, the essay competition for African History Month, which is in February, you still have an opportunity to make that contribution. You know how to do that. You email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Let us know, yeah, my brother, I'm very thankful that you reminded me. I really would like to make the contribution for February's essay competition. I don't have it yet, but I pledge in 3 weeks, I give you that $100. Now, give thanks to that. I must say the process has begun, you know. We are midway into January. Promotion has begun. Marketing has begun. You have to market this thing. It's something you have to sell to people. Oh, you have to pay to be in it? No, not that kind of sell. People have to be sold on the idea. They have to buy them, you know, even just to enter the competition or even to send their children into the competition. So it's a lot of work. Anyway, as I said, let me make the brother continue with his program. You still have the opportunity, the Cash App and the PayPal, all the information is there. The website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Yeah.
Love you. You're still my friend. Come give me a hug. Everything good. But you're not with I. Impossible. You can't be there. That's the word. Straight up. So give thanks for all those who are with I, who see the seriousness of this. And again, who definitely will be making their contribution, and those who will be making their pledges, which will turn into contribution. And I said, do it now. You can make your pledge now. So when we start the day on Thursday, we are.
That's a good point. You don't even have to think about the pledge. Yeah, you just make the pledge now. So even as I'm speaking now, one should be emailing saying, yeah, I'm making my pledge for the essay competition now. I don't know when I'm going to be able to confirm it, but I'm making my pledge now because you're with me. Yeah.
End of the game, we can say, hey, we don't have $5,000 pledge. We're just going to make the next $7,000 within the next 24 hours that we have here live and then direct on radio. Beautiful. Remember, Patrons Day is a day of giving back. Remember, 50% off of everything. Remember, service, well, not everything, a few things we just definitely have to reserve. But those few things that you don't have the 50% off, when you partake or you purchase those things, enough other blessings and enough freebies and enough other things coming to you, you'll wonder how is it you're getting all of these things to carry home. So that is what it's all about. It's about giving forward, expressing and showing the love, and just moving to a higher level, bringing family and people together to just express ourselves and making sure we, continue to live in love. So Patriot, what's the main thing about Patriots Day? Making sure that you are on Radio Anu. That's the main thing. Yes, family, gives thanks. Remember the Tiger's Nest. Join us on the Tiger's Nest, man. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 7 p.m. sharp. Were you there? Oh, what a wonderful session. Radio Anu, man, that's the hub. You should go there now. Ain't nothing around them other places here. Unless you should check Radio Anu. The international flavor, the universal spice. And again, and this beautiful poster, you could get a copy of it. You can just contact me and say, I like a copy of the poster, and assist me in, getting it around. Hey, listen, family, this is how we got to work together. You respect the work. You know that, hey, listen, I respect the world, but I ain't giving no contribution. Okay, fair enough. Let me send you this poster, and you share it on your email list. At least you can do that for I, and assist the work that you said, this is taking place. Because if you get this to 1,000 people, within the 1,000 people, someone will come on board and make sure and they can assist in the mission going forward. So that's what it's all about, family. It's a liberation, vibration, and we're rising an empire, and we can't rise the empire without initiatives. We cannot rise no empire without pushing an agenda. That's why your brother always pushing an agenda. Yeah, I am. That's why you always see me on some sort of initiative. Yeah, it's like we just practicing for when we really get on the battlefield. So keep it up, family. Let's not go to sleep. Let's love ourselves. Let's love our people. Let's try our best to rise our standard economically. Let us feed the poor. Let us build houses for one another. And let us live in love. That is what we're supposed to do. Life giver and the keeper of life. Love your family. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. That's why you should get the book, The True Biblical Land of Israel. It's going to be 50% off, the man. You can get it for $10 on Thursday. $10. Oh, my. Hey, it takes some real eyes. Let me say that again. It takes some real eyes to realize that are amongst us. Give thanks. Hey, there are many, 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 many lions' dens, but there only one tiger's nest. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, man, Thursday, Patrons Day.
Hi, my name is Nyla, and I am 7 years old. I like my astronomy. astronomy class, and I am and I've been learning my planets like the moon and Earth and the Venus, Mercury, and astronomy class is awesome. I've been learning about like Egypt and and king and queens and and pyramids and
What do you think thus far, program?
I believe it's the best investment I could have made for my daughter and for myself as well, because learning astronomy and African heritage, it was needed. It was much needed,
Because you can't put into a whiskey bottle without getting past the government seal. You can't open a deck of cards without getting past the government seal. There's a white man makes the whiskey and then puts you in jail for getting drunk.
Yeah. Good time. Everyone.
Blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for your presence on a wonderful looking Thursday evening. Yes, you're well in tune to the international flavor, the universal spice. You don't know we glorify Emperor Haile Selassie the first in all good doings and sayings. And of course, you know you're in the tiger's lair. This is the tiger's nest. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. This is Radio Anu International. You are listening to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Definitely giving thanks, and I think we might be streaming to the YouTube at this moment as well. And of course, we're going to have a wonderful program this evening, and the conversation will continue as it relates to the death of the Queen of England and the connection to the world. And it makes for interesting reasonment, I must say, even for myself. I thought it's something so, okay, the Queen is dead. In a sense, big deal. Yeah. But the conversation is right with a lot of information and a lot of history and a lot of vibration that those who are ignorant of certain things should know. Believe me, should know. So this evening, we're going to continue that level, a wonderful panel discussion that we have here to bring to you. Yeah, man, you're going to really full joy what you're going to hear. But before we go there, I want to show to you exactly the mystics of the burial of the Queen of England and its relationship to the number 108. You know, I mean, even before from I heard the date of the burial, because I was saying to myself, let us see if they put her down on the 21st of September, which of course is the equinox. You know, the sun is in the Virgin, Virgo, and all of that. The 21st, 22nd, 23rd said they're going to bury her on the 19th. Right away, it hit me, but I said, the 19th is 108. Now, I know some of you may be doing some sort of numerology and some addition. No, not them kind of things there. You know I'm not into, and the 9 plus 1 is 10, and no. I mean, that works sometimes, just for the icing, but the mixture of the cake is deep science. Now, the importance of the 108, I will explain that first so you can understand why her being buried under the 108 is significant. Yeah. Yes, family, this is definitely the Tiger's Nest. You must be saying, wow, this sounds like a heavy one this evening. Well, of course, it's always a heavy one. Let me just remind you, If you are not a subscriber to this radio program, all you got to do is to email me, contact me, and say, hey, priest, I want to subscribe to the Tiger's Nest radio program. Remember, this is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, right here on Radio Anu. It's not a program you have to pay to listen to, you just come and chime in and you're here. But you see, when you are a subscriber now, you get the program after the program is done and fully sealed up. You're going to get the program. You're going to receive it in your inbox via the email. So every program, you receive a copy of the program. That's what happens when you subscribe. And to subscribe, it is extremely inexpensive in my book. I mean, if you take a year's package, you don't have to worry about missing another edition of the Tiger's Nest again. Not one, two, none. Even if you never tune in again, you can go into your email inbox and all the programs will be there. The year's package is like cents, like 20-something cents per program. I'm very serious, family. So you should be a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. And remember the initiative we already put out there. Don't forget that you yourself could bring subscribers to the Tiger's Nest. Yeah, and you can make up to $500 a week just for doing that. But I mean, we have done programs explaining that in detail. I won't take too much time with that this evening. Just contact me. You know how to contact us. Just email us, Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com, or visit the website, which you are already on the website because you're listening to radio and email Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com, and let me know if you want to be a subscriber, which you should be, and let us know, if you want to take the subscription on the road and bring in some subscribers specifically, and of course create some more economical growth within your own coffers. That's what it's all about. Don't you agree? I'm sure you do. Beautiful vibration. All right, wonderful. Now, of course, here in Antigua, the square mileage of Antigua is 108 square miles. Good. And the 108 square miles vibration.
Family, once again, give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, the marathon is on. Just keep locked right here to Radio Anu TV. And of course, we have so much more for you. This program that we did a few years ago at the death of Elizabeth II and the 108, if you did not see it, it is something that you definitely need to see. But before we go there, I'm not sure if you got a little taste of this, and if you didn't, I want you to take it in. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Visit Isaac Institute. Right, of course, we already see it there. Priest Isaac Institute. That is where everyone is going. All right, family, I'm going to take you straight forward to the information. Thank you.
Is very spiritual. Now remember, and those of you who were listening last night, the previous evening, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We took time to explain the 108. I'm going to go into it just quickly as a recap for those who may not have been here previous night, and again, are not subscribers. Now, the reason why we had to highlight Antigua is because that discussion, it wasn't about the Queen, it was about Greencastle Hill. And I was showing to the audience the importance of Greencastle Hill by itself, a hill that is being abused, Greencastle Hill connection with the movements of the heavens, the astronomical clock, And especially at a time like now, celebrated festival times in the heavens and connected to the earth. I'm talking about the equinox and the solstices. Countless, countless of megaliths on Greencastle Hill, aligning with the movements of the stars. So this is a special, unique hill on the planet, and it is really centered here in Antigua. Very good. Now, that just adds to the flavor of Antigua. Would many of you in my book, Anu, Ancient and Modern, if you do not have a copy of the book, Anu, Ancient and Modern, again, you are already on the website. Just go to the area and there you will see the book, Anu, Ancient and Modern, along with the other books, The Heavens Declare the Glory of God, you know, Rastafari and the Cosmos, and of course, the Land of Israel. But in the book, Anu, I clearly show you the link between Antigua, the island Antigua in the Caribbean, on the northeastern side of the Caribbean, and was Heliopolis, which is that city in ancient Kemet, or what they call Egypt, which is on the northeastern section of the River Nile. I even show you the connection with the River Nile and the Caribbean island chain. I show you that both cities, and both the city in Kemet, Heliopolis, and Antigua on the Caribbean island chain, the northeastern sections, as the city of the priest. One is the city of the priest, and one is the island of the priest. That's just history. You know the history of Heliopolis. We can go into the depths of it again. But of course, Heliopolis, by definition, is the city of the sun, while Antigua is referred to as Sun City. Heliopolis symbol, of course, is the sun, while the symbol in Antigua's flag is the sun. And, you know, we go on and on and on. We show you that Heliopolis is Greek. Again, city of the sun, but that's not its original name. Its original name is Anu. Okay, Antigua, of course, the port abbreviation is Anu. And what we did previous night in that program, we kind of furnished the discussion with that to bring back the science of the 108 to Antigua. So now when you understand that everything is significant here, you know, because the Vatican in Rome, its land space is 108 as well. But that is acres of land, the Vatican, which is a church city, church state as such. Because Antigua really is a word that means ancient, Antigua, you know, antique. That's where the word antique will come from, Antigua. So Santa Maria de la Antigua is a holy church, ancient church in Spain. So my point is, and of course you can the book, you should order the book. Go to the website, check the area shop, get the book, Anu, Ancient and Modern, and you will see all the depths of what I'm saying, even in more detail, to, you know, to highlight the spirit of the land. So to stick on the 108 science now, that's where I want to stick on. It's not really about Antigua or even Greencastle Hill as such this evening, but just to assist in the reasoning here. Now, when we observe this, I'm just going to read again some of what I read previous night to kind of bring this point home. It says here, astronomers, the astronomer, mathematician, and physicist Leo Galilei made an interesting statement. He said that the universe is written in mathematical language. He maintained that the mysteries of creation itself could be solved through the numbers and mathematical equations. Mystics of all traditions around the world found that numbers offered more than significant insight, offered a secret language of awakening, a key to our own intuition and higher aspects of being. Listen to this, family. Yogis found the number 108 to be such a key. Here, yogis, if you're a yogi, yogis found the number 108 to be such a key. The number 108 has been a highly revered number for thousands of years. Coveted by many spiritual traditions and ascribed special significance in meditation and prayer. Please listen, family. So 108 is revered and is very important when it comes to meditation and prayer. Spiritual vibration. Considered to be the most auspicious number of all, 108 also happens to be the number of stitches on a baseball. Very good. Now, in yoga, it sounds funny, but it's not a joke. In yoga, the number 108 refers to spiritual completion. So 108 has to do with spiritual completion. Listen to me good, eh? That's the reason why malas used for japa, which is silent repetition of a mantra, are composed of 108 beads. You following? Good. With an additional meru bead, which when reached prompts the practitioner to count the malas beads in reverse order. So really what's happening is just the cycle of 108 coming again. And then it says now, pranayama cycles are often repeated in 108 cycles, and even sun salutations are often completed in 9 rounds of 12 postures, which when multiplied adds up to 108. Ancient yogis believed that we can attune ourselves to the rhythms of creation by completing practices in rounds of this very same sacred number, which is 108. Good. Then it speaks of the Fibonacci series of numbers. According to mathematician Leonardo Fibonacci, he was born in 1170 AD. It is he who you get the sequence of numbers called the Fibonacci sequence of numbers. And it is said that the 24, we can't go to the fullness of that, but as I said, we went into it last night. And remember, when we spoke of the 24 digits of the sequence of numbers, the important 24, they add up to 108 as well. So the 108 is seen in so many different things, in different mystic traditions. Of course, when you go to Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom, going into one of those main temples, they have the churning of the milk, the sea of milk. And that is like a mythology of the 54 so-called demons and the 54 angels holding the snake, you know, the whole feathered snake Negus concept. And they're pulling the snake almost like a tug of war, but it's considered churning the snake. And that has to do with creation. And if you notice, that's 54 and 54, 108. It's really 108, which is considered that significant number, or somewhat like the number of creation itself. And then when you read now, there's so many different things. It says that Sri Yantra, under Sri Yantra, there are points where 3 lines intersect. And there are 54 such intersections. Each intersection has masculine and feminine qualities, of course, which represents Shiva and Shakti. 54 times 2 equals 108. So thus there are 108 points that define the Sri Yantra as well as the human body. So this is just a natural thing with the 108. In Buddhism, it's amongst the tenets that there are exactly 108 types of defilement, no more, no less. You understand? This could be the reason a bell is usually chimed exactly 108 times in Japanese Buddhist temples to mark the end of an old year and to usher in the new year. In Buddhism also, it is also believed that the road to nirvana is laden with exactly 108 temptations. So every Buddhist have to overcome 108 earthly temptations to achieve nirvana. In addition, the ring of prayer beads worn around the waist of Zen priests, usually made up of 108 beads. And we can go on and on, all their holy writings in Tibet, as much as it is have been divided into exactly 108 sacred books. In Tibetan Buddhism also,
They believe that there are 108 sins and 108 delusions of the mind. And some of these sins, delusions, and blasphemy and anger, etc. And there's so many things, 108 significance in astrology. And it says that there are 12 zodiacs, 9 planets, 9 times 12, 108. And there are 28 lunar mansions, and they're divided into 4 quarters. Of course, that's 108 again when you do the maths. Just hold with me, brothers and sisters. We're coming home now. There's so many things I could say about the 108. You know, this says here, furthermore, and just for clarity again, I'm reading from Himalayan Yoga Institute.com, but this information is all over, really. Furthermore, the number 108 has significance with regards to the distance between the earth and the moon and between the earth and the sun. So by now you should see that 108 is extremely significant. By now. It says here, the distance between the moon and the earth is 108 times the diameter of the moon. I wanted to hear this good. The distance between the moon and the earth is 108 times the diameter of the very same moon. Wow. This is science now, you know, not just a religion or some belief where you can put 108 beads on a string. But they know why they do that, because these people are in tune with nature. The creational numbers, the points on the body, 108. The distance between earth and moon and diameter of the moon, 108 times. Hear this now. Listen to this. But only once a month. But only once a month. Because the moon's orbit around the earth is not a perfect circle, as we all know. That's why you have big moon and super moon and this kind of stuff. But it is an ellipse. You get that? Now, I want you to listen to me, good family. Similarly, the distance between the earth and the sun is 108 times the diameter of the sun. Can you believe that? So the diameter of the moon, the distance between the earth and the moon is 108 times the diameter of the moon. So whatever the diameter of the moon is, you count that 108 times. That's where the moon is from the earth. But because of the ellipse of the moon, it goes and comes and goes and comes. So that happens once a month. There are people that watch this for that specific one time a month, because obviously there must be a burst of energy, power that connects the moon to the earth on that one time a month. You follow this? Good. You astrologers and those who like to follow your signs should be listening keenly to this. Similarly, the distance between the earth and the sun is 108 times the diameter of the sun. Okay? But listen, Earth's orbit around the sun is, however, also an ellipse. Okay. So that means, and I'm not reading this, I'm saying this before I read on. That means, just like the moon is 108, its diameter, the distance between the moon and the earth is 108 times its diameter, the moon's diameter once a month. That means the distance between the earth and the sun is 108 diameter, 108 times, pardon me, the diameter of the sun. So whatever the diameter of the sun is, the distance between the sun and the earth is 108 times that. But because the earth orbit around the sun is not a perfect circle, there's this ellipse. It is not something that is
constant. There's a specific date in the year. There's a specific date in the year where the distance from the earth to the sun is 108 times the diameter of the sun. It's not so every day, just on a specific day. You have the sun's distance from the earth being 108 times that of the sun's diameter. That day is the 19th day of September. This is astronomy we're talking here. No make-believe, no, I think so, no religion. On the 19th day of September, so in other words, when they were burying the Queen of England, the second Elizabeth, the distance from planet Earth to the sun was 108 times the diameter of the sun. It wasn't so the day after, or the day after, or today, nor tomorrow, or last week. So the funeral planners, I am sure, they had some ideas. You got to keep in mind that these individuals run off of these levels here. Remember, Ronald Reagan had to have his astrologer come and give him the reading every day on command of his wife, Nancy Reagan. Even down to when some of their children and grandchildren are born. Comets passing through the heavens. The stars align. You see, you go and check to see where the star was when you were born. They make sure their people born when the star in the place where they want the star. From conception to birth, to death, even down to when you die and when they report you're dead, they have all sort of scientific reasoning why they move like this. The time they put you down, everything is well organized. We're dealing with Freemasons here. The great architect pyramids, and Sirius A and Sirius B, and all sorts of mysteries. So a person like your humble servant, I am not going to take it per chance and act as if it's just a coincidence that they buried. You know who they buried? You know who that is? The face of colonialism and slavery was buried on the 19th of September when the sun was exactly 100 times its diameter in relation to its distance from planet. Now, if you're just joining this program, you may say, so what on earth does that mean? Well, number one, you should be a subscriber, because what you missed would have explained to you what that means. Everything is hidden science, hidden codes. Yeah. So family, give thanks. As I said, this is the tiger's nest. And again, those who are just coming in, make sure you subscribe, so then you will never miss another episode of this program again. Yeah. And of course, family, as I said, remember the 3rd of November. Keep the 3rd of November in mind. You know what's going to happen that day. Oh yeah, we're looking first of all for the release of a petty mech. I hope a petty mech. Yeah, the second, the Lion of Judah hath prevailed. A petty mech. You need to look out for that. We intend to have a live showing, and of course the documentary will be available for sale. This is our 4th full-length video documentary, a petty mech. I'm talking about, again, the lion, the conquering lion, pardon me, hath prevailed. Beautiful. And remember, the same 3rd of November. You listening to this, family? The same 3rd of November. So you know that's the day we celebrate the launching of Radio Anu, the resurrection. Yeah, because you know, radio, anyway, we'll get to that at some other time. But the 3rd of November, that is going to be a full day on Radio Anu. That is the day when our patrons, we definitely give back. And of course, you yourself, you will continue to give on that day specifically. That is the day we encourage entrepreneurship and black business, and we intend to have many guests and visitors coming through on that day, lectures and interviews and 1 or 2 reasonings, a couple debates throughout that whole day. I'm going to give you a list, a lineup of all the people coming through very soon, so you're going to see exactly what we are dealing with. So make sure you're in the house, my family. Beautiful vibes, beautiful vibes. Hey, remember, we still have the International Homeschool program. The special is still going on, and the special is soon coming to an end. So those who did not take advantage of the special offer for the International Homeschool program for your young ones, biology, and of course African history and heritage and astronomy, and even the language arts, yoga, and all that we offer here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, my family, the offer is coming to an end very soon. Make sure you invest in the International Homeschool program. Very good. Give thanks, family. We're going straight into that panel discussion now, as it relates to how, Queen Elizabeth and, of course, the relationship with the black world. Not fire gun bun tonight, yeah? Those of you on the different social media, of course, the social media aspect the streaming will come to an end very soon. But of course, you just press the link. If it's YouTube, you don't know, the link is in the description below the video, and join us on Radio Anu, so you could have a wonderful sitting this evening and listen to this discussion here as it relates to, the British monarchy, and specifically the one that just died, in relationship to the black people of the world now. The discussion continues. This is the Tiger's Nest. This is Radio Anu International. The international flavor, the universal spice. Give thanks. Where are the striped gods? Give thanks, family. Rasta, as we continue. Don't go anywhere. And keep in mind that this is the 108th year of the Honorable King Emmanuel amongst us. Everything is in alignment. 108 Anu, give thanks. This is the year of the tiger. Blessed love to each and every one of my beautiful scholars. How is everyone today? Pardon me, how are you today? Very good. Well, I'm very happy to hear that all is well. And I'm sure that you are happy to hear from me again. Yes, we're going to have a wonderful class today. Of course, we are dealing with biology. And as you can see by the diagram that you're looking at, yes, this is called a diagram, by the way. The picture
its diagram. Good. We are going to now go into the respiratory system. Remember, we're dealing with the different systems of the human anatomy. The human what? Anatomy. What's that? That's what you call the body. You know, in another phrase, we would say the goody. But scientifically, we're dealing with the anatomy. Good. That's why we started with the atom. And by the time we are done with the respiratory system, you're going to have a good understanding of it in the same way that you have a good understanding of the atoms, in the same way that you have a good comprehension of the skeletal system. And I know you have a wonderful understanding of the digestive system. You know exactly what happens to your food when you chew and you swallow. Good. Well, now you're going to learn what happens to the air when you breathe it in. Now, before we go into all of that, let us take a quick look at the different parts of the respiratory system. Now, respiratory is spelled, you can spell it with me, R-E-S-P-I-R-A-T-O-R-Y. The respiratory system. So you have the upper respiratory tract and you have the lower respiratory tract. And everything here has to do with you inhaling the oxygen and exhaling the carbon dioxide. Good. Let us begin by looking at the different parts of the respiratory system. We're going to take our time. You have, of course, the nose and, of course, the nostrils, those two holes there. Good. Now, beyond the nostrils, you have the nasal cavity. You have what? The nasal cavity. So the nasal cavity is spelled N-A-S-A-L, nasal cavity, C-A-V-I-T-Y. You see it here? Does everybody see this? Very good. And then you have nose. Do you know how to spell nose? Nobody knows what troubles I am in. No, not that nose there. That nose begins with a K. We mean N-O-S-E. Nose. Words don't always spell like how they sound, you know, but that's a part of English for you. Nose. Good. Then you have the pharynx, and that is spelled P-H. P-H gives the sound, by the way. P-H-A-R-Y-N-X, the pharynx. Many people call the pharynx the throat. Good. Then you have the larynx, and that's L-A-R-Y-N-X, the larynx, also called the voice box, but we're giving you the scientific term. Good. Now, that's the upper respiratory system, or the upper respiratory tract, that aspect of the respiratory system. Good. Now, let us go into the lower respiratory tract. You have the trachea. The trachea now, some people would refer to the trachea as the windpipe. And let me just be clear here that the trachea is not the esophagus. This is not leading to the stomach. This is leading to your lungs, where you breathe and you take in the oxygen and does so much good stuff with the oxygen and contributes to the circulation of your blood and bringing nutrients to the whole body. That's how important breathing is, the whole anatomy. Good. So the trachea now, not the esophagus, the trachea specifically splits into two pipes as such, and goes into what we call the left and the right lung, also called the lungs. Good, very important. And then when we enter into the lungs, you have the bronchi, you have primary and secondary and tertiary bronchi, And then they even further divide into the bronchioles. And then they even further divide into the
alveoli.
The alveoli. Very good. The Honorable Princess here with us. So, scholars, you have an idea now of how the respiratory system looks. And we are going to go into now exactly how the respiratory system works. Now, before we go to any videos, I want to read something for you. And this says here, good, listen to what this says here, Princess. Respiratory system. Your respiratory system is the network of organs and tissues that help you breathe. Good. This system helps your body absorb oxygen. See it here? Oxygen. So that your organs can work. Organs. Now, what are these organs? I think they mean the heart and the liver and the stomach. And those are your organs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we need oxygen for all of that. Very good. It also cleans waste gases. Good. You have waste gases? Like what? Such as carbon dioxide from the blood. Common problems include allergies, diseases, or infections. All right, I see. It says here, what is the respiratory system? I'm sure some of you have that question. You know, what is the respiratory system? Okay, listen to the answer. The respiratory system is the network of organs. Let me repeat that. I wonder if the young ones are taking their notes. But hey, this is not like the regular school. You can watch this video class anytime you want to. Yeah, when you go to school and you listen to the teacher, that's it. If you didn't get your notes, you got to borrow somebody's notes. But this is a recorded class. This is a wonderful school. Wow. Give thanks. The respiratory system is the network of organs and tissues that help you to breathe. Good. Wow. It includes your airways, lungs, and blood vessels. Good. The muscles that power your lungs are also part of the respiratory system. These parts work together to move oxygen throughout the body and clean out waste gases like carbon dioxide. This is so important. A lot of us are not aware that breathing cleans out the body. Wow. And gets rid of the waste gases, you know, and helps us to be stronger. So what does the respiratory system do? The respiratory system, follow me, young ones. I hope you're listening. You know this is important. This is important. How many of us took time to think about our breathing? How many of you today said, time to breathe. Let me start to breathe now. Anybody did that today? No? Okay, good. Because, I mean, you don't have to try to breathe. You will just naturally breathe. But it's always good to take a deep breath. That's when you... That's a deep breath. That helps to expand your lungs. Your lungs need exercise too, you know. So instead of just breathing regularly without paying attention to it, sometimes it's good to take a deep breath. Follow me. Take a deep breath with me, young ones. After 2. 1, 2. Breathe in. And then breathe out. I breathe out to my mouth there a while ago. Good. So it says here, the respiratory system has many functions. Besides helping you inhale, breathe in, and exhale, breathe out, it also, yes, allows you to talk and to smell. Yeah, of course, you need breath to talk and your respiratory inhale to smell. Listen to this. It also warms air to match your body temperature and moisturizes it to the humidity level your body needs. Okay, so in other words, when you're breathing in cold air, or even not too cold air, whatever your body temperature is, the respiratory system warms the air to match your body so that you would function correctly, because your body, your anatomy is a very fragile thing. What does the respiratory system do? It delivers oxygen. What did you say? It delivers oxygen to the cells of your body. Wow. And you know, we're going to be talking about cells very soon. Okay, listen to this. What does the respiratory system do? It removes waste gases, including carbon dioxide. Let's repeat that again. What does the respiratory system do, scholars? You could just read what's in the blue. It removes waste gases, including carbon dioxide, from the body when you exhale. So let me ask you one more question. What is the question? As if I didn't know. What does the respiratory system do? It protects your airways. Not the air that you hear with, the air, the air that goes into you and comes out. A-I-R, air. Not E-A-R, A-I-R. Your airways from harmful substances and irritants. What is an irritant, Uncle Priest? Something that will irritate you. Yes, make you sick and disturbed. So that is what the respiratory system is all about. Now, we spoke about the different parts of the respiratory system, and yet still there are other parts that are also included in the respiratory system. So we are going to go into those in detail in the next session, or the next few classes, I should say. But for now, let us just begin this look, I would say begin this outlook on how the lungs work, which of course is just a part of the full respiratory system. Good. Everyone paying attention? Of course you are.
The respiratory system is made up of organs that help us breathe. Respiration is the term used to describe the exchange of oxygen from the environment for carbon dioxide from the body's cells. The process of breathing air into the lungs is called inhalation, and the process of breathing it out is called exhalation. The respiratory system consists of all the organs involved in breathing. These organs all have their own unique functions that enable us to breathe, as we do on average 23,000 times a day. The respiratory system includes the nose and nasal cavity, which perform a number of important functions, such as providing us with a sense of smell, warming and moistening the air we breathe in, filtering out irritants such as dust, and assisting us in the development of sound. The throat, also known as the pharynx, is a tube that carries air from the nasal cavity through the voice box, otherwise known as the larynx, down into the windpipe or trachea. The windpipe then splits into two breathing tubes, which carry the air into the lungs. These breathing tubes are called the bronchi, which extend into the bronchioli. The breathing tubes branch out many times throughout the lungs, until they eventually form tiny thin-walled air sacs, or alveoli. The respiratory system does two very important things. It brings oxygen into our body, which we need for our cells to live and function properly. And secondly, it allows us to exhale carbon dioxide from our body.
Okay, my young scholars. Now you see, everything that we have been saying so far is what we are getting from this nice little video here. Now, I am sure anyone would admit that if this is new information to you, this is a lot of information to process in this class, just today alone. So that is what I want you to do. I want you to process this information thus far, meaning that I would like you to go over this class today, watch this video again, take your notes as well, because when you write things down, it helps you to memorize them. And of course, you will be getting your different worksheets so you can perform your works and continue with the studying. And when we return for our next biology class, then we will be definitely continuing on how the respiratory system works. So it's going to be my delight. It is going to be a joy. And I personally am looking forward to coming again so we can talk about how we breathe and what happens when we inhale and what happens when we exhale, the respiratory system. So again, you have learned the different parts. I need not recap. You could just check the whole class over again. It's not too long. Share it with a friend. You can your brothers, your little brother, your little sister, even your bigger brother and your bigger sister, you can let them see what you are learning here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. You're learning about the respiratory system. Good. Remember, you have to definitely show love to all your friends and you know, always be nice and help your mother and help your father anytime you have a chance, no matter what. Just say, mommy and daddy, can I help you do something? You know, and let them feel happy. They work hard just to make you feel happy. Trust me, your parents and whoever takes care of you works very hard. The fact that you are watching this and they bought this for you, that means they love you very much. So you should try your best to make them happy as well. So, what are we going to do now? We're going to leave them with our affirmation. I wonder if they know the affirmation. You think they know it?
Yeah.
You think so?
I think.
Let's see if they know it. We're going to say our affirmation, and we want you to repeat it with us after 2, 1, 2. I am the best. And I deserve the best. And only the best is coming to me now. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. It sounds like they do know it. Blessed love. That we make a mystic connection with Marcus Messiah Garvey and the ancient Kemetic character known as Anubis, also called Anpu. Now, the status of Anubis or Anpu, of course, the debate will always go on. It will range from, I don't believe in nobody with no dog head, to someone saying, no, Anubis never existed. Anubis was a principle. To a next person say, no, Anubis was a king, but they just portrayed him that way. Well, you see, what we're getting into this evening, any one of those points there would not stop the meditation from going through. Because we're looking now at the scientific revelation of at least what we intend to put on the table this evening. I really hope that you are with me. So let us give thanks to Marcus Messiah Garvey and I as Bobo Shanti. We have a special vibration, a special place where we place Marcus Messiah Garvey himself as the God prophet, as the individual that came before the coming of the Lord. Well, I think in general, Rastafari do see Marcus Garvey as that forerunner, the individual that come and cut and clear make straight the way of the Lord in many different ways. We'll get into some of that this evening. All right. I want to begin here. What you're looking at here is a glyph of the Kemetic deity known as Seth. And Seth has been, what would I say, characterized as the devil or Satan in many different cases. Because you would have heard of Seth wrestling with Osiris and putting Osiris into the coffin and getting him chopped up in several pieces. That is Seth. And then you would have heard of Seth wrestling with, his nephew, Horus, for some years until Horus conquers Seth and gains the victory for his daddy, Osiris. You usually get the story like that. So Seth now would be characterized as Satan or the devil or some evil vibes because of that story. Now, for those who take their time to do a more serious in-depth study, you would notice that Seth does not always appear to be this satanic character. In fact, in many cases, Seth would have gone before to protect the coming forth of Ra. Seth clearly, like a forerunner, would cut and clear to make sure Ra can pass through. But before we go to all of that, now I'm going to read a few things here. This one is coming from Ancient Egypt Online. And it is speaking about, you guessed it, Seth. And it says here, Seth, Siket, Sut, Suket, was one of the most ancient of the Egyptian gods and the focus of worship since the pre-dynastic period. Now, this is very important, family. We are going to be concentrated on this pre-dynastic period vibration tonight. Pre-dynastic means before the dynastic period of Kemet. So in other words, in ancient Kemet, you have the dynastic period that began about 3100 BC, before the Common Era, BCE. So that's like about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So anything before that, you have the pre-dynastic period. Because you have Dynasty 1, Dynasty 2, the 3rd dynasty, the famous 18th dynasty, the 4th dynasty, I think those were the pyramid builders dynasty. So these are the dynastic periods of ancient Kemet. But there's a period before that history hardly speaks about because it can hardly find enough information to really bring to you. And the little that they find, they try to hide it from us. It's the pre-dynastic period of Kemet. So ancient North Africa, ancient Kemet was definitely still in a glorious age before the dynastic period. Remember, Nama was the one that united Upper and Lower Kemet. So that means there was something to unite before he came and united them. So history did not begin for ancient Kemet or ancient Northeast Africa when Nama or Menes came and united the two lands. And keep in mind, that southern Kemet was very closely knit to ancient Nubia going into Kush. So we have to keep in mind the Ethiopian presence in all of this. So speaking of Seth now, it clearly shows you here that this character, Seth, is a very old character. Yeah, Seth is older than some of the prime gods that we like to talk about. We're going to show you all of that. As part of the Enad of Heliopolis, he was the son of Newton Geb,
and the brother of Osiris or Asar, Heru the elder, Isis, and Nephthys. Okay, good. Now it says here, if you notice, that Heru the elder, which is different than Heru the younger, or Horus the elder. Follow us good. Set was a storm god associated with strange and frightening events, such as eclipse, thunderstorms, and earthquakes. He also presented or represented the desert and by extension the foreign lands beyond the desert. His glyph appears in the Egyptian word for turmoil, confusion, illness, storm, and rage. Set was considered to be very strong and dangerous and strange. However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Is that so? However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Set was a friend of the dead, helping them to ascend to heaven on his ladder. So Set helping people to go to heaven. Wow. The devil? And he protected the life-giving oasis of the desert, and was at times a powerful ally to the pharaoh, which is the Nesut Bete, and even to the sun god Ra. So we're seeing here that Set, again, because you have to keep in mind, even when we get conscious and we're checking the Egyptian hieroglyphs, sometimes we still approach it as if it's Christianity we're dealing with it. So it's God and the devil fighting here, etc., etc. Wherein even the God and the devil fighting, cosmics collide. And out of confusion and chaos, you can have stability too. And again, a lot of the Set within you and the Heru within you, because we have Set within us and Heru within us. All right, let's follow it good. Eh? So it is showing you here that this Set character that some of us see as Satan, and say his name is Satan. Yeah, this Set character has not always been seen, as the writer is saying here, as an evil being. For he would assist ones to go up on the ladder to get to heaven, helping them to ascend. He's the God of the desert, yes, but what is he doing in the desert? He's protecting the life-giving oasis. So when you come into the desert, you can get a sip. He has always been seen as a powerful ally to the pharaoh and even to Ra. So as you can see now, in the hours of the night, in the book of Gates, when you see Ra coming through on his back, and then the evening now, in the hours of the night, you have what you call the snake again? A pep? Yeah. Yeah, a pep coming through here. This is Satan here. Look, the devil here. And who you see protecting Ra, the same Heru, that he and him were supposed to be fighting over. But you see Set protecting the Ra on his back as they're going through the hours of the night. You understand it? This is high vibration. Eh? And then you can see the Kente Amente jackal dogs. The Kente Amente jackal dogs, as they would call them, the dog and the dogons, the dog on, leading, even as you can see, even latched on to the back of Ra. So this is why now what we just read here clearly showing you that the Set character has also been seen as a powerful ally to the Kemetic Nesut Bete, to the king, and as well as a powerful ally to Ra himself, the sun god. The earliest representation of Set can be found on a carved ivory comb from the Amratian period, Naquada first, 4,500 BC to 35 BC, Orthodox dates, pardon me. And he also appears on the famous scorpion mace head. His worship seems to have originated in one of the most ancient settlements in the town of Nubit, Komombo, the upper or in upper southern Egypt, which I said earlier is bringing us into ancient Nubia, bringing us specifically into what you call ancient Kush at the time. So according to what is said there, you find ancient evidence of him in Naquada. And you can look at the map here. You see where it's located, even in ancient Kemet. But the vibration is that they have fragments of glyphs and wall writings where Set has been seen coming deeper in the south, deeper in the kingdom of Niam and Tarseti. In Tarseti specifically, you have evidence of the god Set. And that is real pre-dynastic period, way before the dynastic period. But let me just read something here. It says here, Ubit, near modern Kuth, lies close to the entrance, pardon me, to the Wadi Hamamat, the doorway to the eastern desert and its gold deposits. And the city took its name from the word for gold, which is to say Nubit or NBT. That's why some people tell it Nubia means gold, which also means ruler or lord. Nubia, the land of gold. I'm sure you've heard of that. As a result, Set was sometimes called He of Gold Town. Nubit was the most important of the ancient settlements and was located close to the site of Naquada, which I just showed you a moment ago, the Naquada settlement from which the early culture takes its name. Pre-dynastic worship of Set was also evident in the 19th nomes of Upper Egypt. All right, now let me say something here about the 19th dynasty now. Okay, let's read this. At this point in history, Set was clearly associated with Upper Egypt and was a popular and esteemed god. However, by the second intermediate period, he was associated with the Hyksos, who probably saw a similarity between Set and Baal. Follow this good, eh? And so he became seen as a force of evil. He was then rehabilitated by the 19th dynastic pharaohs, notably Seti I. That's where his name comes from, whose name means man of Set, only to be recast as an evil deity by the Greek, Romans, and Christian theologians. So you see who take it up now and cast Set back as the devil again. Although, yes, Set may have been in a wrestle with Heru, but what does that really mean? Do we want to take that ancient theology, which may be teaching us how to balance life, and turn it into some drama story about God and the devil fighting? This is very serious, you know, because at the same time, as we were speaking of the same beast within man, when it comes to its fullness, that is where you find the devil in flesh, because the devil does come in flesh. But will you make the devil in flesh overtake you? But anyway, what I was really highlighting is that the ancient god known as Set was seen there way before what is known as the dynastic period. Now, also, let me highlight this as well. The ancient god known as Heru. Now, many ones would argue
that Heru is actually Ra, which I personally am of the opinion that the falcon head gods all are the same, but under a different expression. That's all. If you study Islam, they have 99 attributes of Allah. So you have 99 names that Allah has, 99 attributes, but it's only one Allah. It's the very same thing here. So in other words, you're not looking at many gods, you're just looking at different expression of the one God. Even the concept of the Father and the Son and all that is the one God, you know, different expression. So it's the same thing here. Remember that the archaeologists just began to discover this. This is not a well taken care of hand-me-down. Yes, it has been hand-me-down and we can see it still there, fresh that we can read it. But we had to rediscover this stuff. People were digging a lot of this out of the sand. And then they obviously went and put them in their museum for quote unquote safekeeping. Okay? Some of us, we just learn in this language here. Many of the knowledge that we have of this, we read it from the same thieves and archaeologists that went and documented it for us. Give thanks for our scholars that had to come and do their own research and take people back to Egypt and back to Kemet and study the hieroglyphs for themselves. Even those that are doing archaeological work as we speak on the ground right now. So you have to understand and be able to chronicle our experience when it comes to this knowledge here. So in a sense, a lot of us, we are still learning and unraveling. So it's easy for us who just start to learn to read this, to confuse Ra and Heru and say Ra is Heru or Ra is not Heru. But as I'm saying, family, when you really look at it on the real scientific level and not on the sheer literal level, you will understand the difference and see where the concept of Heru is Ra. This is Heru in the form of Ra. Remember, you have different Ra's here. Yeah, Kepara is a Ra. That's the dung beetle with the sun. Hathor has the sun between her horns. So if the sun represents Ra, that means anywhere the sun is Ra. When the sun is on the ram becomes Amun Ra. Without the sun on the head of the ram, it's just Amun. But the sun also goes on Canoe as well. So you have to understand the sun does go on Sekhmet as well. So and the sun don't go everywhere. I never see the sun on Osiris's head. This is a deep science. So wherever you see the sun, you have Ra. So this is the sun on Horus or Heru. It is Ra. That is why the falcon head god Ra is the same Heru with the sun. That's really what it is. Now, so when you look at this now, this is Ra. You must be able to distinguish too. I mean, as I said, it's the same Heru, but it's Ra. Because the sun, you see the sun on his head here. This is Heru here, fulfilling this task. And then now, this is Sokar. So wow, this is Sokar. And Sokar here as well. And these are different falcon head gods. I'm showing you all of this for a reason. Not just teach, it's a good lesson as well, but it's fitting into the subject tonight. Good. All right, fair enough. What you're looking at here is a combination of three deities. You're looking at Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. So that's Osiris, Sokar, and Ptah combined into one God. See them here? The three of them combined into one God. So the concept of a trinity, because I always hear one saying, oh, in Egypt, the trinity is a mother, father, and son. I agree with that. I could never agree with that. In the heavens, the trinity is a mother, father, and a son too. And that's the oldest book. But 180 degree from the mother, father, and son in the heavens, 180 degrees precisely, there's the trinity of the three male beings, the prophet, priest, and king. Just like Israel ever have a king, Israel ever have a priest? Israel ever have a prophet? I not running from that. And if it's ancient Kemet we're talking about, well, look at here. The 3-in-1 is seen as 3 male beings in one character to make the Ptah, Sokar, Asar. That's the name specifically of the deity. Very good. All right. So you get an understanding here again that when you look on the glyphs, you can't just look at everything with a falcon head and say, oh, that's Horus there. No, you see Sokar. Sokar is usually seen mummified, but not all the time. And sometimes you see Sokar without anything on top of its head. So you, outside of reading the name, you must be able to figure out and identify the character. But you see, the name is just a different expression of the same being, because the same Horus is called Raharakate. Raharakate is still different than the Ra. You know, and you got Horus the blind, Horus the one eye, Horus the elder, Horus the young one. You have different Horus of Edfu. You have different levels of the Heru. But because they have the name Horus, one will say, oh yeah, this is Horus. But then Sokar is the next type of Horus, but just that the Hor is not seen in the name, but we just think it's somebody else. Follow me good, man, Rastafari. All right, good. Very good. I hope you're with me. Now you see, because you see the Horus character. Horus older than Osiris, eh? Oh, how Horus can be older than Osiris, and Horus is the son of Osiris. Yeah, Horus is older than Osiris. In fact, there's something I'm looking for here. I didn't put it in the slide, but I'm going to get to it right now. Let me show this to you. All right, just pardon me here. Now look at this. If you look at this, right? Now, this is Atumra. And follow me good, eh? According to the story, Atumra and Mut, I don't know why they don't put Mut here, but anyway, Atumra and Mut brought forth Shu and Tefnut. Follow this good. So Shu and Tefnut, the air and moisture, had 2 children, which is Geb and Nut, the earth and the sky. Geb and Nut. All right, that's the story that we know. Fair enough. And then Geb and Nut had Nephthys, Osiris or Asar, Isis or Aset, and Seth. All right. And then Osiris now had Anubis with Nephthys and had Horus with Isis. Good. Now, Seth and Horus, both of these gods, as I just showed you, and that's why I showed you what I showed. Seth and Horus, both of these gods, are older than the story. Follow me good, eh? Seth is older than the story here. The same story that said Seth is the son of Nut and Geb. It doesn't mean that may not be so, but because you have to understand what Nut and Geb represent. They actually represent the elements of creation, the earth and the heavens and everything that bring forth life. So it doesn't put a damper on Seth. In fact, it makes Seth look like one of the first created beings, because Nut and Geb are really, again, the earth and the sky. Of course, you know, life come out of the earth, etc., etc. And then Shu and Tefnut, really the air and the moisture specifically, which represent, you know, the elements that create all things coming out of the black hole. Good. But I'm just trying to show you now that we may look at this very literal. And then now Seth becomes Osiris' brother, and Horus becomes Seth's nephew, and all of that kind of funny jazz there. And that is what plays with the mind, because I'm showing you Heru and Seth, and to a certain degree, Anubis is older than everything going on here, even Osiris. Even Osiris. Osiris may be seen as the chief god, yes, which that doesn't mean he is not. But remember, that Osiris is the father of both Anubis and Heru. But Anubis and Heru can be considered older than Osiris. Eh? All right, good. I so happy that you're here. I hope you're understanding everything that I'm saying here. All right. Now, let's keep it close, family. Let's get to what we're talking about tonight. So, Kente Amente, I say Kente Amente, pronounced different ways. So it has it here, Kente Amente, or Kente Amentue. But anyway, Kente Amente was an Egyptian god of the necropolis of Abydos. It is thought that his temple at Abydos, founded in the late pre-dynastic period, was the first to be built there. The sun set died in the west and rose reborn in the east, so the name, which means for or most of the Westerners, refers to the dead. All right, it goes on here to say, not a geographical location. He was depicted as a man swathed in bandages, like the mummiform Osiris wearing the crown of Upper or Southern Egypt. All right, let us go through this one here quickly as well. This says, Kente Mente, and many other spelling, is the divine name or title form of the ancient Egyptian mythology. It means foremost of the Westerners, chief of the Westerners, where the Westerners referred to the dead. Kente Mente was the name of a jackal-headed deity Yes, family, Hotep, Salamta. Blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence with us in the tiger's nest. Of course, you know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I, in all good doings and sayings. And let me say we had a wonderful presentation this Sunday, the Sunday pass in the Tiger's Temple. One Ras Iser was with us. We had a beautiful sit down, a beautiful vibration. We went into most things Septuagint, but of course we covered many aspects of history. And I must say, I'm looking forward to definitely sitting with the brother again sometime in the Tiger's Temple. Of Kwame also accompanied him, and they both really brought forward a wonderful presentation. But of course, I'm looking forward to your presence this Sunday in the Tiger's Temple, as I will be giving an online lecture this Sunday, and I will tell you a bit more of the subject area in a few moments. But I want to highlight our Tiger's Nest sweatshirts once again, family. To all the loved ones, definitely newly designed Tiger's Nest sweatshirts designed by the Honorable Prince Almasi for sure. Definitely coming straight out of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Let me just bless up the brethren Michael Duang, and give thanks for such strength cutting and clearing, you know. Of course, you see the different colors. This one is my more favorite of such. But let me just show the family. Remember, those of you who are interested in the international homeschool program for your young ones or for yourself, for sure, remember, for a limited time, when you order the international homeschool program, or when you enroll your young ones in our international homeschool program, you will get a free t-shirt. I am the best, and I deserve the best, and only the best is coming to me now. And that is our mantra here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. So those of you who are already in our homeschool program, you know, that is how we end every class. We have to say that with glee, and all the youths repeat it with us. Oh, I am the best. So when you have your I am the best shirt, of course, it definitely would add it to the whole experience. So for a very limited time, family, keep this in mind. When you enroll yourself in the International Homeschool Program, or you enroll your young ones specifically, for a limited time, you will definitely get shipped to you. No charge for the shipping, nothing, everything. It just comes straight to your door. And the only thing you have to do is tell us the size and exactly which design you want. So you can make the little one come and say which design, go on the website, see which design that they desire, and then for sure, we will definitely ship it to you. Once you have enrolled in the International Homeschool Program, remember, of course, we're dealing with African history and heritage. Of course, we're dealing with our astronomy. Of course, we're dealing with biology and many other things, language arts, even physical exercise. We're dealing with all of that as it relates to teaching your young ones yoga. And speaking of young ones, isn't it cute? Yeah, definitely for the young ones. But anyway, let us get to the mission. So you know what to do, right? Just contact us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Let us know that you like to get some more information. If this is the first time you're hearing about the somehow, well, that could be. You may be just tuning in for the first time. Just contact us. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Contact us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. You could also call or WhatsApp us as well, and we can send you a free preview, free of charge, of what the International Homeschool Program is all about. You ain't got to pay for it, and you can sit and watch it. And I'm sure you would definitely delight in what you see, and then you make the decision after that. So anyway, as I said, Sunday in the temple, we had Ras Isern with us, and we had a beautiful sit down as we went into Septuagint and all things Septuagint specifically. And it was definitely a joy, an upful meditation that was kept with the good brother. And we went into history on a different level, something that anyone that is serious about history, whether you agree with the end result and the moral of the story and all of that, but the point is that the facts that were laid down definitely uplifting to myself for sure. So I'm going to give you a little bit of that, a little bit of the reasoning of Ras Isern. But let me ask you before I go to Ras Isern. So who is this? I know ones might even look at it and say, "Oh yes, that's Anubis." Yes. Okay. This specifically is not Anubis, the great Anpu. Have you ever heard of Kente Amenti? Okay, this is not Kente Amenti neither. Some ones may even confuse that with Kente Amenti. We are speaking of Wet. So this Sunday, in the beginning, specifically speaking about, listen to this, Kente Amenti, Wet, and Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Family, I don't know how I can begin to explain this, but the lecture that we're going to have on Sunday in the Tigers Temple specifically, you understand? So this Sunday, I would not be having any guests. No guest speaker, no roundtable discussion. It is your good brother giving a specific online lecture. So I can tell you, you can prepare yourself for something I am positive that you're looking for. This is not a replay of the night of the Black Tiger. In fact, you should look at the night of the Black Tiger before we come into the temple this Sunday. This is a real temple. Them kind of temple here is when everybody should be in the temple. And let me show you this. If you do not have a copy of the Night of the Black Tiger, do you know what the Night of the Black Tiger is? That is our third DVD
full-length documentary, The Night of the Black Tiger. You could get it via the email, e-video, The Night of the Black Tiger. To be honest, one of the more outstanding of our documentaries that we have done. And for sure, and it's very child-friendly. Graphics, music, everything keeps you alive. 1 hour and 15 minutes packed with knowledge and mystics as it relates to Marcus Messiah Garvey. Trust me. So if you do not have a copy of that site, please IsaacInstitute.com, and you could purchase a copy of The Night of the Black Tiger. Listen to me good. It is only $20. It is only $20. If you purchase, you need to make a note of all these deals and giveaways that we're telling you. The Night of the Black Tiger, before the temple on Sunday, you will get a full month pass to the temple. So even if you already have a full month pass, which some of you already have a full month's pass to the temple, it's okay, you'll get a next full month pass. Night of the Black Tiger. As I say, the Night of the Black Tiger, you go straight to our website. Do I have to show you that? I don't think so. You just put in the link, and of course the links are in the description below this video, and then you go to shop. And if you have any complications, just email us, PriestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. You should watch The Night of the Black Tiger before you come into the Tiger's Temple this Sunday and sit in for this lecture that we're going to give. Trust me. But anyway, we are going to be talking about Kente Amenti, Messiah God. And of course, as I just showed you, a character there that many people would say is Abyss, and Anpu, which is called Wet Wawek, you know, which is Amenti, which is said to obviously have some connection, it would appear, to Anubis. That is why people would look at the picture, look at the figurines, and right away they say, oh yes, that's the one they call Anubis. Yeah, let me just read something for you from ancientegyptonline.co.uk. Talking about Kente Amenti. It is pronounced differently in certain parts and spelled differently. Sometimes you see it spelled with a Y, you know, it's the same, Kente Amenti. So Kente Amenti was an Egyptian god of the necropolis at Abydos. It was thought that his temple at Abydos, founded in the late pre-dynastic period, was the first to be built there. Now listen to this. This character here, Kente Amenti, is considered to obviously be one of the oldest understandings, because his temple built at Abydos is considered to be the oldest of the temples there in Abydos. Now that's Kente Amenti, was founded in the late pre-dynastic period. Pre-dynastic period. That means before the dynastic period. What's the dynastic period? You know about the first dynasty in Egypt with Nama and the same Menes, and the second dynasty, the third dynasty, the fourth dynasty. So you will know of all the great kings, the pyramid kings, Khufu, and even before him, and the Zoja, and these different ones. So even prior to that dynastic period there that we know of in the history book, there was a period prior to that, because Nama united Kemet, isn't it? So that something was going on before that. So in that dynastic time, when you had the Hor kings, H-O-R, the Horus kings. This is deep, eh? Trust me, Sunday we're going deep, deep, deep. Just believe it. I ain't gonna tell you that. And we ain't going deep. Trust me, you know me. I'm not, listen, fam, with all the respect and love, I would never come and tell you we're going deep, 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 unless we're going deep, deep, deep. Don't you see? I'm telling you, you should watch The Night of the Black Tiger before you step into the temple. So you should order it. So because I know where we're going, and because of where we're going, you know, things that you see on the night, it would be good that you cover that already. And that alone is mystic within itself, because we're going double mystic for this one here. This is something else. Oh, I'm looking forward to Sunday. Trust me. Yeah, family. So I'm talking about, remember Heru or Hor? You know, remember Heru? People debate that. But I'm telling you, Heru is Ra, the same Sokor. We've already explained that, and we'll touch upon that on Sunday too. But you have a series of kings that they call the Hor kings. Let me continue and read this. I know some of you making mockery of that one there. The sunset died in the west, and the rose was reborn in the east. So the name, which means the foremost of the Westerners, refer to the dead, not the geographical location. As I said previous night on the Tiger's Nest on Radio Anu, this author here is saying the name foremost of the Westerner, because that's what Kente Amente means, the foremost of the Westerners. He's saying that that means, or the author is saying that that means not a geographical location, but a philosophy as it relates to the dead. Now, as a philosophy as it relates to the dead and the underworld, that may be so. In fact, I can rock with that, but that doesn't take away of it referring to a geographical location. The foremost of the Westerners. Yeah, remember this thing is multifaceted. This doesn't necessarily just have one meaning and then that's it, and it doesn't mean anything else. Yeah, so it says here, he was depicted as a man swathed in bandages like the mummy-formed Osiris wearing the crown of Upper Southern Egypt. He is referred to in the Nafils of Den and was often mentioned during the Old Kingdom. So the Old Kingdom now, which is going into the first and the second and the third dynastic period. Can you imagine this? So this is one of the oldest known gods that they have. One of the first gods that we really know about, but we don't really talk about him. Kente Amente, very important. And he's seen in the seals of the necropolis of Den, and Den now is an ancient Hor king. He's called Hor Den. This is the seal of Den specifically. So you can see from an ancient time, you know, mention is made. He's also highlighted in the Kwa'a Stela. We will get into all of that when we come together on Sunday. The Kwa'a Stela, Kwa'a is one of the first dynastic kings, but that's still very old. I think he came very close to the end of the line of the first dynastic kings. And this one is from Kwa'a. It's specifically one of the ancient ones. All right, this is very important, family. So when we go into Kente Amente now, which obviously is a mystic vibration, let me just read this off for you. I want to get the brother Iser into. However, as time progressed, his position as the guardian of the Abydos necropolis and his role as the deity representing the dead king was absorbed by Osiris. You see, after a time, Osiris then came on the scene. Family, Sunday is the key. Sunday in the temple. All right. And his funerary role was to some degree absorbed
by Anubis. By who? By Anubis. Okay. His later appearances are largely as to combine the deity Asir, Kente, Amente. So Kente Amente may have himself replaced an older god. What? I mean, remember, Kente Mente is pre-dynastic, you know. Kings that enough people never hear about. Kwa, which is first dynastic. Then, pre-dynastic. Or then, Kente Amente is them man deity. But Kente Amente may have replaced an older god. Wet Wawet, the opener of the ways. What is he? The opener of the ways, who was also syncretized with Osiris. All these gods come together into one person. And when you tell them 3 and 1 and 1 and 3, they have a big problem, but they're comedic though. Yeah, they infuse with each other. Wow, beautiful. So anyway, I'm telling you, family, I think Sunday again, looking forward to your presence in the Tigers Temple. Remember, the Tigers Temple is not something that you will be seeing on the YouTube, Facebook, or anything like that, for sure. And not only maybe like what I'm going to do in a few moments, I'm going to give you a few highlights of the interview. Well, more like a reasoning that I did with the great Ras Isern. And basically, as I said, the contribution to come into the temple is only $10. If you come in on the day, that is $20. But brother, you can put sister, you can put an extra 5 on that, and you have a whole month pass. But hear this: if you order the Night of the Black Tiger, the DVD documentary, you following me, before Sunday, or definitely, you know, I should make it even before Sunday, you know, because you need to take it in. You should order it tonight, soak it in, watch it several times. If you're serious about not just knowledge, but you can prove things through the mystic too. It's the mystic we thrive on. That is what's going to be blowing up the place on Sunday. So looking forward to your presence. So remember, you get the Night of the Black Tiger, a full month in the Tiger's Temple, obviously beginning with Kente Amente and Marcus Garvey.
Side.
Rasai, sir.
Besides, see the icon to have a dual nature. Now, I'm going to tell you why them argue about this dual nature. I argue for this dual nature, which is the Roman Catholic side of things.
Mm.
You see, the popes and them then claim vicarship of the Christ, meaning all that the Christ own, them control. It is said that the Christ is God in flesh. You understand? So they wanted the theology to have that concept, that they will get to be God and man.
Yeah, man.
So they were arguing for the dual nature, theologically, for that purpose. Arius and say, well, listen, we recognize a divine nature in this icon, but not a human nature. You understand? That philosophy they develop, they argue over this thing here for hundreds of years, literally, theologically, generation after generation like this. You understand?
Yes, I.
Now, they may have when them build the Constantinople, where them build now the first Christian church in Hagia Sophia, this church they call Hagia Sophia. They have two different realms ruling in there.
Turkey.
Right? Because one of them rule over the east, which are the Orthodox, of which Ethiopia, Syria, and Egypt and so on are part of. And you had another bishop, the name evade me a little bit now. I really can't forget into this area information. But they had two different bishops that rule inside Constantinople. One is Patriarch of Constantinople, and the other one carry a different label that give him authority over the western side of the realms, because the empire had an eastern side and a western side at that time. Now the Jews and them, what happened? The Jews and them, you would have to get into the works of a man called Nana Banchi Dakwa in the book entitled The African Who Wrote the Bible, right? Because in that book now, it shows you a lot of scholarly information suggesting that the Jewish people did not create the writing that they were claiming in all these Torah and all these different books that they were carrying around. You understand? In that book, using linguistic investigation into the scripture, Nana Banchi Dakwa, who is a Akan brethren, trace back these names into Akan. Now his theory is this, that the civilization in Egypt were made up of Africans from the interior. One what do you call it? One melting pot, if you like, of the different excellence of the African culture from the interior. People were specialized in these sacred writing, these holy script, and so on and so forth. And people who produce these writing, and in this book, it produced the evidence, the linguistic evidence to prove that the Jews and them weren't responsible for the writing. What the Jews have done, and you have Rasquama in, right?
Okay.
Okay, respect. Well, all right, Lyman, continue.
Yes, my lord. So the king will present with you?
Yeah, well,
of course.
Somebody said, we did research together.
All right,
you understand? So
you can come in when you pass it.
Yeah. So, the
yes,
Jews...
my lord, give thanks. Give thanks, CDI, long time.
Yeah. Yes, I.
True.
So why I say with Nana Banchi, right? They found out that the Jews and them weren't responsible for the writing. But what they did, however, getting themselves exposed to these theosophical ideas that the Egyptian already had captured in their writing, which, by the way, during the time of the Greek occupation, got transposed into the Greek language. All these theosophical ideas that were in Egyptian hieroglyphs and them someday, up until the Roman took over from the Greeks, this information got into that writing. So the information was in Greek. You understand? So these Jews got their hand on manuscript during the fall of Egypt and were able to extract the theosophical ideas. And what they did, they used the Yiddish language, right? And compile that together with Old French and create what we know today to be the Hebrew language. And they put the information in that language.
I didn't even mention this, I was just giving you a bit of it, but that was a key point. We came back to that later down in the whole reasoning, but well, as you may see here, this is like a 2-hour reasoning we had that evening. Very beautiful, I know let's just be straight. Some ones will be listening and, boy, them man, Oh, hear them man. Them man are believing in the Bible there. Here we said, look, well, I mean, that's why I say we have to be a little more mature in our how we perceive things and how we gather information. Even if you're correct that them man didn't believe in no Bible, trust me, you sit down and listen to the whole vibration. You see, it's not because someone is talking, I mean, you gotta believe everything they say and agree with everything they say. We gotta be a bit more mature. The level of the reasoning, Rastafari, that the brethren brought to the temple the other night is well appreciated. So what the brother is saying here now, the Hebrew that you know today, and I think I also asked him about, okay, well, what about the ancient Hebrew? Because, you know, ones that really study the ancient Hebrew, I think is the Paleo Hebrew, they would call it. They don't align the modern day Hebrew with that ancient Hebrew. But what Ras Eisern is saying now, they took the Yiddish, and interesting that the Yiddish people are the same Hebrews today, but he's saying at that time, they took the Yiddish language, this is just a few hundred years ago, relatively speaking, and mixed it with some old French. So French is older than Hebrew. And what you call Hebrew today, this is what the Ras is saying, so listen good.
Up until the Roman took over from the Greeks, this information got into that writing. So the information was in Greek. You understand? Mm-hmm. So these Jews got their hand on manuscript during the fall. Greek. The Egyptian already had captured in their writing. Their writing, which, by the way, during the time of the Greek occupation, got transposed into the Greek language. You understand? Mm-hmm. So these Jews got their hand on manuscript during the fall of Egypt. Mm-hmm. And were able to extract the theosophical ideas. And what they did, they used the Yiddish language, right? And compile that together with Old French and create what we know today to be the Hebrew language. And they put the information in that language. So during the time of the Roman Empire, the reason why they were getting persecuted, because as His Majesty said, one, in earth really is for the mind of men. And because the Jew and them, mina spread them seeing through literacy. Because people don't understand people. Shlomo San, a Jewish professor, wrote a book, and I'm going to say the title, and that tells the story. The invention of a people called Jews. Right. You understand?
Talk speaks for itself.
So, yeah. So they really were an invention. They create that language. You understand? And they start to spread that religious culture. When we hear about Jews today, we think like a bloodline of people are a special race or breed of people. According to this chosen people story in the Bible, that's the way we think about it. But the Jews, a Jew was really anybody that subscribed to the religion of Judaism.
Yeah.
The people that we know now that identify themselves ethnically as Jews are people who converted into Judaism. And then after a family in a Judaism and then breed up and then pick me in the tradition, then it become this ethnicity, so to speak. But this thing actually started up with Solomon Bar Isaac called Rashi. You have to look him up.
Yeah, man, I don't remember from day one you tell me about
no man. Yeah, man, no man is a Jew.
I don't do my
No man is a Jew. Sorry. No man is a Jew unless he go through the works of Rashi. Rashi is the one that wrote the protocol for the religion called Judaism. Now, what Judaism is do now, since them a convert, when you go into their fold, because they start out as what we call rabbinical Judaism, which are one set of guys who have these writing and so on, where they extract, you understand, and transpose into this language that they create between Yiddish and Old French. So they start out like that, then these rabbis now start to teach. So a literacy process starts during a time that the whole of Europe, except for nobles and people in the higher ups, been completely illiterate. So the Jews and them may be able to conversion for building numbers and bring themselves into a people. You see? That's what actually happened there.
Because of conversion.
Think about this, Now I'm going to go, and then because I will connect now with my question surrounding, with that in the backdrop, I will go straight to my question surrounding this idea of 72 scholars get called down from, I suppose, up in Israel as Jewish scholars.
Yes.
To come down in Egypt at the Library of Alexandria to translate, to create the Septuagint translated out of a Hebrew Bible. Correct?
Yes, family, and this is why I say you have to definitely come into the temple, I mean, I can't give you the fullness of this evening. I promise you, I'll give you a touch of it some other time, a little more, especially coming up close to Sunday, for sure. And remember, you could get a copy of the encounter itself, the whole video. It's there. You can get a copy of it. Once you contact us, you can get a copy of that video. But man, you need to come into the temple. When you're in the temple, man, and you really see the sparks flying. That was a nice sit down. Whether you agree or disagree, definitely, you could see it was energetic. You could see, all right, there's some fireworks were going on there. It was beautiful, family, definitely. So, but this Sunday in the Tigers Temple, for sure, remember, we are going into some serious high science. Yeah, some metaphysics, some esoterics. More than metaphysics, esoterics we're going into, family. Marcus Messiah Garvey, Kente Mente, Wep Wawet. That's what we are talking about. So, we ain't questioning, we ain't playing angel's advocate. We're not trying to figure out, we're going to be showing you, listen, this is how it's done. Straight off. I'm just being straight. You know how it is. That's what Rakim says. This is how it should be done. This style is identical to nothing. I wonder if some of you know them kind of melodies there. So for sure, family, let me repeat. The temple on Sunday, there's a contribution, and it's only $10. There's a contribution, and it's only $10. You get that? All right. Now hear this. Of course, if you're gonna come in on a day and you make your purchase on the day, it will be $20. You just put an extra $5 on that. Temple. But we have a DVD documentary that you could order via the website. In fact, you can email us or call us, and you can order it that way too. The Night of the Black Tiger. Some of you have it. I know most of you would have seen clip it on these videos, but you need to watch the whole. If you're a person that's not only serious about knowledge, because we're not saying like, we have all the knowledge, but I know for sure that we have a mystic link to the information that we bring to you. Breaking it down and unraveling it, family. That's what I'm talking about, unraveling it. I'm not competing with nobody, because to be very honest, they know too much, heavy unravelers. Show you on Sunday. The fact that you hear me stressing it, just believe your mother. gonna be busting up the heavens and showing you really what's going on as it relates to Kente Amente and Marcus Messiah Garvey. So I would love you to see the Night of the Black Tiger before Sunday, to the point that if you don't have it and you order it before Sunday, I should say, before the Sabbath. We're changing that to the Sabbath. So all my technicians, we're changing that to the Sabbath. They got to order it before the Sabbath they come in, which is the end of Friday. Yeah, so you can watch it properly. We're not in the rush thing. So if you order it before the end of the Sabbath, any complications, just talk to me. We have understanding. If you order it before the beginning of the Sabbath party, before the Sabbath begins, that's the end of Friday, you will definitely get a whole month's pass into the Tiger's Temple. So yeah, definitely that is a must for you to see the Night of the Black Tiger coming into the online webinar. It's like a webinar we're having in the Tiger's Temple. I will be doing the presenting this Sunday. I will be, let's say, the main what do you say, the person we all been waiting for, the main attraction for the evening. I am very thankful for that. So looking forward to that. Remember, family, that you could definitely get your I Am the Best shirts. Even if you're not a part of the International Homeschool Program, you could definitely have T-shirts, make people read it. I'm the best, and I deserve the best, and only the best. Good stuff. So I'm looking forward for you. But remember, you get the shirt for free when you enroll in the International Homeschool. I mean, doesn't that sound good to you? It sounds wonderful to me, if you ask me. So family, thanks for the moment. We give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. We give thanks for all great joy. And as I said, looking forward to touching base with you. Looking forward to the Tiger's Temple on Sunday. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Oh, royal family, blessed love. Of course, we give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. All is well with you and yours. Of course, you're definitely in the Tiger's Nest. Yes, this is the visual version of the Tiger's Nest. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Wonderful evening, giving thanks for life. I wanted to continue the discussion that I had the other evening as it relates to not just Empress Menen worthy of praise, but just the concept of the woman in general, even in the whole Godhead science. Now, this is something that has come up from time to time. And of course, there are those that will tell you, well, listen, God is a woman, because all of us came from a woman, which I would agree. But all of us still had to come from a man too. We may not have come out of the man, but it is the man and the woman that both contributed to make us. So I ain't gonna lean on no one side as if, I've been so hurt by patriarchy that I'm gonna just turn flat off. It's not a balance. It's balance we deal with. We deal with Gemini. We deal with the male and the female balance. But I want to highlight a few things this evening that I didn't highlight in that previous program there. Plus, of course, the real program was done on radio and the Tiger's Nest radio program. Remember, the Tiger's Nest comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 7 p.m. sharp. And if you cannot get to the Tiger's Nest can come straight to you. How do you do that? All you got to do specifically is contact us, and you will definitely ask us to be a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest, and we will definitely oblige you as we go on. In fact, let me just remind you of this, family. This weekend, as it's called, is really a weekend, I know some people like to say strong end, but it's a weekend because the week is coming to an end. The week has ended, you understand? Yes, for sure. This will be the sealing up of the special offer that we had. We still have it up to now, but for sure coming to this weekend, it's going to come to an end. And the special offer was, or is, because it's still going on, that when you order any of the international homeschool programs, you have the biology, you have the African history and heritage and astronomy. You know, when you order the full program, you get one of these beautiful shirts for the young ones that you are enrolling into the program. And even if it's not the young ones and it's the older ones enrolling into the program, it's all right. We have the shirt in your size as well. So for sure, family, as you know, for some time now, we have been offering, when you order the international homeschool program, you get your copy, not copy, you definitely get your t-shirt, the I am the best t-shirt, as you can see, as it has on it our motto, I am the best and I deserve the best, and only the best is coming to me now. And remember, that is free of cost, and even down to the shipping comes straight to you. So definitely, family, that whole blessing day is now coming to a seal up at the end of this weekend here. So this is the best to be a part of that. Wonderful. Yes, and let me just also remind those of you here in Antigua, as you know, the summer solstice experience is definitely on. And this Sunday, we are going to have the beautiful sunset hike. We had a wonderful hike yesterday with visitors that came in from London. That was yesterday. We had a wonderful hike up the Greencastle Hill. And then we will be returning now on Sunday. I know this says 4:30, family here in Antigua, but we will be gathering at 3:30. Let me repeat that. Although you see 4:30 here, that's just a little mistake. Pardon me for that. We will be gathering at 3:30 p.m. As I said, Greencastle Hill hike. That is Sunday, the 19th of June, the sunset hike. We'll be meeting at the Ebenezer gas station. Wonderful vibration. And then the Tuesday, the 21st, that will be the sunrise yoga hike. Oh man, everyone seems to be interested in that one there. And we'll be gathering at 5 a.m. at the same spot, the Ebenezer gas station. And for those of you who are here in Antigua, remember, for the sunrise hike, we are definitely requiring you to contact us prior to preserve your spot, to register for that one, since it's that early. And of course, we would not be hanging around waiting for anyone. We want to know that you will be there. Of course, there's a grace period that we give for those who will be coming on this Sunday. So yes, Sunday the 19th, Tuesday the 21st, sunset hike. We gather at 3:30 the Sunday, not 4:30 again, and Tuesday morning, we gather at 5. Of course, you don't know what to do. You know, if you need more information, you just contact us. The website, you don't know, the email, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. That's Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. I do have another poster. That one would have the information. I don't know the information itself. So make sure you're front and center. All right. And definitely, family, even in this time, we are encouraging you to look into Megalith Investment Group. Now, this is actually the investment wing of Rastafari Experience Antigua. And I'm telling you, family, for sure, we need to be economically strong and definitely moving on a different level. We are definitely in the best hands with Megalith Investment Group, where we definitely have different avenues to invest. All you got to do is just contact us, as you can see right here on flyer. Great returns between 10 and 20%. I don't know where else you go. It returns between 10 and 20% in a very short time. And definitely Anyone who's serious, I mean, people have the money in the bank gaining 1% and 2% per annum. Every year, for a year, you getting 2%, whatever amount you have in the bank. Yeah? Yes, this is an investment group, so you can, but for sure in the investment world, you're getting about 8% or even 10%. Wow, you're doing good. And we're giving great returns between 10 and 20% in a very short period of time. And as you would know, we do have a track record. Rastafari, Experience, Antigua, and of course, trustworthy and transparent. So I'm just encouraging you to contact us, and you can set up a consultation, and definitely we will give you more information on that. And a good 15, half an hour consult and reason about your investment. You know, whatever it is you're investing, we'll show you exactly how it will come forward to you. As I said, fully transparent. We carry you through the whole process while we're going through the process. And man, there's so many different goodies and prizes and surprises we have for you once you definitely partner with us. So just contact us, email us or call us. All the information is right there. We can send you much more information as it relates to this. This is where it's at, family. Let me just tell you that. This is where it's at. Eh? All right, take it from me. We can send you much more information. And as I said, we can set up a one-on-one consultation or with you and your group and your business and show you how you can definitely get the most for your dollar investing in Megalith Investment Group. All right, family, straight up. So you see, as I said, this is a serious time. Eh? It's not about just bouncing your gum and grinning and skinning, but it's a very, very, very serious time. You know about a strong ago? No, it wasn't a strong ago. It was just Monday. You know, I did a program there on a few brethrens that were talking about specifically Empress Menen. And the brothers, them, for some reason, they didn't believe that was worthy of praise. Let's put it that way. In other words, the sort of ranks that an individual would give to Emperor Haile Selassie I, you know, they just didn't seem right that you'd be balancing off Empress Menen there with the king. All right. Now, I mean, I think we're all created equally in the sight of the Most High, but we have different ranks, you understand? And for sure, with all understanding, nobody can tell me that the emperor is not the highest, as the 87th Psalm says, the highest himself. But if there's a natural balance of male and female, that means the highest himself must have a herself as well. On them highest region, it only makes sense to me. Now, amongst the male and female, they have their own position. Any real woman, any real conscious woman will tell you that her kingman is her captain and the ruler of the household. I don't care. You saying something else, you must be looking to go in one of them pride marches there. You understand? But that's our ancient Afrocentricity. We ain't getting European now with no madness. That's our ancient Afrocentricity, you know, but it's always a balance. It is always a balance. If the mother is the first teacher to the child, the man don't have to feel no way. The mother is the first teacher to the child. That doesn't take away anything from the man being the man. Everyone just has their role. But that doesn't mean one is greater now or the woman is the greatest teacher because she is the first teacher of the child. And the man is supreme because he's the one that captained the ship. I'm sure any real captain definitely have to talk to the vice captain and say, hey, you think we're going good? You think we're going right? Take over the ship for the night. Let me see how you steer it. That's how the thing works. So when it comes to the sacredness of or the divine nature then of Haile Selassie I. And what I was looking at is just the relationship of Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen, because you got to keep in mind what the brothers were saying. One of the main points that they were kicking out is that Empress Menen gave up her crown, and that she, when the war was going on with Mussolini, she promised that she would give her crown to the church if they won the war, and they won the war, and she gave her crown to the church. And the brothers were saying, well, the king made her a next crown. She still didn't wear that crown. But as I said, this picture that we're looking at here with the king on his crown, that's about it. After that day, you don't see the king with the crown. I mean, if you have a special picture, remember it was a 7-day celebration. There's this other picture where he's standing, I think, in one of the rooms after the coronation in the full regalia. That may be the very day, or it may be the day after, or somewhere even in the 7-day celebration day. But let's just be honest. We know that after this period of coronation, you don't see the emperor with his crown. I don't know if you can pull up one of them pictures. I would like to see it, with the emperor put back on all of this stuff here and put the crown on his head. And I honestly consider that a very humble expression, because the emperor we know is suit and necktie or khaki suit and hard hat and moving through like a military man in much humble fashion, not going on like if, well, look at my crown, I have the most gold and diamonds and all of that stuff. Even if it's the coronation anniversary, the king come to the anniversary in his war fatigue. The king come to the party in his black suit and his tie. Yeah, no heavy robe and no heavy crown. And all of that is very symbolic. That's a symbol of him showing you that, in a sense, he's left that level to come on this level, to balance off and be with us as such. The spirit that dwells within the flesh that we know has crystallized itself in the flesh that we know, basically. And to me, in all symbolism, that expression of his existence amongst us, where he take off the crown and just put it aside and take off all them heavy clothes and put them aside and say, don't worry, I can slew Goliath without all of this armor here. Yeah, I find that as a very high sense of humility. So, when it comes to Empress Menen, to me, to say that somehow we have to step down on giving her praises because she never wear the crown again. But what about the king? What about the emperor? It's the same thing. And that was really one of the premise of my reasoning. And I say one for real because there were other things that was said. There was this comparison made with Empress Zaditu, who, as you know, she was the empress. She was the empress and her husband was not the emperor. And that's an example to use. Because ones were saying that, okay, Queen Elizabeth, well, that was anyway, Queen Elizabeth, her husband, Prince Philip, he's not King Philip, but he is a prince. So what the brothers were saying is that the highlight is really on the queen and not the prince. But that's how it is. Even in the Ethiopian standard, when the woman becomes the empress, her husband don't become the emperor. Zaditu's husband, Gupsa Wele, was like a queen consort. That was his title as such. He didn't become emperor. But when an emperor becomes emperor, his wife just naturally become empress. So obviously you can see now. It's just like when you have marriage. Even if a woman nowadays would keep her maiden name and then attach the marriage name, she still attaches her husband name and her husband name seal it up. As balanced as a woman would want to be, even as balanced as she wants to be, if she married a man, she take the man's name. So that means obviously we still have an understanding. I think we naturally have a mutual understanding of the position of the man. I think that is what some of these elders are afraid they may lose. So they're trying so hard to defend it that they dethroning the woman one time, baby gone out with bath water. I understand because a phrase was brought up, something about feminism in Rastafari. And yeah, they have a lot of that here and there, of course. I even made a mention on my program, you know, the Tiger's Nest, of actions I've seen amongst ones who consider themselves Rass's sisters, or a specific sister who consider herself a Ras. She's quite renowned in South Africa as a rapper. And I mean, as a Ras, I'm not disrespecting her, you know. I'm not disrespecting her. But you see, you have to defend your culture. You have to defend your culture. You can't just come into this culture and totally put aside the rules of Rastafari, right? And when I say totally put aside, even though you have different groups of Rasta, there's certain things that you just don't do. So as a woman, you're a woman. This thing trying to move like a man and jeans and gloves and leather jacket, and yeah, you're a rapper, but hey, you're a Rastafari. Now I'm saying it. I'm not the one to try to run nobody life. Nobody can tell you I trying to tell them do this and do that. But what I'm saying now, in the sacredness of Rastafari, I'm not saying that this sister is, but you can't come into Rasta and tell me that you're queer. It leading there. Hey, I'm not asking you. It leading there. So you can soon see people come and say them is Rast, but you know what I mean, there can be some funny Rast. None of that can go so. And don't tell me it can't happen, because enough things I hear man say can't happen and they happen already. Enough things I hear man say can't happen. And they're happening right now under the nose of them that say it can't happen, and they just allow it and leave it. So you have to defend your culture. You don't have to be tyrannical. You don't have to be disrespectful. You don't have to care who vex with you for saying what you want to say, because the comment I just made, in some of you saying, oh, well, Rasta ain't got no rule, man. The woman can dress how she wants to dress. If she wants anything she wants, she can dress like a man if she wants to. This ain't just about woman and pants, you know. I talking about dressing like totally looking like a little boy. Moving just like how a girl move, like what they call a tomboy when she wants to express her masculinity. That is how the sister, you understand, straight up with no disrespect to her. And this is not about her. It's not about the situation, it's about the principle. Principle I'm talking about. You understand? So it's a culture we have here. It's not an individual thing, it's a culture. And when you come into the culture, we have to show you the culture. You can't bring outside world in the culture, the outside world, and tell me about Pride Month. And no, you cannot do that. But we so slack, we will make that happen. You know, we kind of talk about these European feminist vibes in Rastafari. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. We come face to face with that. We come face to face with that. I know some of your sisters don't like that, because that's where your mind is to become face to face with that. You understand reality. So we ain't overthrowing nobody here. So brethren, we ain't overthrowing no woman, and woman, we ain't overthrowing no man. It's a natural balance. That's how it is. It ain't no matriarchy over patriarchy. I'm not into none of that. It's a natural balance. I started here once arguing about the woman had to be first because all man come out the woman. So, but wait, who you think put the man in the woman and next man? So this thing that man want to be and woman want to fight over, you know, this battle of the sexes in Rastafari. This is why the emperor bringing the empress in the coronation, to show us that it is a balance. It is a balance. Is the emperor get crowned first? It's just a natural, but it's still a balance, not because it is the emperor's coronation and the empress's coronation. Is the both of them get coronated. It's not no one person, but I think we all could understand that the center point here is Emperor Haile Selassie I, without a doubt. Nobody can deny that, without a doubt. You understand reality. So even when the Empress Menen transitioned, the Emperor spoke. I think it was the eulogy itself. And when you hear the Empress speak of the Empress as if there was nothing of impurity that was ever seen in her, you know, as if there was a divine perfection in her. And of course, her works itself shows that. I even highlighted how the Empress would have officiated the opening of a mosque, an Ethiopian monk mosque, you know, monks mosque, male mosque, man mosque. And them Ethiopians strict with their mosque, woman and so can't come in there, not even a woman she can come in their mosque. But when the mosque was open, Empress Menen was the one that officiated the opening of the mosque, not of a church, you know, of a mosque. And I you know, when I read that story first, I found that very deep. I said, wow, especially having an understanding of how the Ethiopians flex with that one day, the monks then around of Deborah Damos, not even a female donkey and so can come up there. So you can see the meditation, but yes, they rally around Empress Menen. When it comes to the opening of the mosque. And you see the sciences now, this picture here is from that exact period, that exact time day, if I'm not mistaken, because the mosque was in, I think it was in Jerusalem, really. Now, you know, what I'm saying here, family, like ones are saying that for whatever reason, that this balance of male and female is something that we get from Egyptian stuff. and imagine in this time you still have Rastafari that side with burning out Egypt. It's obvious that they lack the comprehension really of the science of it. But anyway, I wanted to show you a science. This is not Egypt. I think this one is from Montserrat, the Black Virgin, and then the Black Madonna and Child. Why I'm highlighting this, you know, because we often come down on Christianity for the same thing of leaving the woman out, Christianity and the Bible, etc., etc. Now, it is obvious that in known Christianity, the woman is not in the Godhead. That's for sure. But I always found it interesting that the Roman Church, and of course the other Orthodox churches, but I just highlighted for the moment the Roman Catholic Church, for that is what we knew growing up. I was never a member of that Roman Catholic stuff, but still, you know, growing up in Christianity and all of that. The Virgin Mary didn't really have a part to play. She just was the mother of the Christ figure, but she wasn't. There was nothing special too much about her outside of that. But yet, still in the Catholic world, the Catholic, you know, man, the same church all of these other churches ran away from and broke off from. So their mother church, as we all know, have a very special place for Mary. She made her definitely the mother of God. Them fellas wake up every morning and pray to her, to Mary. Interesting. And this is Roman Catholic I talking. You don't get no more Roman than that. And they wake up in the morning with a little juju bead or whatever they have there, and they pray, Mary, Mother of Grace. And she the one, you have to talk to her. And she carried the praise to her son, and he carried the praise to the big fella, or else your praise don't reach nowhere. Mary, when they all, it may not, and of course we all know that no matter what picture they have in the church, for sure in the cellar, they have the Black Madonna. You understand? All over Europe, Russia. And you see the statue and the portrait of the Black Madonna, the Black Mary. But again, she is venerated. Now, let me show you a little science here. Now, this is the picture of the Last Supper. And we know the Last Supper is when Jesus and his disciples went and they broke bread and they eat and XYZ. And then afterwards, he went and got crucified, the Last Supper. So the painting of Michelangelo, which is showing the Last Supper, this one may have been a little touch-up of it, but basically we know the picture. Most of us who may be over 30, etc., could remember when you were young, you would have that Last Supper picture up in the house. It may be still there up to now. When you see the Christ figure in the middle, and on the left, the 6 disciples. And of course, many ones consider that to be the sun and the 12 zodiac sign. And of course, we can go into that all day long. There's nothing wrong with that. There's reality in that, but don't just get stuck there and think that's exactly what it means. That's all it means. It doesn't mean, that picture just means the sun and the 12 zodiac signs. Okay, I agree. There's that symbolism in it too, but it means a heap more than that. Much more than that. Now, you see, remember this was put down by a Freemason, an arch Freemason himself. You understand? Yeah, all of these artists, Leonardo and Michelangelo, these ones were high-ranking Freemasonry, Masons, pardon, Raphael, Freemasons, you understand? Picasso, Freemasons. Yeah. Now, the mystic here, I'm sure some of you know it, is that this disciple here is Mary Magdalene. Now, remember, you know, this is not an African painting. This is right out of the halls of Europe itself. But when the painting was done, when Leonardo did the painting, it was done in a Masonic way. I'm sure some of you have read the Da Vinci Code, or at least seen the movie. So the first science right away is that everybody believes that these are the 12 fellas around the table. But it's 11 of the fellas and the sister. So where's the other fella gone? Read the story good. It was Judas who left the room before the supper was done. Judas got up and left the room before the supper was done. So Judas done leave the room here. That's why it's 12 of them, 11 fellas and Mary Magdalene, according to the story. And just the whole way she's drawn, look at her posture, how she has her hand, and you can see it's Mary. I don't know who this fella is. We're trying to tell her there, but but there's so many things in these pictures here, or this picture that these Masonic fellas put together. So you would have to go and observe and check the sign. All right. Now, the angle at which it was put together, where Mary Magdalene is at this angle here. Now, when you move her from here, if you were to just Photoshop her out of this picture and put her right between here, she would fit so perfectly. Even this Jesus lookalike here, he will be actually looking at her, and she will be resting her head right on the left shoulder of her Messiah. You see it here? This is on his right, and then when you move her to his left, she's leaning perfectly on his shoulder and actually snug in between him. That's Mary Magdalene. But you see now, if you notice, remember, this is not something that is taught in Christianity. The presence of Mary Magdalene with the Messiah. Yeah, Mary Magdalene comes into the story every now and again, but she's not really portrayed as one of his disciples, like with him, like a companion of him. Remember, the Jesus fella is seen as someone who didn't have no feminine companion, no children, no wife, where other historians will say otherwise. So she now, the Mary Magdalene figure, also in the scripture, once highlight her as the prostitute that came and washed his feet, the one that came with the alabaster box. You comprehend. But Mary of Magdala, I think we all know by now, there's certain scriptures that they took out of the Bible and certain historical opinions that say that they even had a daughter. Thing like that. Yeah, but anyway, not going into all of that speculation. This is not speculation time. This is not speculation here. This is clear that the artist, and you must keep in mind that the artist would not do this by mistake. The artist would not even do this for fun. The artist, obviously, Da Vinci, would have had a clear agenda when, number one, he put a woman in amongst the 12. And if you're not really careful, you would believe that it is one of the fellas. Mary Magdalene, no beard, nothing, looking just like a woman. Listen, if this is one of them fellas there, I tell you, they overdo it. You understand? I know there's the John, the disciple that loved the Lord. This ain't he here. Maybe it's this one here, but this ain't he. That's Mary of Magdala. Well, this one might be Mary Magdalene, but the real black woman that was with the real black Messiah is Mary of Magdala. And Magdala is in Ethiopia, so it is the Miriam from Ethiopia that was the wife of the Christ. And this is why I always highlight when he met the woman from Samaria. That's an ancient allegory there again. Remember, Samaria was one of the wives of God. In Isaiah, I think it is, God had two wives, Jerusalem and Samaria, Aholiah and Aholiab. That was their names, but they were symbolic of Jerusalem and Samaria. So Samaria is one of God's wives, and Jerusalem is the other wife, or one of God's wives. Now, I find it mystic that Christ, who is God in flesh, met this woman at the well, and she was from Samaria. Hold on. The whole idea of him meeting her at the well, what does that mean? Go and check your history, even your biblical history. When an individual meets somebody at the well, it has a lot to do with marriage and union, because you can see the story that even Abraham sent Isaac's servant to the old country to find Isaac a wife. And when the servant came to the well, he told the Lord that, let the wife of my master come to this well and, get some water for me and my animals. So said, so done. Along came Rebekah, the wife of Isaac, and dipped water out of the well for Abraham's servant, so that Abraham's servant could get water and give his camel and whatever else he had with him the water. She was Isaac's wife, found at the well. Jacob came back to the same well. Jacob is Isaac and Rebekah's son. And when Jacob saw his wife, Rachel, he removed the stone from the well. I think the other shepherds would have covered the well. Jacob removed the stone from the well and got water for his wife, his soon-to-be wife. So there we see that these Christ figures, which they are, the Esau, the Isaac, the Jacob, meeting their wives at the well. Moses met his wife at a well, the 7 daughters of Jethro. He met at the well, and he defended them against up mountain, and he gave them water too. So all the Christ figures would have met their wives at a well. So when I see that Christ met the Samaritan, that is showing you that's the symbolism of God and his wife. And remember, it's an allegorical story, very, very layered in symbolism, as King Emmanuel teaches us. So that is showing you now, because remember, God's wife is Samaria. And here we have God in flesh meeting the woman from Samaria by the well. And Sa and Maria are 2 words that really link with water. Sa in that ancient tradition is water, and Maria or Maria is water, Mary. You know, so it's deep. So the whole concept of Christ and the woman, even in the Jesus level of it, it's there, because the main Jesus artist, I don't know if somebody would have arrested them for making it play, but the Jesus artist himself had to, you know, shroud it in mystery, where you now would have to figure out that this is the wife, or the woman at least, of the Jesus. Because remember, that is how these fellas do their artwork, with symbolism, esoteric vibration, you know, in some form of mystic way. And as I said, the geometry is perfect. Remember, he's the artist, he did the drawings, and he knows when you move her from here and just put it in between them 2 fellas here, this one gonna be opening up his arms like, hey, how did you get here? And this one here, whatever he's trying to say. So the whole story changes. And she's here snug, as they say, as a bug in the rug. They're leading up on the Messiah. So I just felt that I would show you even on that level. So it's a real low level of even Christendom that would push the idea of pushing the woman out of the whole scene of any level of consciousness. Yes, we can say the Bible as well. Of course, I myself have done how much program where we highlight some serious things we read in the literal Bible. But you must admit that even when you read the Bible, it speaks of the woman in her God form. I don't mean Ruth and Sarah and no, I mean wisdom. When you read the Ecclesiastics and the Proverbs, wisdom. The wisdom is the woman that was there with God. Wisdom said that she was with God from the beginning, before anyone was formed, you know. So the wisdom is symbolic of the woman, you know, just as you have God as the male, wisdom as the female, and she was right there. It was wisdom that assisted the foundations of creation would stand on the 7 pillars of wisdom. You check it again, the 7 pillars of wisdom. Just as the 7th principle comes up with the 7 churches of Christ. In Revelation, he talks about the 7 churches of Christ. Where in Isaiah talk about 7 women that take hold of 1 man, where a woman represents the church, the 7 churches of Christ, the 7 pillars of wisdom that was there in the beginning with the Most High to create the foundations of the earth. So, you know, Rastafari, you know, I give thanks to King Emmanuel order. You know, trust me, believe me. Because coming into King Emmanuel order, it was clear, at least from the creed and from our service, that Empress Menen was right there sitting next to the king. Every chant, every time we finish a hymn, we have to Alpha and Queen Omega, Father and Mother of creation, plus just listening to King Emmanuel's tapes. When he talk about, you know, some say we come from one. We can't come from one. We have to come from two, Father and Mother of creation. So as Bobo Shanti, no matter what nobody say, people just want to try to stones at us. No matter what nobody say, we've always noticed that the woman's place with the Godhead is definitely secure. You understand? And this is nobody, you know, but you know what I mean? Even as going around now being, you never heard that. No man, remember I in it for a little while and I never hear the now being saying nothing about no woman and no Queen Omega, and that's the honest truth. That's the honest truth. When I go in Bobo camp and see empresses carrying out service, empresses carrying service, empresses, man, vex with you and say, oh, yeah, priest, I have no priestess. You can say what you want. There's empresses, them, they be, they try to belittle them, you know, empresses, we ain't no empress, them is empresses. Check the vibes good, Oh. I mean, we may be empress within ourselves, but you know what it is. We ain't carry the title of emperor, but them is empresses. Carrying out all night now, Bingy. You never see the videos when we march into King's house and the woman them carrying the whole Bingy service. Well, not the whole of it, but when we settle along and brethren Bingy and Bobo beating the drums. So what were you talking about? Empresses rising him and thing. It's only, no disrespect, It's only in the Bingy house I hear man saying the woman shouldn't have nothing to say in here. A man arguing about that. And then around 2000, Mutabaruga came on stage at a conference in Jamaica and let one know that, hey, it's time that we heal the woman. Of course, you know, Muta thinking so long time. And then a lot of ones say, hey, the man right and so and so. But, well, give thanks for the word sound. You know, but I and I have been doing that from such time. So we can't be taking a step back now, brethren. Nah, man, no worry, man. Heal and bless men. If you're not too sure, we'll figure it out later, but heal and bless men, man, because you have to have that balance there. It look right to me. It don't even make sense. That balance must be there, that the motherly figure. And who better than the wife of King Haile Selassie, Empress Menen? Even on her own, she proved herself, her humility, and you know what I mean, just the same thing with the crown. That alone shows you, yeah, man, that's our mother there. You know, the kind of deal, if you want to call it, she make with the universe that she'll give up. That just shows she understands the importance of the crown. But she'll give it up to save her children's life. And even if the mama have on the heavy crown, just like the emperor have on the heavy crown, mama does wear her tihara, them little skinny crown there. Yeah, man, the best men does flex them there too. So I think the elders, them with all love and respect, you know, should check them words sound, to be very, very honest. And I hope it don't sound like I'm the elders at all. I just had to maybe highlight them few things so the conversation could be understood. People may think I just coming out of the blue with this conversation here, you know. So again, give thanks for the feminine energy, man. Empress Menen standing out. And as I said, you know, that's why I highlighted that even Christendom have that energy and that vibration there itself too, where the outstanding artists of the time, which were supposed to be master masons, have to hide it. But it's hidden. It's hidden in the picture, showing you. You just look at it and see the Christ, the Jesus, and 12 other people, 6 on one side and 6 on the other. And most of us never stop to think that one is a woman. And then the one that is a woman, when you just move her to the other side, she just fit in the man's arm like a little teddy bear. That is how Leonardo da Vinci paid that with his Isaac Newton Freemasonic way of thinking. You follow what I say? Yeah. So why did he do that? Was he rebelling? Was he saying, oh, y'all want to hide the woman? I got to show you something. Just think about that. Because in reality, Christendom don't big up no woman. That's why I went into the Roman Catholic vibes to show you that even there, you see, you have to go through Mary to get anywhere. You have to hit Mary first before you go to the Son, and then the Son carry it to the Father. But the breakaway Christendom throw that part away. I don't know why, but they don't deal with that part at all. It's gun-ho all the way with the fellas. So there may have been a reason why Da Vinci had to code it and didn't expressly or openly express it to the audience that was seeing his painting. Or maybe he was just in the mood to be symbolic and esoteric when he painted that. Your guess is just as good as mine. You see. But yeah, man, family. Even the same Bible, you can, when it comes to this, there's certain aspect of the Bible, in reality, you can't throw it down. You know. When it said God created the heavens and the earth, if we're to be fair, even in the biblical sense of it, is male and female, it was talking about. Let us make man, it's male and female, it was talking about. It's the philosophy that come with the Bible that you say, but who is this? Let us make man they're talking about. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You understand? But no, Elohim, remember, Elohim is 7 beings. And the gods in Elohim have their wives too. It's just a natural thing. Whoever paint all the lily white angels and all the fellas in so-called heaven, that's them. But I don't take away from the reality of even what the Bible is expressing. But anyway, family, the main thing is, man, we can't be stepping back. I know, because this is obvious there's a divine balance, you know, very, very divine balance. And certain aspects of this conversation I want to carry on. But for sure, we're going to begin an open mic series, where we will be opening the floor, giving the link to come in, so you can come literally right here on YouTube, come on board, depending on whatever subject area, and share your opinion. We're going to look to start that very soon. Open mic night, we will be calling it Night with a K. Yes, esoteric night with a K. A family remember specifically at this time, for sure, if one is serious about their financial growth and serious about investment, I'm encouraging you to contact us at Megalith Investment Group. This is the investment wing of Rastafari Experience Antigua. And as I said earlier, we definitely are offering to you great returns between 10 and 20% in a very short time. And of course, there are different avenues that you can invest in, what you're seeing here on this flyer, and even avenues as well, very lucrative areas. And I'm just telling you, you know, I'm very, very serious. This ain't no joke. You contact us and we will have a consultation with myself or any member of our team. And for sure, you don't know, our track record is pristine. Specifically, I would say, what's that word? Immaculate. Our track record, and for sure, trustworthy and transparent. And remember, this is the wing of Rastafari Experience Antigua, the investment wing. This is the level we need to reach, family, for sure. You know what I mean? This is about our economic growth, our economic standard. Any one of you who is into any real level of investment, you know, I mean, any investment you project you're a part of, sometimes it's 8% you're getting back in your return in a year time. You understand? So when you hear that you can get 10 to 20% return, you know, to some it may not hit them right because they're looking for something else, like as if this is a raffle or a lotto. No, man, this is real, timely, quality investment that we have studied over a period of time, and we clearly definitely have the handle of the market at the moment. I'm just telling you straight how it is. So if you're serious with, you know, your economic growth and managing your money properly, I'm telling you for sure, you can definitely check us out at Megalith Investment Group. Call us and get a proper consultation. What will a consultation hurt? When we can sit down and I can show you, or whoever in our team can show you clearly what your investment will be going into. Very transparent, even for the term, the period of time that you're investing with us. constant reporting, so you can look forward. Even when you get a time frame, let's suppose your investment is returned, your returns are coming in 7 months, because we have that short time frame to 7 months. Yeah, depending on what you invest in, you know. And of course, depending how it goes, you could get your returns before the end of 7 months, you know, even in increment payments as well. So you could see the finance coming back, you know. And of course, there's always that opportunity for you to compound invest, so you get the compound interest at the end of the day. So just contact us, family, of course, and we can talk more about it for those who are serious, and we'll have much more information that we can pass on to you outside of this one flyer that you're looking at here, for those who are very serious about this, definitely. So just encouraging you again, you know, to join us on Sunday and Tuesday morning for the sunset hike, and of course the sunrise hike on Tuesday the 21st, and it's also a yoga hike. And let me remind you that although you may see the gathering for Sunday here at 4:30, that was just a little misprint on my part, please forgive me for that, but we will be gathering at 3:30 p.m. at the outside of the Ebenezer gas station right there in Jennings. That at 3:30 on Sunday, it's going to be a wonderful sunset hike. And then, of course, Tuesday, the 21st, the morning hike, we gather at 5 a.m., sorry, in the uprising. Beautiful, wonderful. You see, even behind Rastray here, this is a section of the hill. You can see the megaliths coming up, you know. This is a cross section of the hill where the hill has been destroyed. So these same megaliths here were once underneath the earth and took hundreds of thousands of years maybe to be the beauty of Greencastle Hill that you know. So give thanks, you know, for all those who have definitely come and joined us, even from different parts of the world, those who have visited us from England to be a part of this experience. It is a joy. We hope those of you who didn't make it this time will be with us next time around for the spring equinox. Hey, get yourself ready now, man. Don't waste no time again. So you could definitely be with us in September for the spring equinox, where we will be having another wonderful session as we always do. All right, family, give thanks and remind you again that our special, as it relates to our t-shirts that you would get for free. Remember, the special is coming to an end this weekend. So if you are serious about that, to get your international homeschool t-shirt, well, it's all right. Even though the special is done, you can still order your homeschool classes, and you can still order the shirt if you desire. Of course, that will definitely be a blessing to I and I here at the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Give thanks for your love, my family. Give thanks for the moment. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to the Father and the Mother of creation. Blessed love in all good doings and sayings. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Oh, yes, family. Blessed love. Definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. You done know. We glorify Emperor Haile Selassie the first around.
What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Visit us, PriestIsaacInstitute.com. Blessed love, my family. It is time to raise the standard and quality of our lives. Are you an entrepreneur operating a startup? Are you an employee, employer, CEO, small or big business? Well, I have wonderful news for you. we of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will be hosting a one-day motivational business seminar entitled Evolution, Creating the Best Version of Yourself. The instructions given at this seminar promises, I repeat, promises to keep you and your team motivated and increase your cash flow. Date, Tuesday the 30th of January from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. A plant-based 3-course lunch will be provided. Fine dining. To reserve your spot today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, or give us a call, area code 1268-728-8289. Space is very limited, so contact us now. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Here. Listen, family, I'm just here to remind you that in a few hours, a few short hours, the Tigers Temple's doors will be wide open, and I'm looking forward to your presence with us. Remember, we're going to have the Honorable Ras Eisern with us tonight. We're going to be talking about so many different things. We're talking about the validity of the Bible. He's going to be going into the Septuagint. I'm waiting for that one. And also, we will be continuing the reasoning on the divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie I. So make sure you are in the temple tonight. Make sure you contact me for your ticket. Yes, family, this is going to be a wonderful sit down. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Definitely is going to be something that I'm sure you will never forget. So, of course, remember our previous reasoning with the good Ras? Let me give you a bit. Don't try to put him in a basket or put him in a bottle. No. But amongst the creation of which God dwells in everything, and us, what we call the intelligent animal, there is a person that we can point at historically and otherwise, spiritually and otherwise, that, hey, this man looked like he carried a full charge. Talk to me. What do you think about that? You know, well, I know the break it down.
First thing, angels, you know, when I'm listen to the word sound, worthy to be praised and so on, I mean, I understand it because I speak it as I am involved in religious exercise, you know, coming through Rastafari. Okay, but right, really, but no, on a deeper level. On a deeper level, right? Let's see how much we really understand anything about this entity we refer to as God.
Right. Let's start.
If God is, earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. He's everything. What praise would he desire of anything? What would he get out of some praise? From some insignificant entities in comparison to himself. What could that do to him? Except that we gave God a human character. Because he have a human character now, he have one ego like an area. And our ego get inflated when people praise we up and big we up and swell we up. What God really?
That depends on your discipline.
Would really be sitting around craving to hear these little people come and worship him and praise him and that kind of stuff.
No, but I believe that in all honesty, okay, you're a person, enough man does praise the eye. No, because of the discipline you have, in a spell your head. Yeah, man, enough man praise I CERN, you know. Wow, I CERN. I
hardly associate them stuff with them seeing me eating to do with any kind of God. If they have any such idea in their mind,
that's
then clearly
you.
they have no clue what this God is.
That's you. But some man, what? Man say, man,
no, when I'm gonna come to subscribe to what everybody might want for think. I come for deal with reality of things. So I am attending to life, not attending to what people deal with. People have to come up to date with what they need to come up to date to. I just go and attend to life. You understand?
Yeah.
And what I man say differently, brethren. Okay, let's look on some here. We have one each time and put a post out, right? On Facebook. Because let's look at the story about the crucifixion of the Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It is said in the scripture that the Christ's life is offered up as a ransom for the sin of mankind. A ransom. You understand?
Yes, Kate. Mm-hmm.
Who are the one that desired this ransom to be paid? Well, he happened to be God. God so perturbed over how sinful these people are again and violating law that he needs some blood for make you feel a little bit better about the whole thing. And guess what? He have one only begotten son, and he need the blood of his only son to pacify him over how he feel over the sin of all these people down in the earth here. Now, does that sound like a creator that create all things, know all things, have no insecurity? That? Just think about the story.
Mm-hmm.
The first question I ask myself is, who will be that so powerful that God would have to pay a ransom to that person? So he have to give up one little picnic. First thing me to think about, maybe he pay the ransom to the devil then. Because he can't understand who would be so mighty that God would have to give up the ransom of his only son for pacify this entity over the wrong things that the human being and them in the earth may not do. When you think like that, when you question these things using your faculty, like what the creator give you, you're hard pressed for work with some of these ideas. The only how you can really make sense out of it is if you view it in the proper context.
But that's the point. Viewing it in the proper context. There you go.
If you view these things now in the context of symbolism, which they are, all is symbol.
Well, exactly.
Then it comes so outrageous and ridiculous because Jesus now come to represent the true self. In the crucifixion story, the self that Jesus represents is the body nature, is the flesh nature. And within our evolution into spiritual awareness, our flesh nature have to be crucified and die to give rise to a new body, a divine body. So the flesh nature now are going to come under the dominion and command of divine principles. Because you kill off the flesh nature by abandoning serving it and go towards serving the divine. So the Christ died upon the cross is your low nature that died. And the resurrection of the Christ to glory, into his kingship, into his Godhead, symbolize the new person that emerged after the low nature they dropped. And the body now start operate under the dominion of divine principles.
I would consider a very good outlook on the whole esoteric of it. And as I said, that's Brother Patrick Emmanuel Watkins, man. Brother Isern, and as I said, he will be with us this evening. We're starting at 8 o'clock. Make sure you're in the Tiger's Temple. Remember, this ain't just about coming and sitting down, you know.
Well, you can come and sit in. Nobody has to see you. No one has to hear you. No one even has to know you're there. But from you are in the Tiger's Temple, you have the right to comment. You have the right to ask questions. I mean, in a dignified, orderly fashion now. The Tiger's Temple is not for no sparring and fighting on them levels, no argument, but scholarly exchange, even scholarly debate when it's debate time. It's not a debate tonight. If anyone thinks that they can, back up their talk, well, we can plan a debate for the future. But tonight is not a debate night. Tonight is the honorable brother is expressing himself. If you think you have something to add, come into the temple. Come on the panel. We will allow you to come on the panel. That's what we do. Once we can obviously see that you have something to express. And if you run out of gas, well, we just ask you to leave the panel for a while and someone else can come in. And whatever the case is. And of course, you have all freedom to ask your question, full question and answer down the line. As I said, that's tonight. I'm talking about the 5th of June in the Tiger's Temple. Listen to me, family, every Sunday, we're in the Tiger's Temple. What did I say? Every Sunday, we are in the Tiger's Temple at 8 p.m. sharp, family. Give thanks and make sure that you are in the house. It's going to be a wonderful sit down. Remember, it's only $10 to come into the temple. Only $10 to come into the temple. You can get a monthly pass into the temple. Only if you try to get your ticket on the very day, it will cost you $20. But I would just advise you put a $5 on that. And you have access to the temple for the whole month, at least for 4 programs then, because you may get that access in the middle of a month. We're not counting the month. Well, this is June access, this is July access. No, you got 4 strong access. Let's hear what the brother is saying here.
Is to be under the guidance of the law, the principles of love, not one love that serve for your race, for you gender side of the thing and so on and so on. But one love that universal as the love that obviously bring about this whole experience. That's how we have to call life. One can argue that this whole experience, this whole creation come out of love. Because only somebody or some entity that would love you, seeing how we in a person, how we have a personal experience, how we think of this line, it gotta be some person. You understand? Whoever that thing is that create this place with mango, me love mango, mango season, come around, plum, this, that. I love this place. If me have more, will never leave, you would go on like the mountains and them and so on. Just here forever, never pass. Because life just that great, although we cry every day over it, you understand? Life just so great. I'll get up every day and we say this and we say that and we say that, but we look forward to see the next day every day. Because,
yes, let me say the fullness of that interview, of course, is on the channel. You can just go, if you haven't seen this interview, it's The Divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie Ras Isern Speaks, Priest Isaac as well, to the title. So you can revisit that video for sure. And as I said, this evening is going to be a different level, a different encounter. Looking forward to your presence for sure. That will be important. You see, you're what makes the Tiger's Temple the Tiger's Temple. When you come in and you put your information on the table, when you ask your question, I mean, you put on your camera and you put on your mic so we see your face. If you don't want to show your face, it's all right. Nobody's forcing you, not unless you're a guest. I'm not going to have a guest here hiding the face. But if you don't want to show your face, it's okay. But come into the temple, sit in, get some high grade and hold a meditation, and definitely we're going to carry it to another level. So, of course, give thanks, for your presence, and give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life. Looking forward to each and every one that's coming in. You don't know how to contact us. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. As I said, this evening, the 5th of June. And also, yes, give thanks again once more to Sister Kabu Ma'at for the wonderful reasoning that we had this morning on Running African. Yes, Irie FM. Beautiful vibration. So family, you don't know it's just a few hours away, maybe a few minutes away. Yeah, listen, if you think it started already and you're just seeing this and man, it's a bit after 8 o'clock, they started already. It's okay, still contact us. Your space is still there. And come on, man, family, you know it's love we deal with, you know. Even if you think you're coming late, we can work it out. There are many more Tigers nests to come, you know. Trust me, you'll get the value of what you are contributing. So I'm looking forward to your presence, family. Yeah, anyway, let's get ready for the Tigers Temple. Life giver and the keeper of life. King Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love, family, give thanks. Life giver and the keeper of life in all good doings and sayings, the father and mother of creation. We welcome you into the nest, the Tiger's Nest, and we are here highlighting for you tomorrow's edition of the Tiger's Temple. Tomorrow being Sunday specifically, the 22nd day of the month of May. Yes, we will be definitely having a wonderful edition of the Tiger's Temple. We will be definitely going into decoding the Bible. It is a wonderful session. How to read the manuscript, the reality of the canon, which is the very same Bible. And family, what we're going to do right now, I'm just going to highlight something for you. A lecture we did approximately a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half ago, directly dealing with the origin of the known Bible. But listen, family, this is just to prep you, get you ready for tomorrow evening in the Tiger's Temple. Do you have your passes yet? Do you have your keys yet to make sure that you are in the webinar space? Well, definitely all you have to do is contact us. You know what to do. Of course, email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Or you could contact us even via the WhatsApp and let us know that I would like to get my key, my ticket, electronic ticket to get into the Tiger's Temple tomorrow. Remember, it is just a small contribution of only $10. And of course, for just a touch more, you could get a month pass. Of course, you know this is something coming to you each and every Sunday. I'm talking about the Tiger's Temple. So remember, you can use the Cash App, PayPal. We have other means and ways of money transfer if these don't work for you. But if they do, remember the link is in the description below. The Tiger's Temple, 8 p.m. sharp, Sunday. We start on time. And remember, this is interactive. So you can come with your questions. You can come with even your ideas. And you can come and you can keep your camera on or you can take it off. It's up to you. We'll be having a wonderful sit-down session. Let me share some of this with you, as I said, from a previous, a lecture presentation that we did. Generation kind of ramsacked and took over the place. I'm talking of Kemet, a land that has been flourishing for thousands of years. We're talking about the Ramesses and the dynastic period of the Tutankhamons and the Akhenatons, and we can go on and on and on, and the Harkufs and the Taharkas and the what's the one that built the pyramid? The Taharka, yes, that's what I said. Right. No, that's not Khufu. Yes, and the pyramid builders, So when these people came in and built the temple or the Library of Alexandria, and they have been credited for this level of knowledge and information, you got to understand we're dealing with people that were in the land of knowledge and information. All right. The museum. The who? Mouse ion? The museum. Or museum. Follow me. The museum or museum at Alexandria, which included the famous Library of Alexandria, was an institution said to have been founded by Ptolemy I Soter. This original museum institution of the Muses, Moses, was the home of music. I'm telling you, music, museum, music or poetry and poetry. A philosophical school. Listen to this, eh? This museum, what are you talking about? Listen to man. Was the home of music and poetry. A philosophical school and library, such as Plato's Academy, and also a storehouse of texts. All the books in the world the man say he wants. All the books in the world. Somebody must have tell him all stories belong to Anansi. What you talking about? The museum. Which museum? Not the museum. The museum. That is where the word museum comes from. As it says here, you know, it did not have a collection of works of art. Rather, it was an institution that brought together some of the best scholars of the Hellenistic world. Now, this is very important, eh? Although it's saying Hellenistic world, again, you got to keep in mind where they are meeting. They are meeting in the center of the intellectual civilization of the planet. In Kemet, in Egypt, in Tamari. So this museum now, as you could see here, is the modern, is where you get the modern word museum. This is a drawing of the museum from that time in 285 BC. Let's follow this good. This is around 285 BC. Let's follow the timeline. Very important. When was the Council of Jamnia? When they were, you know what I mean, deciding which books were going in the Old Testament. That was 90 AD. All right. So that's about almost 400 years from this. Okay, good. And what's going on here? This is in Egypt. This is in Kemet. This is in the museum. All right. What is the museum, by the way? Well, the museum was a building that was built. It was originally called the Serapeum. Follow me good. This building that you're looking at here was originally called the Serapeum for the god Serapis. Remember, Soter, the Ptolemy, is he who fashioned the deity or the god Serapis, which is a blend. For those who may not know, the whole Serapis thing is like a blend of the ancient Kemetic deity known as Asar, which is Osiris. They used Asar, Osiris, and kind of mixed it up with some Greek philosophy and created a brand new god known as Serapis. And many people will argue Serapis or Serapis is really the predecessor of the modern day Christendom, Jesus Christ figure. So basically it was a false god that Soter created. And the Serapeum, this place here, was created for Serapis. And then now when his son came to power, they built over it and it became a temple, the temple of Dionysus. And then after that, they did a little more reconstruction and then it became the museum. But the museum was a university. Follow me good. This was an institution of higher learning. It wasn't just an old place where people come and talk. Eh? They had like, you know, staff, restaurants, guest houses. Professors come and teach their class just like any university that you have today. This was the standard. I'm talking about the Library of Alexandria. Wow, what are you talking about? That's the highest of standard. Now, inside, if you look good, you see these? These are scrolls. These scrolls were not bought from the Hellenistic Empire. These scrolls, I mean, you don't have to bring no information to Egypt. Listen, nobody have to bring no book to Egypt. Give me a break. You don't need to bring no book, nothing on paper. There's nothing you need to bring to Kemet. It is all there. What you gonna bring to show us? Huh? What you gonna bring to show us? That foam can float in water? Or your rubber ducky don't sink? What is it that we don't know? So my point is that all these scrolls you see here are from Egypt. Keep in mind what's going on, you know. Alexander the fake, the murderer, and his coups after the murder and plunder of the land of North Africa, Northeast Africa. And after they have become successful in bringing to an end one of the greatest, if not the greatest, lengthy compilation of dynastic periods ever. I'm talking about the Nile River Empire, the Nile Valley civilization. After bringing that to an end, at least in Kemet, at least in Egypt, at least in Northeast Africa, after doing all of that, then they went on now to create a whole vibration around themselves, a whole religion, a whole idea. And they took all of the writings from the different temples, the different scrolls, and they packed them up into this place, the library of Alexandria, which was annexed to the museum or the museum. So what you are looking at here, look at these. These are Kemetic scrolls. These are papyri filled with our ancient writings, the story of Asa, the creation story of Canu, the creation story of Kepra, the creation story of Nut and how Nut brings the sun out of her womb, how Isis or Aset becomes Het Heru or Hathor, the story of Sekhmet, the creation story of the Shabaka stone. All of this, our history, our theology, our religion, all of this is written within these scrolls that you are looking at right here, that are all stored inside of what is known as the museum. There is no Hebrew scrolls in here. There are no Sanskrit scrolls in here. There are no Latin, nothing in here. All of this information comes from the place where this building is, in Egypt. Now, this is the place where 72 individuals came. And I think according to the story, let's get it straight, they took about 72 days to fulfill this work. But however long they took, they came into the museum, the temple of Dionysus. Listen to me. They came into the Serapeum, and there was a book on one of the table called the Torah. Some would argue that it wasn't the Torah, it was the Pentateuch. But let's not go too far right now. The point is there was a Hebrew manuscript. I don't think it could have been a book. It had to have been scrolls too. It had to have been scrolls in Hebrew writing. Listen to me good. And this Torah or Pentateuch was used by the 72. And they translated this Torah into the Septuagint. Here it is. This Septuagint, which is in Greek, is said to be the translation of the Torah, which is written in Hebrew. Now, what is interesting here is that this took place not in the Temple of Solomon. This took place in a room, or at least in a building, in a university, known for its Kemetic scrolls, known for thousands of years of River Nile Valley civilization information, all packed up in this room. And these fellas went into this room for a couple of months. And they took, we are told, the Torah and created the Septuagint. Now, what is interesting here is that that Torah that they used to give the Septuagint, it's not around anymore. People speak about fragments and this and that, but it's not around anymore. We just have to take your word for it, that this Septuagint, which is, don't lose me, which is the Bible as we know it today. For example, at the Council of Jamnia, 90 AD, when they decided what books they were going to use, what do you think they were taking it out of? The Septuagint. Even up to 397 at the Carthage Council, they were still dealing with the Septuagint. Okay. Now, before we dig down these scrolls here, I want to highlight, please follow everything. This is from the orthodoxchristianity.com. And this is highlighted here. Ethiopian Bible is oldest and most complete on earth. Listen, this is very important what I'm going into it. You see, we are a people that we just follow everything that we are told, whether it's on the news, whether it's in church, whether it's in the school, whether it's at Sunday school. The doctor says so, so we got to take the vaccine. The health man say that, so we got to wear a mask all day long and don't take it off at all, not even for a breath. So we just follow along what is told to us. Now follow this. Look, the granddaddy did, man. Watch that, man. Hear me, man. We got to cipher things out. The sword. World's first illustrated Christian Bible discovered at Ethiopian monastery. Please follow this. The world's earliest illustrated Christian book has been saved by a British charity. Wow, it saved the book. Wow. Oh, give thanks. Oh, yes, praise the Lord. Give me a break. Save it from what? Which located it at the remote Ethiopian monastery. Them people disrespectful with their language, eh? Talking about their saved book. James Bruce discovered the Nile in when 1790 something or the other. The incredible Garima Gospels are named after a monk who arrived in the African country in the 5th century and is said to have copied them out in just one day. Beautifully illustrated. The colors are still vivid, and thanks to the Ethiopian heritage, have been conserved. Abba Garima arrived from Constantinople 494 AD, and legend has it that he was able to copy the Gospels in a day because God delayed the sun from setting. In another story there, yeah man, when he was writing the book of Mary, if I'm not mistaken, yes, it was the book of Mary. When he was writing the book of Mary, yeah, the sun was going down and he didn't have any candle and all of that. And listen, the Most High, no, he prayed to the Most High to stop the sun. And the sun stopped, just like in Joshua, the sun stopped. And the Gospel of Mary, and then prayed again, and God moved the sun for him. This is not a part of the Bible. This is about a man that was translating the Bible. Now you may say translating the Bible from what? Hold on. Now what this is saying here, according to carbon dating, however, gives a date between 330 and 650. This is AD for this book here. All right. So basically what we are highlighting is the anciency of the Ethiopian manuscripts written in Ge'ez. You're talking about the oldest complete illustrated Bible. But you see, some people overlook it because it's not written in Hebrew.
Yes, family. Sunday in the
There
Tigers
is politics in language as well.
Temple.
There is politics in language.
Blessed love.
There are those of us who believe Hebrew is the first language that God spoke to man.
My family, blessed love, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. You don't know, you're definitely in the tiger's nest or full preparation for the Sabbath day. Of course, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. You don't know, Father and the Mother of creation. We exalt in all our doings and sayings. A special program that I have in store for you today. This is really the Chalice Talking. So I hope you have the time to spend a little moment with us today. As I said, this is Chalice Talk in full effect. And we're going to be talking about the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. And the reason why I had to highlight it as, the truth about King Emmanuel, the real King Emmanuel, is because the previous video that we did with the 108, someone was commenting and saying, well, listen, they were a bit put aside, as it relates to my information. And they were saying, how is it that I can give him a birthday when we, Bobo Shanti, preach that he doesn't have any mother? Now, I think even in that specific episode, although I didn't go in no detail, I think I was trying my best to express that, listen, man, there is a lot of misconception. I would say a lot of spooky vibes does go around the whole meditation as it relates to the Honorable King Emmanuel. I think it is without any doubt whatsoever that we're dealing with a very mystic man. That is for sure. And I think that I've taken my time over the years to sift out reality from what I can't prove. Let me put it that way. Now, there's some things you would hear about the Honorable King Emmanuel, Marcus Garvey, Haile Selassie, that you may not be able to put your finger on the proof. You may mention it because the word gets around.
But there's certain aspects as it relates to the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards and the mystics thereof as it relates to him. Look at the whirlwind. Look at the whirlwind when King Emmanuel laid down the structure. The Honorable Priest Earl can give you in detail how that took place, you know, as he was the one carrying the service. When they said they put the box in the hole, and he could even tell you, the priest, you know, that literally took up the shovel of dirt and threw it in the hole, and then the whirlwind came out. If I'm not mistaken, it's Priest Linden. And the whirlwind came out, and so many different things, and everyone had to hide and run. And, you know, that may sound miraculous to some people, because if you notice, there are a lot of different ones out there as Bobo Shanti that, you know, speak of their experience. I'm talking about ones that trod with King Emmanuel. I don't mean somebody like me who never sit with King Emmanuel, and I'll put myself in that position. Because I hear some people on some different programs make some remarks about me straight up. They say, oh, he talking about special visit, and he wasn't there. So, I mean, you talk about everything that you were there. I mean, we got to come out of that childish mentality. You know? We do what we do with humility, Rastafari. You understand? And there are those who would have been with. Some man will tell you it's not Emmanuel, it's Bongo Eddie. Ones will tell you Haile Selassie is Emmanuel's grandson. Remember, you know, even the first time I go Bobo Shanti Hill, I remember hearing one saying, King Emmanuel higher than Haile Selassie. I'm telling you what I hear. I'm telling you what I hear. And I had to carry that to other Bobo Shanti, and ones will say, my Lord, don't worry, that man, you know, that man paranoid, and, you know, X, Y, Z. So anyway, I didn't bring it today to go too far into all of that. You know why? Because we have taken our time. Not just over the years, just this past year alone, I think we have taken our time to produce proper programs on this YouTube platform, Facebook platform, of course, Radio Anu, Tiger's Nest, our online lectures. I mean, we do what we can do. Let me put it that way. I was going to say our best, but that's not our best, because we can always do better. But we try to make sure we bring out proper information to our family. Family, I don't come here to give you no information or no knowledge that is not correct. You know. I make sure you understand I don't come here as the Mr. Know-it-all. In fact, many things I put on the table is to hear your response, to read your comments, to see what you think about it, as we are a growing nation. You understand? But we know the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards is the Melchizedek. He is the Christ figure amongst us, but he is a man. And it is reality that we need to bring to the nation, the understanding of the man as a man. And that is what I want to do today. Yeah. In fact, what I'll be doing, I'll be reading from one of our pamphlets that the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards himself put forward. And to me, that pamphlet shows you not just the reality of the man, but the reality of the man still, even in the state of Christhood, you know. So even before here, which I find quite interesting, because what I'm going to do, in fact, before I go into all of that, let's do this first. You know, enough respect to the young Princess Nyla. Yeah, man. I just gotta give enough respect for this one.
Hi, my name is Nyla, and I am 7 years old.
Listen to her.
I like my astronomy class, and I am loving it.
Listen.
And I've been learning my planets like the moon and Earth and the Venus, Mercury, and astronomy class is awesome. I've been learning about like Egypt and
take your time.
Yeah, that stuff. And king and queens and yeah. And pyramids and yeah.
What do you think thus far of the International Homeschool program?
I believe it's the best investment I could have made for my daughter and for myself as well, because learning astronomy and African heritage, it was needed. It was much needed,
Sure, as it says here, you enroll the young ones today. Definitely you could hear the testimony from the young Princess Nyla there. Enough respect, young princess, believe me, enough respect. And you could definitely hear the reality and how she has grown so much. Imagine if she come and talk to you now. As it relates to that growth. Yeah. But anyway, family, I'm reminding you before I get to the depths of it, remember this Sunday now in the Tigers Temple, we will be covering the subject area, the reality of the Bible. Don't take the title simple. Eh? We're going to be going into this on a level that you've never seen. We're going to be touching upon its history, the biblical history, not the history of the Bible. We'll be touching the history of the Bible itself, the book. I mean, it has a history. It didn't just show up to church and it wasn't there. It came from somewhere. I mean, ones may have their own theory, and there's a lot of theory and speculation, and then we have history too. And history as we know it may not give you all the answers. Believe me, history as we know it may not give you all the answers, but at least you got to deal with the facts that you have around you. And where the facts or evidence is missing, then you could try to fill in the space. I want you to follow me good. As much as you can, bring hardcore evidence, hardcore sources. All of that is very, very, very important. So what we'll be doing on Sunday, of course, you know, we always begin with the speeches of the king as it relates to the Bible. As Rastafari, to me, it sets a divine foundation going forward. But then we have to break down the reality of the Bible, especially what we have in our hand, and the King James Version and where it came from, and whatever the original Bible is, where did that come from? And plus we have to understand now, not just the book itself, but how do you read the book? To me, that's the main thing. How do you read the book? Because a lot of us don't know that science. That's why we throw it away, throw it in the rubbish too quick, because we don't understand how to go into it and decipher it properly. Yeah, that's why even sometimes you reason with ones, they will tell you, well, it's a book, but it's misleading us because we've lost touch. Well, okay. Well, let us find touch, and then we could read it properly and go into it and decipher it properly. There's too many things in that book to be deciphered that we want to just throw it away. Trust me, family. Take it from me. And I'm going to show you straight up. I'm going to show you how to decode the Bible. Real thing. Straight up. I mean, you can take it how you want to take it. But anyway, that's this Sunday in the time. Every Sunday we meet in the Tigers Temple. Eh? This should be a staple for you. Not just this Sunday, or you're going to wait to hear what we're talking about. No. This is the Tigers Temple. And even if we're not talking, we're going to invite someone to talk. We're going to have lecturers that will come into the Tigers Temple on the Sunday. So even if you don't hear us advertise now, just know you're coming into the temple to get a good vibe. We're going to be having wonderful interviews, debates, of course, question and answer, always available. And it is always interactive. So when you come in this Sunday, for sure, you'll be able to comment. You'll be able to ask your questions, whatever the case is. You will be there with us in the Tigers Temple. And remember, the contribution is only $10, and it's a contribution. I don't call it an admission, although you're adding to the mission, but we don't refer to it as no admission. It is a contribution, to come into the temple specifically, if you get your space before the literal day. But on the day, it's only $20. And if you add a 5 to that, you can get the whole month. You can come into the temple, the Tigers Temple for the whole month, specifically with that small contribution. Can you imagine that? So I'm looking forward to your presence this Sunday. You know how to contact us. Email us, priestisisacinstitute@gmail.com. You can call or WhatsApp too, and let us know specifically, that I would like to be in the temple this Sunday. It's going to be great. We start at 8 p.m. in the evening. It's going to be wonderful. And hey, once you're at it, let me just make it clear to you. Those of you who are interested in the International Homeschool Program, keep in mind, I got to keep reminding you that you ain't got to pay nothing to get a preview of what the homeschool is about, you know. In fact, I am waiting on you to link me and say, priest, send me some information on the homeschool. Let me see how it looks. I want to show my little child. I want to show my little children. I want them to see what astronomy is all about. They've been asking, because I know some of your children ask you. I know some of your children say, Mommy, Daddy, Uncle, priest. No, you don't have the time. Come on, man. You can get it for free, family. Look, we offer free. Look, we offer free language arts lessons for free. Have you ever contacted us and said, I would like some lessons for my child? I'm being honest. That's how I see them. Children, Rastafari. Honestly, from my heart, we got to show more love for our children, because we would go to them other people's school who are bent on killing us. There's a kingdom we're raising here, you know. At least that's how I look at it. Anyway, I think I'm going a bit here. I'm more thinking on serious levels and you know, economics and nation building. I'm thinking of nation building, and maybe this is not the time for that. Maybe we just want to, you know, cool out and be entertained. All right, sorry. Hope I didn't disturb your dinner. All right, so where am I? You see, I got to think about what I'm saying now, because, yeah. But anyway, you can definitely, for the Tigers Temple, you can definitely make your contribution using the Cash App and the PayPal, and the link is in the description below. Now, remember, this is Charles talking, and even if you're not eyeballing me, definitely we're going to light up the chalwa right now. But what I want to do before we get into the mystics, is the mystics? Well, it's still mystic, but we're dealing with the truth about King Emmanuel, the reality of the man. All right. But before we go there, I actually want to highlight to the family some of what we did this Sunday past in the Tigers Temple. You know, well, as we were speaking about, of course, astronomy versus astrology, and we were highlighting the upcoming eclipse and so many different things. But before I go there, I want to read something for you from the Black Supremacy book. This is from chapter 1. Listen how it starts. Listen, the first chapter. Listen to this. The headlight of the Ethiopia International Congress began in March 1958. And it says here, and today, 20 years after, which will be 1978, and today, 20 years after, the Congress has, here it is, get your pen and pad, do the maths, and 14 empresses. I'm sure all of us that know the Black Supremacy book has come across that. How much people in the Congress? It's not, I never really come across a record of how many people in the Congress. Only once, when in the interview, 1982, when the man asked him how much people up here, he said, I have about 100. Yeah, that's about 100. But he himself, the Honorable King Emmanuel, if you want to say, gazette it in the Black Supremacy, that in 1978, 20 years after the finding, because remember, the foundation was 1958, so it was the 20th anniversary, and the king looking on the record to see how much people he have now. Maybe it's over 1958, you know. So now let's see how much we have now from the 3,000. 14 priests, 14 empresses. And I found that interesting because that's 88 people. 88 people. And there are 88 known, recognized constellations in the heavens. And this is from ancient time. 88 constellation and 88 members when the king took that, if you want to call, census. Talk about the heavens, declare the glory of God. All right, as I hold this meds, let's just take in some of the temple from previous Sunday. This was Sunday, and give thanks to all the brethren and sisters that were there. All right, let's take in a little of this, And then in a few moments, I'm going to get into the reality of King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Let me just light up the chalo and take a few minutes. You know how we do it, eh? Give thanks. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah Rastafari. 21st day of March, the vernal equinox, where the sun is, that's how you determine or judge an age. Good. So with that movement of the sun, 1 degree 72 years, going on to his 2,160 years fulfillment, that some people actually believe we're in the Aquarius age. So if that is so, the signs we move or use will be totally off the grid because they move in accordance to the age. So in other words, again, in the Pisces age, the sun is in the fishes or fish on the 21st day of March. But in the Aquarius age, the sun is in Aquarius on the 21st day of March. In the Pisces age, the sun is in Gemini on the 21st day of March. But in the Aquarius age, the sun will be in Taurus on the 21st day of March. And that is why up to a day like today, this year, 2022, when the sun would not even reach the Gemini as yet because the clock is moving, it's ticking, and the age changing. So if you believe in the astro guide that much, and if you really believe, because that's how people talk, our people talk like that. Yeah, man, my husband, he's one of them Aries, and he's stubborn, and he this and that. And I mean, wow, who tell you that? What was going on with Aries when he was born? So where was the moon when he was born? What type of moon was it? Maybe it was a full moon in some other constellation. Obviously, if it was full, it was in another constellation. Maybe it was Mars was somewhere else. Maybe Venus was with Virgo, which is double female spirit. Maybe Mars was with Virgo, which is Mars is a rough spirit, but the woman feminine spirit could cool it down. All of these are symbolic vibes. That's how we read the heavens. Not what color lipstick you're supposed to wear today because you were born on this day. No, we don't believe in that. Now, in sealing up. So now, this is the exact time. The 15th day of May 21, 28 at the time now. Yes, 9 o'clock. So, okay, now, let me show you this. We're going to seal up here. Let me just centralize this. So we're watching the moon, eh? We're watching the moon. Who's not sticking? We are watching the moon. Okay, good, central. So the moon here is in, this is Libra. Okay, the moon is in Libra. This time is 10:29. If you notice, the moon look like it because this is the eclipse beginning here. 11:29, and by 29 past midnight, see this, you're not gonna see it. If we big up the screen, you see a little red ball. See the moon here? That's under its eclipse phase. Let me just move this quickly as time moving. This is how it's going to look tonight. The same thing you're seeing here. See? This is the same thing. So by 1 something, you'll be able to see half of the moon. I'm going to reverse the time again just to show you. This is exactly what you'll be seeing. But all of this is taking place in the scales. It's taking place in the scales. Now, you may say to yourself, so why is it? See the stars come. Why is it astrologers would be saying that is taking place in Scorpio? Remember, it's every year they do this. Eh? Not every year, every month they do this. They tell you the new moon is one place and the full moon is the other place when it's not really in the constellation. Sometimes they get it right. But you should know why this happens by now. It's because they are using an outdated chart. Because that's why we went through this, to show you for yourself. You saw for yourself the validity of it, but the time for it is gone. So the heavens is different now. Plus this European, Eurocentric idea of what these constellations mean, that could be a big trap too. And then now, even if they were correct with the meaning of constellations and where planets were, where the sun is at a specific time. But yes, they may be correct with the definition of it, but the academics of it is off. So the definition will still be wrong. You will be getting a wrong reading because you're using an old chart. And this is why you see I and I come out all the time. Some people may say it's disgusting, but we come out all the time challenging the astrologers. Not that we want to fight with nobody. But I mean, when you sit down and you go through all these astrologer channels, everybody's saying the same thing. They can't win us. That's why I said it's almost like it's a flip side. It's like Christendom all over again. Something taken from the truth, but just there to purposely manipulate the people. Because astrology is a big thing. And a lot of people, astrology is a religion by itself. It may not be branded a religion, it's a religion. A lot of us, some of you here believe in a lot of that. And yeah, the moon is, and Mars is in retrograde in this constellation and that constellation. Very good. You are correct. Because the fact that the planet reverses, and it doesn't really reverse, it's the Earth overlap it. So it gives this impression as if it's going back. The fact that it does that mean it pull, it's like electromagnetic pull. It's like passing a magnet next to another magnet and it spins. So you are right to believe something is going on when a planet goes into retrograde, but exactly what and which constellation and which planet, So yeah, family, give thanks for such patience, for listening to I for that moment there, because I'm telling you, sometimes even while we're speaking, putting all of this together, we are concerned and hoping that we have left no one at all out of the understanding. Let me give you a next piece here. Same time, and if you notice, the sun is not at the same place. Listen good. The sun is closer to Gemini. Why? Because at that time, we were more inside of the Pisces age than we are now. In fact, let me put it a little more further. Take this in that Jupiter, if it wasn't for Jupiter attracting many of the meteorites that it does on a regular level, many of these meteorites would have hit and destroyed the Earth. This is what scientists would say. Now, if that is true, that is to show you why we would have looked at Jupiter with an understanding of its power and what it would have done. And it's not that nobody was worshiping Jupiter. Maybe the Romans did. But we understood it in the science. That's why we would use nature. Like, for example, we were the first one to use the sun. We were the first one. You see the sun on the head of the ancient Kemetic gods, or the Neteru. You understand? So we were the first one to use nature. We understood the power of the planets. We understood that Jupiter protected other planets, specifically Earth, from oncoming invaders by attracting the problem to it because of its big magnetic field. Real thing. So when you hear these fellas come and say, yeah, Jupiter is the king of the gods, they didn't make that up. They knew where they got it from I and I. The goddess Venus. We understood the power of the planet Venus as well and the planet Earth. So I'm showing you these three planets right now, as I'm speaking to you, these three planets are in the constellation of the fish. You know what I mean? Saturn, the Lord of the Rings, in between Capricorn and Aquarius. And then again, remember, Capricorn is not no goat as they teach us. You may have a little drawing of a goat here. Let me take out the animal stuff here. Where does that stuff keep coming up? When you take out the animal stuff, you can see the real animal here. It's a unicorn. It's a unicorn. Capricorn is a unicorn. It has one horn sticking out here. As I said, we identify these in the heavens. We don't depend on these little artwork that you see popping up on the screen. We identify in the heavens. So we're telling you that Capricorn is a unicorn. And then we're dealing also with ancient astronomy.
from ancient Africa, because a lot of these constellations have been changed. That's why they draw them differently now, but in many cases it's too late. Now then you have Sagittarius, which is seen as a half man and half horse, but that is, I mean, that's the furthest thing from the truth. When you really observe Sagittarius, it's a full man. It's not no, we call them half people. Centaur is not a centaur, it's the archer. Okay, Sagittarius, ready to destroy the scorpion here. All right, so what I'm showing you, family, this is basically the reading of someone that is being born right now. You cannot just put them in the baggage of Taurus, the constellation of Taurus, or the sign of Taurus. And again, even though they may be in Taurus, and today is the 15th, yes, and considered Taurus, but Taurus is going to come to an end on the 20th. So let me just show you something here now as we go forward.
Follow this, family. We get into the reasoning soon, but I wanted to follow this.
Of the different signs. Sorry,
okay,
I'm over talking him.
Now,
But follow. Oh, yeah.
So,
go ahead. You go, you talk. Okay, if you're not
Taurus.
Talking.
The age of Taurus comes to an end. Not the age, pardon me, not the age, but the what do you call it now? The zodiac sign of Taurus would have come to an end on the 21st day. Let me look at my thing here, the 20th of May. And then the 21st of May would begin Gemini. So let me just show the family this now. So we are at the 20th of May here. You see the sun right here in Taurus, right? We are at the 20th of May, and you can see the sun in Taurus.
Follow, family.
Let's go over one day, 21st of May. The sun's still there. Now, remember, this is not spookism. This is energy. This is angles. No one needs to deny these things. At a specific time, the sun rays hit the earth at specific angles. The fact that they are in between certain clusters of stars, they will penetrate a certain energy to you, especially if you are related to the star constellation or you're related to the planets and all of these different things. It's just a must. But I'm showing you that now, the 20th, we're still in Taurus. So somebody born on the 20th, they're considered Taurus. Bam. The 21st, it's still in Taurus. But according to what we are told, we have begun the season of Gemini. And that's going until the 20th of June. Okay, good. Bam. Bam. The 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30, 31. Yeah. June 1st, June 2nd, June 3rd, June 4th, June 5th, June 6th, June 7th, June 8th. What I'm showing you, family, I want you to check this good. This is the 8th of June. We are gone almost 10 days into the constellation season of Gemini, but the sun is still in Taurus.
1st of June.
The sun is still in the constellation of Taurus. I'm telling you, this is one of Taurus' horns. This is another horn. This is the red star called Aldebaran. Aldebaran, oh, give thanks, princess. And that represents the eye of Taurus. The sun is still in Taurus while we are still basically in the season of Gemini. I'm just showing the family this, because again, the heavens would have rotated many times over in the last 500 years. Because 500 years prior to this will not be so. Let me show you this, family. Quick. In fact, let me give you, okay, look at this scene good. Watch it good. You see where the sun is. All right. This is 2022. All right. Let us go to 1422. Now, this is 1422, about 600 years ago. Same date, same time. And if you notice, the sun is not at the same place. The sun is closer to Gemini. Why?
because at that time we were more inside of the Pisces age than we are now. Because really now, on the 21st day, here it is, man, on the 21st day of June, the sun is supposed to be, you see where it is here on the 17th? On the 21st day of June, that's where it's supposed to be. Okay, so on the 21st day of June, in 1422, you have the sun right here in the middle of Gemini, but yet still is already on its way out. Now, family, this is serious. I don't want to confuse no one here with this academics, but this is the 21st day of June, 1422. Let's return to 2022. On the 21st of June, the sun will not really be in Gemini as yet. It'll be very close. It's actually, remember, Gemini is a man and a woman. On the 21st day of June, when it comes to the Pisces age, the sun is supposed to be right in the center of Gemini. Don't worry, just keep listening. I'm going to explain the whole aspect of the Pisces age in connection to any other age. Don't worry at all. Believe me, I have you. But I'm just showing to you that this year now, this year, 22.
Let me come in here for the moment, give thanks, life given, the keep of life. And as I said, wonderful reasoning. That was Sunday gone. But I want to get to what we're going to talk about now this evening. I know there's some that are saying, hey, but man, I prefer to listen to that. That's not a problem. You can listen to that. In fact, as I said, we gather in the Tiger's Temple every Sunday. This is where this is taking place, the Tiger's Temple, you know, for those who definitely want that upper levels. But hey, listener family, this, you can definitely get this video if you want to. If you really want to learn what we were pushing out on the Tiger's Temple, you can definitely contact us and you can get a copy of Sunday's edition of the Tiger's Temple. And just like coming into the Tiger's Temple, you know, you get there's a contribution. There will be a contribution for the video. You don't expect us to have a lecture where we'll give their contribution to come in, but we give the video away free. No. I mean, just in respect of them alone. And let me say that before I go any further. Those of you who are in the Tiger's Temple as well, if I have not sent you the video, and you desire it, because everyone may not want to record it, but if you desire to record it, remember, you are entitled to the recording. Once you are in the Tiger's Temple, you are entitled to the recording of the evening. So just contact me and let me know that, priest, I didn't get my recording as yet, so I can make sure I send your recording to you, you know. But what I'm saying, family, those who are watching and may want to see more, that's not a problem. We can definitely send you a copy of that whole session. In fact, all the Tiger's Temple sessions will be available for sure. Once you contact us, you definitely get the recording thereof, you know. And but make sure you're in the temple this Sunday. We won't be going into that, at least not on that level. We may be touching upon the heavens to, you know, some level, but we'll be talking about the Bible. It's not no Bible, we call it Wednesday night Bible study business. We are going to be breaking down and explaining in some serious details what that most famous of books on the planet is all about. Real thing. I mean, trust me, when we're done, you can secure that, and that will be what anybody needs to listen to when they need answers as it relates to the book. All right, now, what I have in front of me, this is a document I would have read before. And this is from the 9th of November, 1992. As I said, Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Now, there's certain things when we speak about the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. As I said, some people are even saying now, like, wow, I mean, there's too many things about him than this Bobo Shanti thing that just hitting them off. The special visit that the emperor paid in 1970. Some people, even some Bobo Shanti, can't even wrap their head around that one now. Yeah, they say, the queen said there's a man in this land that no one is to molest. You sure is he they're talking about? And so many things. People say, boy, They said they beat him and they thought he was dead and they were looking to bury him and he just jumped back up. And is that so? Then, of course, you hear all sorts of people jump out of the box and say, hey, look, Bongo Eddie dead since 1960-something. That man up there is not Bongo Eddie. Wow. So the thing does really have mystic ways to it. But anyway, I'm going to read one of the pamphlets here written by the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. And what I'm reading to you is just not but facts. And what I want to highlight is really the diplomacy, quality of the man, and exactly how it was taken. Some of this documentation here is missing. A bit of it is torn away. But anyway, it says here, of course, the conquering lion shall break every chain. I, the Most Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, and my Congress, the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress, formerly headquartered at 54B Spanish Town Road, Kingston, Jamaica, now headquartered 10 miles Bull Bay, St. Andrew, Jamaica, of which I am president and founder, has been registered in the United Nations since 1967. During the time of Secretary General Youth Hunt. Now that statement alone, hear what the man say, that this Congress has been registered in the United Nations since 1967. All right. Let's continue. The first, follow me, good family, please. The first conference that the United Nations held in Jamaica was at the Myrtle Bank Hotel in 1967. All right. This conference was held by the United Nations Division of Human Rights under the director, Mr. Mark Scriber. Good. During that time, I made an appointment to see Mr. Scriber, but was informed that I could not see him. I proceeded to write him a letter dated April 28, 1967, concerning I and my people's right to freedom, redemption, and international repatriation to Ethiopia, Africa, and the brutal conditions that we are being held under by the Jamaican government, past and present. I don't know why I do that, I have it now. I received, so you understand what the King's saying here, you know, this is very simple, clear historical language. You know. The man said that in 1967, the United Nations and the UTAN fly down to Jamaica to say they're having a conference, and it was at Myrtle Bank Hotel. You get that? Fair enough. And he's saying that the main man representative was, here it is now. Here it is. The conference was held by the United Nations Division of Human Rights. And the director of the United Nations Division of Human Rights is Mr. Mark Scriber. The King sent a letter and said, hey, I want to talk to this man as it relates to our repatriation and of course, the brutal condition that we've been held under here by this Jamaican keep-down government. All right. Well, they say I can't see him right now. I received a response from Mr. Scriber. So this is serious, you know. The director of the United Nations Division of Human Rights respond to King Emmanuel. No. Rastafari, listen. In them time, 1967, I say, right? 1967, we're talking about that. Back a wall and so just burned down.
Rasta not getting no justice. The king came the year before, Haile Selassie, our eternal Most High. 1958, I'm telling you, the brutality that came down on those that gathered together. Yeah. So the correspondence from the director of the Human Rights Division of the United Nations says a lot. I mean, if Rasta was just who people want Rasta to be, that man wouldn't pay no mind whatsoever to anything you Rastas have to say. So it come down now. This is very, very, very serious. So he says, I received the response from Mr. Scriber dated May the 2nd, 1967, stating that he wished to acknowledge receipt of my letter and to inform me that its contents will be brought to the attention of the appropriate United Nations body, that's serious, or bodies, and will be dealt with according to normal procedures. 67 number. He also asked if I desired my name on the United Nations roster. He stated that if I said yes, no one could take it off. And if I said no, no one can put it on. So this is where you just hear Bobo Shanti say these things. Man, let's take boy and Bobo man can just chat any old thing, you know. Talk about Emmanuel name and the United Nations Charter. Nobody can take it off and nobody can put it on. The item give Emmanuel too much powers. They say, you know, giving powers thing. This is history right before you. Mark Scriber, if it's one thing when it comes to the Honorable Prince Emmanuel, especially amongst those that sat with him, I don't mean Bobo, even the Rasta elders, all Bonagees and these different ones, Sam Brown and oh my, what my elder name there, man? All man like Elder Peter. When you hear them ancients talk, and them man, all the names I call, we talk about royal ancients, you know. Elder Peter say, none of us live up like Prince Emmanuel. Ask Ras Israel Dyer from Dubtronics. If you think a lying, Elder Peter say, none of us live up like Prince Emmanuel. He say, Elder Peter say, again, ask Ras Israel, Dubtronics. Elder Peter say, King Emmanuel was perfect in all his ways. Hardly passion by talking about my father. Elder Peter says so. So if it's one thing, King Emmanuel never tell nobody no lie. He also asked if I desired my name on the United Nations roster. He stated that if I said yes, no one could take it off. And if I said no, no one could put it off. I responded to him that he should do so because I wanted deliverance for my people. He concluded by saying that when he returned to New York, I would receive a response. There's a piece missing here. I followed through with, I think it would be a response to their New York office dated the 3rd of November and the 4th of the same, 1967. Okay. In 1968, let's follow this one. In 1968, I received a letter dated April 15 over the signature of Mr. G.N.C. Cato. Who? G.N.C. Cato. Human Rights Officer, Division of Human Rights, acknowledging my receipt of my letter mentioned above and informing me that a copy of my first communication was transmitted to the government of Jamaica in accordance with Resolution 728F, Roman numeral 68. X and X is 10 and 10 is 20 and 5. Sorry, that would be 28, if I'm correct. XXV111 or VIII. Of the Economic and Social Council. So the king have his receipt here, man. Man's like this, let me see the receipt. The king telling you number, he giving you exactly, he showing you who he correspond with, Mr. GNC Cato. I can only, relate to you what I have in front of me that has been passed down from our elders to us. And the man that connected with him, GNC Cato, Mr. GNC Cato, Human Rights Officer, Division of Human Rights, acknowledging the receipt of my letter. He mentioned, mentioned above, he informed King Emmanuel that a copy of his first communication was transmitted to the government of Jamaica in accordance with Resolution 728F XXVIII. Of the Economic and Social Council, Bongo Flacco, man, yeah. It says here, it was during the reign of Hugh Shearer. Let me read, I skip out some, let me read all this too. At the time of my first communication with the UN, the Honorable Hugh Shearer was the Jamaican ambassador to such body. The Prime Minister of Jamaica at that time was Donald Sangster, who had taken over from Sir Alexander Bustamante because of illness. In 1968, Hugh Shearer became Prime Minister after the death of Sangster. It was during the reign of Hugh Shearer, the UN sent the letter aforementioned to the government of Jamaica, which called for them to fulfill the right of I and my people, the Black suffering masses, of freedom, redemption, and international repatriation through Article 10 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which has not been done up to today. I want this matter to be dealt with now. Okay. In 1967/68, I was fully accepted and recognized by the United Nations as an international defender for human rights and justice. None of my letters to the United Nations went through the post office. Check it good. None of my letters through the post office, from the United Nations went through the post office. Everything came straight to him. No, that's me speaking there, Yeah. So let me show you this now. In 1967, 1968, I was fully accepted and recognized by the United Nations as an international defender of human rights and justice. None of my letters to the United Nations went through the post office, but were officially received by Mr. Coates, who was then resident representative to the UN to Jamaica, and placed in the official mailbag of Secretary General Utan. And there's a little misprint, not misprint, but the paper for him to receive. You don't know, it's that old thing I'm checking here. It's like this one, I don't even know, this one comes straight out of the office. It was declared by UN Representative Mr. Robert Crooks that I am the champion of human rights. Now, you hear this now. What I'm saying, family. So, enough ones would hear you say, yeah, man, King Emmanuel is the crown champion of human rights. And man, feel like it's something you're making up. And yeah, man, and if Emmanuel tell you so, you know what I mean, where he get that from and all of that. Receipts, Mr. G.N. Sakato, of the Human Rights Division correspond with him after he did the correspondence with the Mr. Mark Scriber. And then, as he said, Mr. Quartz. Mr. Quartz is the one that take the letter and bring the information to him. He didn't have to go to the mail or to the post office to mail off anything. You know, Mr. Quartz would come and make that connection directly with him and the Secretary General, Mr. Utan. And then he goes as far as to show you it was declared by the United Nations representative, Mr. Robert Crooks, that I am the champion of human rights. So even I as Bobo Shant, you know, we say these things, but we should have a good standing on what we're talking about, so we can be intelligent in our expression. And even those who may not be Bobo Shanti, as the man says still, you know, if you don't believe me for who I tell you I am, at least check my works. Because inside of the works, because it's not what you say make you who you be now, it's what you do. So what he really trying to tell them is that, all right, you don't have to believe me, just check my works and you will see who I am. And anyone can see, well, it's just in the last couple of years, a lot of things coming out of King Emmanuel. You know. King Emmanuel has been suppressed by Rasta. Rasta elders have suppressed King Emmanuel. I'm not asking you, and I'm going to go too far into it because I've touched upon this subject clarity already, but it's all right. I don't feel away. Everything blessed. Love in you. The elders have hid King Emmanuel from us, just like how the world tried to hide Haile Selassie from us and tried to hide Marcus Garvey from us. Elders, tell them I say so. Have hid King Emmanuel from us, and then some of them walk with him. Man, speak about. And that was still, but it was early enough. Still, it wasn't too early. There's some hatred for Emmanuel. Yeah, man. In the earliest, man, you'd feel that the rest of them hate Emmanuel. It appears a bit different now. And I guess education has a lot to do with that. Because listen to what I do here. You can hate this. Anyone of you can hate this. Why you keep this from us? Eh? Hear the kind of thing here. Maybe because nobody else get this kind of us. In this kind of 1967. And we're not even speaking of the churchical order that the man. We're not even talking about, you know, something in the sense that, you know, the building of the Congress there. And all the mighty thing and how much blood a man get, and not even that we're talking about. We just showing you how the highest body of the planet, which is supposed to be United Nations, correspond with this little Rasta man. When Rasta man, them time Bob Marley and son really kick out like how you have Bob Marley today, you know. So you can't say it's Marley make Rasta be Rasta. I'm sorry to say it so, but this is the reality. And Prince Emmanuel, we pretend he not even there. It's Bobo Shanti. And not just Shanti, those of us who are vocal internationally that have to come and kick it down the door and say, hey, Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward, the international that which is the UN representative. Or he name crooks, he name all of them is crooks. And I don't know him, so I'm not going to diss him. But that's not the point. The point is that the official representative is who declared it. The point is that the king had communication directly with the Secretary General's office. How you get around that one there? How you get around that one? All the the letters that go and come didn't have to, post office. Mr. Courts would come and collect G.N. Saketo showing the king that, hey, we done send response to the Jamaican government, and I'm showing you the receipt in accordance to Resolution 7, the Roman numerals that follow it. And every time we correspond, these high-ranking members of this august body respond in one way. I ain't not having the UN like this. The UN is some holy ground. We don't know what the UN think about it. And we see, even when George Bush did it, how you can't do it. Same George Bush that say he's an artist now. He gave some speech the other day saying, oh, these wicked people, he was supposed to say these wicked people attacking Ukraine, and he said, this wicked man took it upon himself to go into Iraq. Like, he thought that was no mistake. He talking about himself. I should do a video on that about himself, So I'm just showing you here. He says here, after Secretary General Houghton received my communications, the United Nations told the Jamaican government to bring me up to the attention of the public as an international defender of human rights. The government, under the leadership of Mr. Shearer, ignored, So family, I think you can clearly see, in all humility, in all humbleness, you could see how humble the man really is, because it is clear from international outlook that the man has made his mark as a simple little Rasta man, who not have no value nowhere in eyes of nobody, especially them kind of times there. That is why when the emperor come around in 67, again, this is why it's no joke. Even the king Emmanuel being the first to meet the emperor is not by chance. It's not rush like we go in school to see who first in the line. No. It's protocol taking place here. Come on, Rasis, line up. We need the leader in front. Come on, we need the leader in front. And even if it wasn't just so harsh or rash, but whatever had to go through so we know who is first, it went through. Straight up. So when it says that Queen Elizabeth, there's a man in this land that there's no one is to molest in time for my law. Real thing. And you could see it's obvious, just the diplomatic international connection that King Emmanuel commanded. Even if you don't have receipts on certain things, just the receipts that you have, like what we just read, would make you say, yeah, man, bow for tuna, man. And did say that there's a man in the land, no one to put their hand on. In time to come, he shall be Lord over her law. Yeah. So just showing you, man. Now we give thanks to the Lord of the Sabbath. We give thanks continually for as I said, the man, the Christ, but the man. All that we just expressed there a moment ago, we never talk about, and the book of St. John said, and if you read Isaiah and all of that, I mean, if that he was led as a lamb, before the shearer. And of course, that's Hugh Shearer, as he says. Hugh Shearer, as he said, was president at the time. And he was led as a lamb before the shearer. But still, yes, there's prophecy within it, but I'm just showing you the natural history, the natural reality, and it's not us trying to prop up nobody and making up anything about the Honorable King. It's just the reality of what it is just the reality
of who he is. Black Christ in flesh, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, family, for the strength. Give thanks for the love. I'm looking forward to your presence with us. I'm talking about Sunday in the temple, in the Tigers Temple. And of course, remember that this is just like about 1 more month, eh? Only 1 more month left, family. So now is the time for you to definitely reserve your spot to come and join us in Antigua. You're spending 7 days with the Priest family. I'm looking forward to seeing you, all of those who have already contacted us and, you know, making your way here. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and seeing you and spending some time with you. Of course, remember, it's double hike to Green Castle Hill. And remember, we're talking about the full yoga retreat. Remember, we're talking about the cannabis tour. And of course, so many different things that we will be doing, lecture evening, lecture national, you know, our special historians and griots will be giving us a full understanding of what you'll be seeing when you're going to Green Castle Hill. We'll have the night star watch when we will see the sun set from the mountains and then start to count the stars when they come out, and have an evening alignment where I show you how the different stars and parts of the heavens actually align with specific familiar with. You're going to love it, family. As I said, make sure your vacation is secure. 7 days and nights with joy. We will be definitely having right here in Anu, ancient and modern Anu. Just let the boss know, hey, I got to go to Antigua to spend some time with Priest Isaac and see what's going on in Green Castle Hill. Feel the frequency, feel the energy. Remember, everything is already set in place for you, family. Your accommodations specifically pristine. Definitely your food will be taken care of from breakfast, lunch, dinner, fully ITEL, fully vegan. Of course, the only thing is that you may just have to let us know, not me, you will have to let us know any, allergic reactions you may have to anything. But all of that is in the details of your registering. All you have to do is contact us, family. Just contacting is set, even down to your ticket to get here. We have already put in place means and ways where we could get you reasonable prices as such, or good prices, or better prices than many, I should say, for your ticket, your airplane ticket to get here. But if you have a cheaper way as far as price-wise, that's or more economical, I don't like to use cheaper, more economical, of course, it's all up to you for sure. But as I said, and our experience is definitely very economical. Just contact us, get the information, because I'm looking forward to seeing you come and spend some time with us. Come and straight up, come and see the grades that we have here, no man. And I don't think I can go away with none, but as long as you're here, you're done now. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. So you know how to contact us, email us, and check the website and get more information, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, or you could link us specifically. Rastafari Experience Antigua is area code 1268, area code 1268, number one. No, sorry. Let me start over. Area code 1268, 714. 1227 714-1227, and that specifically is Rastafari Experience Antigua for those who desire more information on the upcoming experience and exactly how you will be getting here. So family, now is the time to check for your ticket, so you can be sure that you're here by the 17th, and you're sure that you're moving out for the 24th. Yes, family, give thanks for the Sabbath coming in. Give thanks for the love, give thanks for the truth, give thanks for righteousness of salvation. Looking forward to seeing the eye on Sunday in the Tigers Temple, where we'll be going into the reality of the Bible. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Life giver and the keeper of life. Family, here is a story coming out of South Africa of an elderly white man that shot a black woman, saying that he thought it was a hippopotamus. And then even afterwards, he came back with another story and said that he thought it was a monkey. This is reality. We're going to get to that right now. But before that, let me just give you this word.
Hi, my name is Nyla, and I am 7 years old. I like my astronomy class, and I am loving it. And I've been learning my planets like the moon and Earth and the Venus, Mercury, and astronomy class is awesome. I've been learning about like Egypt and that stuff. And king and queens and and pyramids and
What do you think thus far of the International Homeschool Program?
I believe it's the best investment I could have made for my daughter and for myself as well, because learning and African heritage, it was needed. It was much needed,
All right, family, perfect. And yes, now is the perfect time to enroll in the National Homeschool Program, My Family Biology, talking about African history, heritage, astronomy, language arts, and English. Family, now is the time. And remember, the language arts and the English is totally free when you sign up specifically to any one of the courses, or even a past student and scholar. Definitely get your young ones, your young minds enrolled in the International Homeschool Program, family. And remember, you can contact us and get a free viewing of the homeschool program, a free snippet then, a free, you can literally see without any charge what the homeschool program is all about, astronomy, whether it is the African history and heritage. Sit down and watch it with your child and see what they say about it. Yeah, man, that's easy. You don't have to pay anything, family. And this is for the benefit of your own young one. So contact us and let us know, hey, I would like a free, a free preview. A free preview of the International Homeschool Program. Let me see the astronomy. Let me see a preview of the biology. Let me see a preview of, something else. And we will definitely send that to you. White man shoots black woman. Claims he thought she was a hippo. I'm telling you. I mean, how low can you go? A white South African farmer or farm owner was freed on a bail after being arrested for shooting and wounding a black woman for mistaking her for a hippopotamus. Good. A white South African farm owner appeared in court for shooting and injuring a black woman that he claimed he mistook for a hippopotamus, the Guardian reported. The man, identified as Paul Hendricks van Zyl, was arrested Tuesday for firing shots in the direction of Ramokone Lena, whose age is 38, who was fishing with her partner in a river in Lephalale town near Limpopo province. According to National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, is attempted murder charges. Country still witnesses deep racial divisions. In a statement, police spokesperson Mampa Swapa Sebi said that the arrested suspect alleged that he shooted at animals. I tell you, sustained wounds on her arm, whereas her partner managed to hide and reported the incident to police and emergency services. And let me just say this quickly, because I read this in a few different articles, and all of them said that he managed to hide. I'm trying to figure out if he got shot, he went and hid himself, and back them things there. You know, yeah, I don't understand. I hope he didn't leave her there and go and hide. No, we don't do it like that at all, brother. I'm sorry. I mean, I read it in several articles, so I'm trying to figure going on there. All right, good. NPA spokesperson in the province, Mashudu Malabi Dizangi, pardon me, said that Van Zyl is of the farm where the incident occurred. All of this sounds interesting. Farmers shooting black people. You know how the story goes. During the arrest, he had 2 rifles. Here we have 2 rifles, 1 revolver, 1 pistols, and 2 air guns. Okay, those must be, I don't know, the BB guns, the guard. In 28 years since the apartheid rule has been about South Africa, the country still faces deep racial division, the website said. The Guardian said that the victim was a part of a group of local men who had been fishing in a near Mojela Park. An informal settlement outside the mining town of Lefalai since mid-morning, were hippos and monkeys. And monkeys. 5 years ago, a South African farmer was also accused of shooting in Popo province after mistaking him for a monkey. Zyl was freed on $1,000 rand, 60 as the case was postponed for further investigation. I have never in my life heard of bail so low for anything. First I didn't know bails could come in the tens of dollars or scores of dollars. It's 100,000, 62, and that is interesting. He's very lucky he found someone to pay that for him. What do you think? Come on, you don't know how the story is. You know, the slave master, not descendants. He's 77 years old. He's 77 years old, so you can understand. 77 years old. Ago, 8 years ago, all the white people in South Africa became nice. You know, so he has been nice 28 years now. You understand? So I could imagine before he became nice, you know, people become nice. Yeah. But anyway, so the man say he taught us. Oh my. And I guess the other, her partner was a monkey. The hippopotamus and the monkey sounds like a story. Yeah? And to keep up life, interesting. Just reminding you to tune into Radio Anu, talking about the international flavor, the universal spice, and of course every Monday, Tuesday we have what do we have for you? Tell me. The Tiger's Nest, 7 p.m. sharp. 7 p.m. every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, evening. If for some reason you are missing the Tiger's Nest, oh man, I always wanted to listen, but I have come home too late, or this and that and the third. Remember, you can become a subscriber. You can become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. How do I do that? All you have to do is contact us. Remember, all the information, the link is in the description below. Do this and let us know. I would like to be a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. That means you get the program, The Tiger's Nest, in your inbox. You get the program, The Tiger's Nest, via the email every day. Every morning you wake up, it's there. Even if you, and it will cost you, pardon me, pennies per program, penny. Yeah, like 20 cents per program, depending on which package you take. Simple like that. Very economical, and of course, the Tiger's Nest will be yours. So yeah, man, contact us and let us know. I would like to subscribe. Love, family. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie.
And 7 years. I like my astronomy class, and I am loving it. And I've been learning my planets like the moon and Earth and the Venus, Mercury, and astronomy class is awesome. I've been learning about like Egypt and that stuff. And king and queens and and pyramids and
What do you think thus far of the International Homeschool program?
I believe it's for my daughter and for myself as well, because learning astronomy and African heritage, it was needed. It was much needed,
Yes, family, blessed love, give thanks, life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. You don't know the honorable full tiger's nest, definitely in your area. And yes, the International Homeschool program, now the best time, family, for you to definitely hook up and enroll your young ones or yourself in the International Homeschool program, especially at this time when we have all of these specials still taking place. So now is the best time, for you to contact us, call us, and get your young ones enrolled in the biology, in the African history, heritage, the astronomy, the language arts. As you can see, there's so many things taking place here. But I want to touch upon Haile Selassie the first. I want to touch upon the importance of the Bible. And let me say, prep for a wonderful sit down and discussion that I intend to have in a few days. Yes, I intend to have a good sit down and discussion with two specific guests. I am not going to say who they are as yet, but I intend to have two specific visitors with me, and we are going to be reasoning more days so than me. I'll be just there moderating and listening to the discussion as it relates to the importance of the Bible in Rastafari and how Rastafari should utilize the Bible, etc. And it's going to be a wonderful sit down, trust me. And I must say both ideas will be slightly different. So, of course, that is why it's important to hear different levels so you can milk everything out. But I want to read something here for you. And let me say before I go that far, listen, we had a wonderful workshop previous night, what people call last night. Listen, family, for those of you who were not there, I mean, trust me, I'm saying this from my heart. You definitely missed a very professional and in-depth workshop presented by the Honorable Empress Naya as it relates to natural childbirthing. Family, because in reality, this is a part of all of our lives, whether you're a male or female. We all were given birth, and more than likely sometime in your life, you will actually give birth. And when I say give birth, I mean even as a man, you're not going to give the birth. But you see, this is one of the reasons why we had these workshops, so we can understand that it is not about the woman being pregnant, it's the family structure. Of course, it's the child has been conceived by both male and female, and still you got to remember the family structure and extended family and those who would mingle in with the spirit, because it's a spiritual thing too. But listen, previous night, it was wonderful. Those of you who were there, I know for sure you had a wonderful time. Many of you were saying, man, you didn't know it was so in-depth, and you heard things that you didn't even know about. I know some of you will be continuing to do extra classes with the Honorable Empress Naya. That is good. Some of you have already hired her to be your doula consultant. That's very good. So let me say, family, remember that the Honorable Empress is doing consultations. In fact, I don't have all the details in front of me, but if I'm not mistaken, she will be doing consultations all day on Thursday. I want you to hear this good, meaning that this is not a workshop now. So if you missed the workshop and yourself, and when I say yourself, I mean your family, brothers, you got to be involved here. Don't leave it for the sisters and all she know what to do. Brothers, you got to be involved. What was beautiful previous night, and the Empress highlighted this, that there were brothers there, some who came basically by themselves, you know, and as she's saying, in the doula profession, you usually just see sisters alone come out. So I'm very happy for those of us brothers who are conscious enough to understand that this is just as much as our responsibility as the sisters' responsibility. Yeah, so if you are, as a family or whatever, you are thinking of becoming pregnant or fruitful and thinking or planning of bringing a child into the world, or you are currently pregnant and looking forward to that day of delivery, or if you have passed the stage, you have already given birth and now you're in the afterbirth stage, and to me that covers everybody, you could definitely contact the Honorable Empress Naya via our email, or you could literally call our WhatsApp, and you could set up an appointment for this coming Thursday. Again, she will be doing appointments throughout Thursday itself. I can't give you the price of the cost of the appointment, but it's very inexpensive. I'm going to hazard a guess. I know it's somewhere between $25 or something of the sort for the consultation, $25 to $30 for the consultation itself. That's a one-on-one consultation. You're not in a group with nobody. So you contact us today and say, hey, I'd like to set a spot for Thursday. We might ask you what spot is better for you. But of course, the longer you take, that means you got to take the spot you get. So once you say, yeah, well, Thursday, 10 o'clock or Thursday, 1 o'clock, and we set that for you. And then at 1 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, whenever it is, you got the link and you hook up with the Honorable Empress and you have a one-on-one consultation, private consultation about your pregnancy, about your future pregnancy, family planning, or pregnancy that has passed, or whatever situation it has that has to do with the health and wellness of the womb and the health and the wellness of the baby. I'm telling you, after that discussion, that workshop last night, for sure, those of you who missed it, I'm encouraging you to definitely contact us. Of course, you know the email, all the links are in the description below, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, or you could call our WhatsApp, area code 1268. Write this down now, area code 1268 728 8289. 728-8289. Contact us now and ask for a spot for Thursday so you could have a one-on-one consultation with our international professional wellness doula, certified in the field, the Honorable Empress Naya. Now, what I really wanted to do, I actually just wanted to read something here for you. As I said, I'll be having a whole reasoning, what we will call discussion around this in about 2 to 3 days. So I want you to keep your eyes glued to our YouTube platform. We'll be having two giants, two scholars within the field of Rastafari, and we will be talking about what I consider not really a provocative or controversial subject. It may be, but that's not what I'm going to make it out to be. It's a necessary subject. Yeah. It's something that we need to reason about properly, because an individual could bring all the facts and tell you about the Bible came from King James, or the Bible was milked out of the Septuagint, or the Bible this and it's Abrahamic tradition. You could say all what you want. But then now, an individual, the fact that we are Rastafari, an individual has a very strong point when they go for the king's speeches and what the emperor says about the Bible. So we need to balance this off properly. you know, because they're very different, you know, they're diverse views. And there's nothing wrong with diverse views, but still at the same time, because I'm not an arguer. To me, I don't argue about people's belief, and I'm not going to fight you to try to believe like me on none of these things. I believe we can work together without that. But I don't think there's anybody that likes to sit down when it comes to theological things more than me. You check it. And when it comes to my stance, I don't think nobody can hold me down. But I don't use that as nothing dogmatic or no ego. We can still work together. I could definitely, you know, tolerate, you know, these so-called differences that we have amongst ourselves as Rastafari. All right. Once they're not queer and no sodomite, and so we can work. Okay, good. Now, I'm going to read here. This is from the Black Supremacy. But this is a speech given by Haile Selassie I that many of us know. And all I'm going to do is read the speech. I'm going to try not to interpret it, just read it, because I think it's a very clear speech. And I might refer to some aspects of it when I get the brothers in the tiger's nest for us to reason about the Bible. And it says here, we in Ethiopia have one of the oldest versions of the Bible. But however old the version may be, in whatever language it might be written, the word remains one and the same. It transcends all boundaries of empires and all conception of race. It is eternal. Now, to me, that's a heavy start. You gotta really come good to kind of shake that one away, especially as a Rastafari. It says, no doubt you all remember reading the Acts of the Apostles, of how Philip baptized the Ethiopian official. He is the first Ethiopian on record to have followed Christ. And from that day onwards, the word of God has continued to grow in the hearts of Ethiopians. And I might say for myself that from early childhood, I was taught to appreciate the Bible. And my love for it increases with the passage of time. All through my troubles, I have found it a cause of infinite comfort. This is the king. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Who can resist an invitation so full of compassion? Okay, because of this personal experience in the goodness of the Bible, I was resolved that all my countrymen should also share its great blessing, and that by reading the Bible, they should find truth for themselves. Therefore, I caused a new translation to be made from our ancient language into the language with the young, which the old and the young understood and spoke. Now, this paragraph here to me is the home run. Today, man sees his hopes and aspirations crumbling before him. He is perplexed and knows not whether he is drifting. But he must realize that the Bible is his refuge. Interesting. And the rallying point for all humanity. In it, man will find solutions of his present difficulties and guidances for his future actions. Okay, good. But hear this now, this is like the real sticking point. And unless he accepts with clear conscience the Bible and its great message, he cannot. Wow, that's some serious stuff. He cannot hope for salvation. Let me repeat that specific part. And unless he accepts with clear conscience the Bible and its great message, he cannot hope for salvation. For my part, I glory in the Bible. And, you know, not most, but a lot of Rastafari, you know, I would say for obvious reasons, will close the book on that. And so, well, there you go, that's it. No argument, nothing else nobody has to say. But yet still, amongst us, there are those that have some strong scholarly reasonings. Because, of course, I mean, you can go into the history of the Bible and what you understand of the Bible. Outside of the speech of the king, there's a lot of ones that I know that wouldn't even touch the Bible. They clearly tell me that, hey, if the emperor didn't give that speech or speak about the Bible so highly, I wouldn't even read it. It's through the emperor expressed these things to that I took the Bible and went into it more. And to be honest, after going into it more, I understand why it's important for I and I to read the Bible. So you have different outlooks of it. That's just another one's opinion. I'm giving people's opinion here. So that is why I will be having some visitors. I said guess already, but I don't like guess. Nobody should be guessing now. I'm going to have some special visitors with me in about a day or two. And I'm not going to give you a hint of who they are. Maybe in an upcoming program before the program, I would give you a highlight on exactly who I'm going to have sitting with me, and we will be reasoning about the Bible. So definitely looking forward to that, family. And let me just remind you, don't wait until the last minute. Contact us now for more information as it relates to the summer solstice experience, talking about here in Antigua. I'm looking forward to all of you, family, those of you who have already contacted me and say, hey, I'm putting the dollars aside. Hey, there are those who have contacted us and say, listen, I'm starting to save the money. How much is the whole trip? How much is the whole tour that you're giving? And I explain the price and accommodations, and people say, what? But I have that money saved already. Exactly. It's a very, very inexpensive experience, my family. All you got to do is contact us, email us, WhatsApp us, call us, and ask for the itinerary, ask for the price, because remember, it is the 17th of June. You got to be here. We are already in May. May is moving fast, but today is the 10th, the 11th, whatever. May is moving fast. So by the 17th of next month, you got to be here. So you need to start to check for your tickets now. Don't wait until June the 15th to try to check for your ticket. Check for your ticket. And of course, the earlier you get your ticket is the best price you get, or the better price. And remember, we have links to specific travel agencies. So once you contact us, we can organize that. But if you get a better price, please go with your better price, and because we ain't making no profit off of no travel agency. I'm just showing you, there's no profit made off of accommodations really at all. We're just bent on giving you the best experience you can get. You can come and visit us for these 7 days, spend some time with the Honorable Priest. Yeah, yoga retreat, double hike to Green Castle Hill, Star Watch night, cannabis tour, cannabis everything, island tour, national heritage lecture. What else we're going to be doing? The beach and the yoga. Of course, your vegan food, which is your Ital food, the Ital sauce. When we go amongst the Bingi house, the Naya Bingi camp, we're going to be having the Bobo Shanti service. Listen, so many things, the meet and greet, so many things, the media day. You're going to have a wonderful time. Make sure you come with all your cameras. Make sure you can definitely document the moment. You're going to have a blast. I could clearly say when you join us this year. So if you take your vacation during the summer, you should come down to Antigua, man. And not even just come to Antigua. It's not to say it's Antigua, we're pushing them, man. Come and spend some time with the Honorable Priest, man. Come and experience Green Castle Hill for yourself. Evening hike and see the sunset. It's something you'll never forget, and watch the stars come out. Man, we live this, You're gonna love it. You're gonna wish you didn't have to leave. And then the summer solstice morning hike, when you see the sun rising and you see the alignment with the different stones. Yes, family, contact us, and at least get the ball rolling and prepare yourself, as I said, for the experience. Wonderful. And remember, Thursday, definitely contact us for your spot for the consultation. For those of you who will be taking your consultations, as I said, I think it's between $25, $30 per spot for the consultations. For sure, at one-on-one, you'll be able to explain to the Empress exactly, what your situation is, what you may have been going through, whatever the ailment as it relates to the whole aspect of the pregnancy, what you're looking forward to, and whatever it is, they don't have to be no problem at all. It's all about the wellness and well-keeping and upkeep of understanding as it relates to the natural liberty with childbirth. Remember, this is post and pre and during and post. So you don't have to worry about nothing at all, whatever situation you are in. All right, wonderful family. Give thanks for the love. Look forward to this discussion here as it relates to the Haile Selassie and Rastafari in general as a movement and how we should be handling the Bible from here on. And please feel free to comment and let us know. And don't be afraid to share the video neither. Share it now, man. Share it with a friend. Share it with a friend. You can at least do that. Give thanks to those who contribute. And if you do want to contribute, remember, the link is in the description below for the Cash App, for the PayPal. You could do that if you desire. That would be a good-hearted thing. But if you can't do that, at least share the video. Put it on your YouTube page. Share it with a friend. Share it with a companion, even with your enemies. Give them something to aggravate them. Share the video. Yes, I just, give thanks. Yeah. But anyway, but Marley said in a song, I want to disturb my neighbor. Yeah, give thanks continually, family, for the love. Give thanks to Majesty. Looking forward to seeing you in the Tiger's Nest tonight. You know where that is. That's Radio Anu, Tiger's Nest, all of that. The link is in the description below. 7 p.m. sharp. We had a wonderful Tiger's Nest last night, eh? Yeah, the agenda of the Disney at this moment. But anyway, we go into a different levels this evening. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Thanks. That's a love.
Hi, my name is Nyla, and I am 7 years old. I like my astronomy class, and I am loving it. And I've been learning my planets like the moon and Earth and the Venus, Mercury, and astronomy class is awesome. I've been learning about like Egypt and that stuff. And king and queens and and pyramids and
What do you think thus far of the International Homeschool program?
I believe it's the best investment I could have made for my daughter and for myself as well, because learning astronomy and African heritage, it was needed. It was much needed,
Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the 3 together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Visit us, Priest Isaac
the celebration. Yes, family, blessed love, give thanks for your presence with us. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Give thanks for Empress Menen, Father and Mother of creation. Give thanks for your presence with us, even on a wonderful evening as is now. Honorable Priest Isaac, your humble servant, here with you. Honorable Empress Naya with us, as well as we will be continuing the series of programs that we have been doing leading up to the natural childbirthing workshop that will be held on the 9th of May. And of course, our certified professional doula is with us. Again, the Honorable Empress Naya, and she will be giving us some more information on exactly what we will be looking into and getting into on Monday, the 9th of May. So as I said, the Honorable Empress is a certified professional international wellness doula. She's many other things, but this is what we are focusing on this evening. And of course, no stranger by now to the followers of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. And of course, you know, she specifically hosts the radio program, Redemption Healing, which comes on every Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. So I would like to say, blessed love, Honorable Empress, give thanks for your presence again.
Blessed love.
We're all is well. I know you have a lot to share. You know, we have been getting some good feedback from the previous encounter that we had as it relates to the, you know, you went more into a lot of spiritual aspect of the whole aspect of giving birth naturally. But I know you have another level to touch this evening. I know we are going into, if it's a natural birth, we're going into what you could consider the unnatural birth. As I was saying earlier, you know, like a person like myself, I'm not one of those who was born at the kitchen table, you know. I was born in the hospital. You know, this is a place where people die, and just the whole encounter is so dread, you know. We were speaking earlier that myself and yourself, where you were highlighting to me that even in the medical world today, young sisters are actually signing up to literally have a C-section. It's not a case as if, well, you know, the baby's having problems getting out and they resort to that, which they don't have to do that even in that case. But now we're lining up to get it done. So we're showing you the flip side of what you will be teaching, how it can be done naturally in so many different forms, from the physical to the spiritual. So what I'm going to do, Honorable, I'm going to allow you to share your screen. I know you have a lot to partake to the royal family. And royal family, this is just a touch of what you will be getting on Monday the 9th. Yes, you have permission to share your screen. Monday the 9th specifically. And we're talking about the 9th of May. And it is the natural childbirthing workshop. And of course, that will be presented again by the Honorable Empress Naya. You getting through with the sharing?
Yes, I'm working on it now.
Oh, okay, just making sure, no problem there. So family, make sure that you reserve your spot. Remember tomorrow, the 2nd of May, this was recorded on the 1st, premiered on the 1st. So tomorrow, the 2nd of May is actually what they call the deadline, but nobody's gonna die here. It's a lifeline, but that's the sealing up day for you to get the $15, $15 off of your purchase for your space. Remember, the whole thing will be virtual. It's a workshop, family. A workshop begins at 8 p.m. Eastern Caribbean Eastern Standard Time. And remember, you'll be given a certificate of attendance afterwards. But anyway, give thanks. Honorable Empress, please, the floor is yours.
All right, let me make sure that I'm off mute. Okay, I'm off mute.
Yes.
Yeah, blessed love, give thanks. And we are going to, so yeah, you were recapping that the last conversation that we had, we spoke about more so the spiritual aspects to being, in the capacity from teaching from my capacity as a doula, like how we're trained to be intuitive towards pregnancy and the emotional, the mental. But today we're going to just do a little glimpse here or touch a couple of points as it relates to the medical aspect, just having the awareness of, what are some of the procedures like when you're going into a hospital setting, because there's multiple places in which you can birth. You can birth at home. You can birth if you want to do a water birth. You can birth in the ocean. It just depends on where you choose, where you choose to give birth, or where your body chooses to give birth, your baby itself. So in the medical practice, they have tactics for disrupting the natural flow of labor, delivery, pregnancy. It's just they have their tactics all throughout the different stages of birth, right? So we're going to talk about the labor stage, which is also the delivery part, because shortly when you're in labor, like maybe shortly after, soon, or delivery comes. So we have it here, forceps in childbirth. So the medical, the medical book record of forceps delivery is a type of assisted vaginal delivery.
But
And
let me
it is
just come in here. Pardon me, sorry to interrupt, but you're actually sharing one of your certificates. I don't know if you know that. Yes, you're actually sharing your Birthwell International LLC. Proudly affirms Naya Rene Imani has successfully. Yeah, that's what. But that's good stuff there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it clarifies who you are as it relates to this. And as I said before, you are certified in many different fields, but you can continue. So that's what you're sharing. So
Okay.
I think you know how to change the sharing aspect, isn't it?
Yeah. So
okay.
I think that was actually what I wanted to start off by highlighting, and I just got into the conversation. But yeah. So
what you have here is forceps in childbirth. That's what you were speaking of.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm seeing a searching page there. Okay,
good. All right. So we're back onto topic.
Yes.
Thank you for that. The forceps delivery is as it is explained here. It's a type of assisted vaginal delivery, and it is sometimes needed in the course of vaginal childbirth. So I can't really explain all the reasons why that they would use this method.
Yes.
Because there is no really clinical diagnosis that I believe is even considered for it. This is around this time, if you're in a child and if you're in a hospital setting, right? And this is why we're creating the workshop, so there can be an awareness so that we can actually, not put ourselves in positions where we really don't have, too much say-so of what's going on. And especially if you're female, you can't really do too much, when you're in labor. You're you really cannot get up off the, the hospital bed and say, hey, let's not do this, because you're laying down. So with this particular tactic, it's used during the time where the baby is engaged and it's descending from the uterus into the birth canal and out of the birth canal, out of the yoni, and it's into life, the earth. So they use these forceps here to assist in the baby coming out. So let's just say if the baby just decides to take a little 1 minute pause, right? And 1 minute because the adrenaline is up, like everyone is really, it's an energy now that is taking over the room, so everyone, 1 minute may not seem like a lot right now, but when they're in the moment, like they're, and they're not being patient, because that's what this is about. It's about being present, when you're present and when you're one with something, you can find more patience with it. So in their reality, they'll use these tools, forceps, to like.
That give me the shivers there.
Mm-hmm. So yes, because you can see it there, how it can be injurious to the newborn, the sensitivity of the skin, or even injurious to the womb. So this is what they do, and we are informed, in terms of, in the workshop, we are informed better of, why this is unnecessary. So this is unnecessary because that when you are, when you're in labor, and this is just coming from my expertise as the professional. I haven't quite made it there yet, but I wouldn't suggest being in this position without any level of written information that I don't want this to be happening at all, or that this is a tactic, this is a tool in which they will use to speed up the process. So forceps are there, and then we have what is known as the epidural shot, which a lot of people are familiar with, but it's not enough conversations as it relates to the long-term effects of what an epidural can do, or what an epidural is, what's in the ingredients, right? So we'll talk about, the medical perspective as it relates to have awareness of what's going on, because this is just reality. And then we'll also talk about the natural way of being more at ease and at present, and to trust yourself and not to put too much trust in the what's the external, what's outside of you, and to just trust yourself more, and to trust your baby, because to have that bond and that union within your womb, is very powerful. So so we'll talk about this and how we can avoid it as well, because I have a suggestion, in fact, a tool of what you can use to actually avoid, this level of trauma, this level of information. And I feel like, should I say it, or should I wait and say it? Should I say it now?
Well, you're the professional,
Well, if I say it now, which is a birth plan, that's what I was going to say. It's a birth plan. birth plans would actually position you better if you choose to give birth within a hospital setting. But that's the thing. The idea of the strength and the education around natural childbirth is so that you won't even need to have these, with this in your radar, because when you're in their facilities, when you're in their space, pretty much you got to have an advocate for yourself, because if you don't have an advocate for yourself, you can be pressured to do things that may not be within, may not be within your own moral reasoning. It may be a bit immoral when you think about it, so.
We did a program not too long ago. I know you would recall that. It aired on radio. I can't remember the killer name, but one of these demons, I hope I'm not spoiling your environment here, pardon me. One of these supposed doctors, which is a term that really does mean, when you doctor up something, it's you kind of fabricate it, really, but that's what to doctor something really means. And those forceps that you were showing is the same instruments that this killer would use on the African woman, and open her vaginal canal and rip it up, all in a form of experiment too. And many of these same instruments have come down even today. Looks nice and shiny and pretty now, like if it's something that we're supposed to be happy about. That is supposed to clamp the baby's head and pull that baby out. Instead of, we get a regiment and a diet with some raw okra, which will help to lubricate naturally the vaginal canal when the time is right. And so many different things. But let me make you continue.
Yeah, I would say that, we're going to save as much as we can for the presentation, because out of all fairness and to really respect the works that we are doing within the realms of consciousness, Rastafari, within the realms of, really healing the nation, we want to most definitely perhaps to not get so much into the conversation, because I just know that, this is normalized. Trauma, when it comes to the womb and trauma, it's a normalized thing, especially as it relates to Western medicine. And as you was talking about it, how it's rooted in slavery, it's rooted. It probably has many roots, but most for sure, it's most definitely rooted in American gynecology, is rooted within the time when our ancestors really had no choice but to really be succumbed to the abuse, of their white slave owners or white masters. So I think that it's worth to for women who are seeking to become certified as a doula to take this course, because with this courses, it's an education course. It's a birth course. Now the natural is what will be emphasized, but this counts as any other childbirth course requirement or class for women who are seeking information for their personal studies, or for who want to become a doula, or for parents who are very just interested in and are aware of what's happening, or who aren't aware of what's happening and would like to be enlightened more. So this is like taking a step in investing within ourselves and investing, in, our families, so this is most definitely going to be a really good course workshop, for people to learn.
Yeah, but I want to ask a question, and as you mentioned, the workshop still here. Family, just remember that it's the 9th of May. That is just about 7 or 8 days away from now. It is going to be 8 p.m. in the evening. It's a Monday evening, 7 p.m. Well, evening, and this is for the international community, but at least the timing that we're clocking, 8 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, which is similar to the Eastern Standard Time as well. And so wherever you are in the earth, Japanese time, Chinese time, wherever you are, you could definitely just align yourself, and because it's going to be worth the while to make sure that you are aligned with this wonderful workshop. You could already see this is basically a conversation we are having here, but for sure you're going to need to come with your pen and your pad to make sure you get all the information down precise and correct. And remember that tomorrow, which maybe today, depending on when you're seeing this video, is the final day for you to get your space for $15 off, $35 space. I mean, remember the contribution is only $50, and I would say that with an only $50. The previous time the Honorable Empress was with us, she told us that a workshop of such is really into the hundreds, 100 plus. But this is $50 plus. You'll be getting $15 off if you purchase your ticket before the 2nd of May, Monday, the 2nd of May, which technically is already now. So you should really contact us now. Of course, you know what to do. Is Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Visit the website, priestisaacinstitute.com. But Honorable Empress, what I wanted to say even before we seal up or anything, I know for sure the workshop, as you said, the key term here is natural. So yet still, I know I'm positive, although I've really peeped your script, but I know that basically, you will be given an idea of the what you would say the conventional way of doing things, like what we just saw there on the screen a moment ago. But I know you'll be going more into how it should be done the right way, as you said, before conception and during the time of pregnancy. I know these are not the exact clinical biological phrases, but work with me, during the time of pregnancy and after pregnancy as well. But as far as the pharmaceutical world, give us an idea, especially even some of the brothers who, even though they may have children or whatever, sometimes, as you said, the woman may find herself in this situation alone. So I know sometimes she's bombarded with different drugs and pills and synthetic vitamin, this and that. Give us an idea of that level of trauma too that the woman goes through, which really most women will go through, whether they're aware of it or not. And give us an idea of these different drugs that they may push on them.
And I would like to say that, I would want to most definitely leave the nutritional aspects, the natural ways that you can actually do the job of what the pharmaceutical drugs that are recommended as to do the job. To do the job for what is needed. So for an example, let's start with the epidural shot. Which is a really serious thing that a lot of women may opt to, because they are feeling a bit overwhelmed with the process, and maybe not just the process, but the energy of what is around them that is informing, how they feel. The epidural shot, it's a big needle that has a anesthesia in it, and it is to numb the from the pelvic on down. It's just to numb the woman from the pelvic on down. And we gonna speak about why that is a bit contradictory to the natural way of giving birth. The next in the workshop. So that's why this is a conversation that, it's worth for you to sit and invest and to sit in, because it's educational. It's done from, it's research based. It's what we may not be fully aware to the detriments of it. So another pharmaceutical thing that I will address is the liquid drink that every woman is pretty much required to have at a certain, they want it to be consumed at a certain passage or time within the pregnancy experience. So I want to say when, not in the first trimester, I want to say it's in the second trimester, and it's called the vitamin K drink. That's what everyone know it as. It's vitamin K. That's what people consider it. And we'll talk about, well, what is it? What's the drink? What is it? And what is it for? And how we can naturally give ourselves the vitamin K that we need if it is something that is a standard toward a pregnant body as it relates to the physical health. So we'll talk about the physical standards as it relates to what are the key vitamins and minerals that are needed to sustain a healthy hormonal balance and for healthy energy. So that's two things. The epidural shot, we'll talk a bit more about that, although and we'll
and a special K drink.
Special K drink.
Special.
Vitamin K.
Oh, vitamin K. Oh Lord. Anyway, special K is one of them complex things. So family, you could obviously see now, and remember, family. So we're just kind of touching at different aspects of this. I would say just picking as such, but this is going to be a very comprehensive workshop, basically. I'm looking at the poster. The poster here, these are some of the words that I should have applied earlier. So you have preconception, 101. So that's preconception before you've conceived, prenatal support and natural pregnancy, natural birthing and spiritual techniques, natural postpartum healing, that's after you have given birth, at home birthing space, live question and answer. So you can see that this is definitely going to be a wonderful evening coming with the family also, my wonderful people. Remember, this is a workshop. The space specifically might be limited as well, So remember, this is a webinar itself, unless we may have to upgrade the space, but for now, you'd have to make sure you get your space as quick as you can get your space, you could imagine. But remember, I see something here at the bottom here, plus free virtual doula support, 1 month free virtual doula support. Am I correct with that, Honorable Empress?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you can just tell us quickly what that is.
Yes, so that is the virtual birth doula or postpartum doula consultations that I will be offering for people who are interested in being supported virtually.
Okay, and you naturally do that as well. So to the family outside of the workshop, you could actually get these services directly from Redemption Healing, directly from the Honorable Empress Naya. But we have to remind you, as the time is on us, we have a scheduled time with this specific presentation, just reminding you that actually there's a special sale on your contribution tickets for your e-spot as such, and the sale really seals basically tomorrow, Monday the 2nd of May. Get your tickets for only $35, but of course the regular contribution for this wonderful event will be $50 specifically, and I myself am looking forward to it. It is Monday the 9th of May, 8 p.m., and I know it will be a joy. Natural Childbirth in Education workshop. Don't forget, whose ever name it is registered under, you will be getting a certificate at the end of it, a certificate of completing this workshop at the end of it. Honorable Empress, any sealing words for you?
Yeah, oh yes, I was gonna say, and it will be a beautiful certificate. It will be designed very beautifully.
All right, but you could add some more to that in your sealing words.
Oh, okay.
Anything you want to say?
Well, yeah, I think you really pretty much talked about it and sealed it really good enough. Yeah, it's going to be a good investment. It's an investment for yourself in learning, and it will really be a good investment for certification purposes.
Yes, positive. Well, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Looking forward to seeing the full family there. Give thanks continually for all those who would have sat through this presentation with us. And it's all about the family, it's about joy, it's about happiness. And this is not something for the ladies alone, man. This is for the family. Brothers, they gotta come out, even if you don't have a sugar dumpling. It's all right. The knowledge is the knowledge is. Go ahead.
Let me also say this, because you just made me remember. That is also for children too. This is age appropriate information. Nothing is going to be derogatory or explicit. It's just awareness and information. So it's a really good way of having a puberty talk as well. If you would want to bring your older children in, so your older teens or your young adults, children, if you can get them to come, to bring them in so that they can learn it, because I think that it's a really good way of evolving into womanhood and into adulthood for the boys as well, for the princes.
Yes, give thanks. And that again, stressing on, as I said, the family, as the Honorable Empress says, because sometimes we forget the little ones for real, because this is a holistic thing. That is why I was stressing that brothers come in as well. Come in, even if you're a bachelor or whatever, still come in. This is for the future, getting an understanding, because as I said, when a family is bringing forward a new life, you may technically say that the woman is the one that is pregnant, but spiritually, the man is directly connected to that youth that he conceived, even more so than the female, just as how she's connected, obviously, blood and sinew, and she feeds the youth within her physically. It's obvious, you can't deny that. It's the same thing with the connection that the man has with the same child on the spiritual level, whether he be on the moon and the child is in the bottom of the sea, in wherever, there is a natural spiritual connection that the man has with his child. Something to remember, in the very same way that the woman is physically connected with that same child. But give thanks, Honorable Empress. Give thanks to the royal family. Give thanks for all those who have been with us. Glorify the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love, give thanks.
For our cells to live and function properly. And secondly, it allows us to exhale carbon dioxide from our body.
So before we get to what carbon dioxide is or what it does and all of that, the respiratory system has different functions. Two of these are to bring oxygen into our body, and it allows us to exhale carbon dioxide from our body as well. Now, even before we go that far, we just observe the makeup of the lungs. I just want to make sure you could follow this. You got somewhat of a magnified view. What kind of view? A magnified view of what's going on inside of the lungs. So again, from your nasal
yes, my family, blessed love, give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. What you were just gazing on there, you actually got a sneak preview, family, of one of our biology classes. I think that's class number 15 you were watching there. I was actually gazing on it really before I brought you in. So you just kind of got a little sneak preview there. But remember, family, for sure, if you want to see the whole of that class session there, or if you want to get a free viewing of the biology, of the astronomy, of the African history and heritage, or even if you just want to consult with us as it relates to enrolling your young child in the International Homeschool Program, family, all you have to do is contact us. It's easy as pie. You don't know what to do. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. And for sure, you definitely will get the best service. Remember, our homeschool program goes out every day. As I always say, it is not to replace the system's curriculum, but it's definitely a supplementary program that will definitely add. Remember, you ain't getting no African history and heritage in the schools, and you're not getting astronomy in the schools, not unless it's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. And even when it comes to biology, you'd be surprised, family. Even that little bit you just saw, our biology program that has been designed for little children is so comprehensive. As you could obviously see, they're learning about the digestive system. They learn about the nervous system, the skeletal system, photosynthesis, the cells, the atoms. Definitely, and as you could obviously see, it's well entertaining and the children love it. you yourself have heard the reports and the testimonies that we definitely get from both children and parents. So I'm very thankful for that. But listen, family, it's a celebration moment here with us, and you know what to do to contact us, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. All the links are in the description below. Just go down and press the links and contact us and let us know that you would like a free viewing of, you know, the homeschool program so that your little child could watch it. And then they themselves could say, hey, mommy, daddy, for sure, I need to be a part of this. Wonderful. Now, family, give thanks again for your presence with us and what we want to get into today. As you know, this is, well, we are celebrating the commemoration of the anniversary of the visit of Emperor Haile Selassie I, even to the Western world in 1966. But of course, you know, today is 420. You know what's 420, eh? Yeah, 420, the 20th day of April. And the 20th day of April, 420, has become synonymous with smoking marijuana. Okay, we're thankful for the appreciation of that. But it is interesting how 420 has just crept up on 421 to the point that many people totally miss 421. Even I and I as Rastafari, we're more interested in 420 now than 421. Huh? What was 421? 21 minutes after 4? No, that's the 21st day of April. You know, a very important time. And this is why, family, remember tomorrow evening on the Tiger's Nest. Where? The Tiger's Nest. That is our radio program on Radio Anu. International Flavor, the Universal Spice. Tomorrow evening on the Tiger's Nest, we will be speaking about the 21st day of April's visit of Haile Selassie I to Jamaica. And we will be showing you the alignment with that. And of course, the Passover in the Bible. Trust me, it's going to be something you don't want to miss. It may be a bit lengthy, but that doesn't mean you're supposed to come in late. Make sure you come on time. So we're going to be going into a little of that reasoning even right now as I speak to you. And since it's 420, we're really conducting this somewhat as a chalice talk. So that is what's going to happen here. We're going to be looking at a bit of the video of the footage of the visitation of the King of Kings in 1966. And then we're going to reason about, 420. And how is it that it eclipsed in 421? And let's just see what's going on. But anyway, before we go to the fullness thereof, let me just remind you once again, remember the time is getting close. For all of you who have not registered as yet for the International Natural Childbirthing Workshop, of course, you still have time. We're talking about all the way till the 9th of May. But remember, those of you who will be registering early, you will definitely get a special price for this experience. It's going to be a wonderful experience. Remember, we're directly dealing with natural birthing, childbirthing. And remember, this is a workshop. So we're inviting you to come and learn the art of giving birth, of course. You know the key word, naturally. The virtual edition, my family. And of course, this will be presented by our certified and professional international doula, the Honorable Empress Naya. And let me ask, how many of us were in tune today for Redemption Healing on Radio Anu? What a wonderful program that was today. I'm talking about on Radio Anu. Every Wednesday at 10 a.m., you have what is known as Redemption Healing, the program, hosted by the Honorable Empress Naya. And of course, today was no exception as far as the quality of such a programming. But remember, it is the 9th of May. Yes, all roads lead specifically to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, 8 p.m. sharp. That's the time the workshop will begin. And just for clarity, family, remember, once you attend this workshop, you will be given a certificate of attendance, which really can go some way, as far as the quality
of the workshop that you will be participating in. Now, keep in mind, this is not a certification in the sense that you are certified in the field, you know, but you at least have proof that you were in a well-comprehensive workshop where the certified and the professional really conducted it, and you would have left with, you know, great knowledge. So sisters and brothers, I know some of us as brothers, we like to run away from this kind of stuff as if that ain't got nothing to do with us. That has everything to do with you. This ain't no Holy Ghost stuff. If you were not there, it wouldn't happen. So we definitely talking about even preconception, conception, the time of the pregnancy, and of course the birth and afterbirth, and I mean nothing will be left undone in this workshop. So I'm just inviting you to contact us to get more information. Remember, it's only $50 for the workshop, family. For the level of, you know, the quality of what you'll be getting, only $50. But remember, prior to such, you could get you could reserve your space for $35 if you come through before the 2nd day of May. It's going to be a wonderful sit down. And remember, you can make your payments using the Cash App. You can make your payments via the PayPal as well. And of course, even right here, you could definitely go into the description below and definitely find the link. All right, I have my chalwa here, although I already took a draw, but I'm going to continue to draw as we continue to celebrate. And let me just remind you, don't forget tonight's Tiger's Nest. Hey man, we go nonstop, eh? Don't forget tonight's Tiger's Nest. We will be taking another look at Mr. Paul Kagame, president of Rwanda. Remember last night we listened to his speech where he was running fire on the Western world for their hypocrisy? All right. We're going to take a closer look at our good president brother from Rwanda and see exactly why is it that he was passing through the Caribbean a few days ago. You know he was around here. Yeah, he was in Barbados. He went to Jamaica as well. What's the reason? And it's interesting that he came after William and Kate. And he's also coming before Edward and Sophie, or Sophia, whatever her name is. Yes, they have some more so-called royals passing through. In fact, they will be in Antigua on Friday. Prince Edward and his wife will be coming through Antigua. What's all of this about? You know, of course, you see our African president brother pass through, so and it's all right. We don't need to raise an eyebrow. He's okay. You know, well, he's our brother. I'm sure he's okay to some degree, but let's get the details. And what about that post of the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, presently held by Baroness Scotland? What does that have anything to do with the visit of these people, including President Paul Kagame? Well, family, you got to tune into the Tiger's Nest tonight, and we're gonna spend maybe the first half of the program on that, and then the second half, as I promised before, we definitely want to talk about the healing power of Single Bible. Whose Bible? The King James Version? No. Single Bible is what we refer to as aloes, right? As King Emmanuel say, the hyssop. And we will be going into the depths of why it's hyssop and how we utilize the hyssop and the power of the hyssop and the aloes. So listen, man, yeah, just stick with the Institute, family. If it's knowledge and information and inspiration you want, you are in the right place. All right. So as I said, what we are going to do at the moment now, I want us to revisit, of course, the visitation of Haile Selassie I as he, landed in Jamaica. And then we are going to see how we can balance off 420 and 421.
The ceremonial welcome that was planned had to be abandoned as the avalanche of men, women, and children swept away all semblance of order.
So obviously this is 1966, eh? This is 1966. You see the brethren them here. The man have his long chalice here. His brethren over here in his long robe. He has his long chalice too. This is 421, eh? And a 420 is a day that, yeah, everybody free to smoke. But you see 421, before there was ever a 420. You see 421. I don't know if you know any of the elders them, the man, that were there when Haile Selassie landed that plane on the airport. Rastaman tell you see the 3 days that the emperor was here, ganja was legal. I know some of you young ones to say ganja was legal may not mean that much to you today, especially if you live maybe here. But in 1966, yo, you gotta understand it. Man, they would break your neck for a seed. And because of the presence of the King of Kings, not 420, 421. Because of the presence of the King of Kings, even underneath the plane. Remember, you can hardly go on the runway. You know, you see how many signs, no smoking, no lighters, no fire, flammable this, flammable that. And when the plane landed, family, the plane was still turning around. Rastaman underneath the plane, lighting the chalice. You think it's joke? I don't think that you get exactly what I'm saying here. Look at that crowd there. Enough chalice. I don't know about spliff. Enough chalice underneath that plane. Enough smoke going up into the air at the coming of Haile Selassie. Hey, listen, I'm looking forward, to be honest, more than anything else, for tomorrow evening. Make sure you're in the house tonight, but tomorrow evening, Thursday the 21st, Tiger's Nest. Trust me, and we align the Passover with this event. I mean the Passover that the Bible speaks about. I know everybody have the Passover, and these fellas and that fellas and everybody keeping their Passover, but what's the meaning of it? The real meaning, not the mythology of it, not the allegory of it, but the reality of it. We're going to put that straight tomorrow evening in the Tiger's Nest, 7 p.m. sharp, not on the YouTube, you know. Radio Anu, International Flavor, the Universal Spice. You know how to get there? The link is in the description below. Yeah, Rastafari.
The celebrity, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, arrived. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of rejoicing.
Remember, you know, just a month ago, the Queen of England was there, and here what the man say, no celebrity ever come that have any sort of this effect. Never. Look, people jump over the railing, tarmac. Look, people run into the plane. You see the police them here in attention. Soon all of them have to move. You think they could stay there? They have to move. We showed you earlier today, those of you who saw the previous video, you should check it out if you didn't see it. We showed you when the soldiers at attention, when the emperor passing, and the entourage behind the brethren on motorbike and bicycle just run over the soldiers, blah, 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 lick them down like dominoes. Look here, this is illegal, you know. Not a police can move. And when the plane slow down, the Rastaman then pull out the weapon and start licking chalice. 421. What is 420 thing? Some hippie business? 420 don't big up Rastafari, you know. Don't come and try run in front of us to take away our glory, you know. This commercialized marijuana business, the man. And I get persecuted, beaten, ostracized, and killed for this, eh? I come to defend Rastafari to the fullest. So you can't sneak in a little 420 and feel that I can come with you and pass the whistle and fire. Give thanks for Abraham meet Melchizedek. The real reason we lighting up the chalice. Today's 420. Hey, it could be 419. It could be 418. It could be 16 minutes after 2. Past the Coachile, we Bundang Road. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love. Let's continue. Look at that, what's that?
to the most rousing, boisterous, tumultuous welcome ever given.
The most rousing, boisterous, tremendous welcome. You sure? Let's review the video of when the Queen came here. Wait, they have a video that I didn't even see. I see the one when she was in Trinidad, but I didn't even see that. I'm sure they have it somewhere. I think I've seen pictures of her speaking in the Parliament in 1966, but the video ain't no big thing. It's on YouTube. Ain't no big thing. It's nothing compared to the Lion of Judah.
To the most rousing, boisterous, tumultuous welcome ever given to any visiting or local celebrity, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, arrived. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of rejoicing as they broke through the lines of soldiers and police and surged out onto the tarmac, eager to engulf the Emperor with their affection. The ceremonial welcome that was planned had to be abandoned as the avalanche of men, women, and children swept away all semblance of order. Ethiopia, a monarchy on the eastern side of Africa, has been governed since 1930 by Haile Selassie, whom history records as being a direct descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Jamaica was among the places visited by His Imperial Majesty on his tour of the Caribbean area.
Check it out.
Huge crowds jostled for choice vantage points all along the route in the hope of seeing the Emperor.
Somebody says you should have a tiger. And a lion too. The whole animal kingdom we running. Actually, look how they run over the police here.
At George VI Park, thousands also awaited his arrival.
Great joy to come
to the cenotaph, His Imperial Majesty laid a wreath in memory of Jamaicans who gave their lives in both world wars. The tomb of the noted Jamaican patriot Marcus Garvey was also visited by the Emperor. The royal party next drove to Jamaica House, the official residence of the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Sir Alexander Bustamante. The Emperor was introduced to Sir Alexander and Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honorable Donald Sangster.
Even notice when he shake Bustamante hand, just watch it good. He shake his hand and then you see Bustamante just bend down as if he get pulled down. Watch it good.
Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honorable Donald Sangster. And Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honorable Donald Sangster.
Yeah, I mean, and this is no mockery, eh? We ain't come here to mock nobody, eh? We just tell it as it is, eh? You got to keep in mind, it's just a matter of 3 years prior to that. The emperor come to Jamaica almost on the 3rd anniversary of the Coral Gardens massacre, 1963, 12th of April. And it didn't stop there. You think when the 12th of April done, they say, okay, lock it off now, leave the Rastas alone. Enough of them races that were around the king there is man that get brutalized in the Coral Gardens massacre. The same races that get gold medal from the elders is man that get brutalized in the Coral Gardens massacre. 3 years ago, almost to the day. Maybe it's 3 days and 3 nights, that they say they put the Christ in the tomb. And they don't know this is the allegorical hall, so we understand there's different levels to this. And look how the emperor come and resurrect I and I. King Emmanuel referred to the visitation in 1966, the 21st day of April, as, I think he referred to it as the highlight of the Congress, Marcus Messiah Garvey, from what I've read in the Black Supremacy, highlighted 1966 as the year of African liberation. 1966. Everybody know in 1966, Marcus Garvey, according to what we've been taught for sure, wasn't around. Although you already know of the what's the man name? The businessman though, Issa, the businessman from Jamaica, Issa, I-S-A-A. He went to Japan. This is after they said Marcus Garvey passing. This man went to Japan and said he see Marcus Garvey with a Japanese prince. And he said, wait, isn't that Garvey that? And he come back to Jamaica and put up a heap of money and say, hey, anybody that can prove to he that Marcus Garvey dead, they can get the money. Nobody get the money up to now. I just telling you, I know some people say, oh, look, for us, them kind of fairy tale, fairy tale, nothing. Let's just be honest. The passing of Marcus Garvey is something that is extremely suspicious, man. Man, we have documentation of even when they say they brought back his body in 1960-something to Jamaica. That alone. Which body they bring back in 1960-something of a man that passed in 1940? That they say they buried 3 times. 3 times they bury him, I always say, so what state that body was in? Is ICE that had that on for them 20-something years? They bury him 3 times, twice somewhere in England. They bury him in England, dig him up and carry him somewhere else in England. Never hear culture sing the song, how you gonna bury a man 3 times? And it's the same thing they tried the King of Kings. Yeah, just reality we dealing with here, So yeah. So Bustamante now, just keep it in mind, that is he. 3 years before that was saying, hey, kill Rasta. Bring them in dead or alive. Just 3 years ago. The worst, as far as we know, well-documented atrocity that ever come down on the people, Rastafari. The people, Rastafari. And 3 years after, the king come and see and I. And keep in mind, 5 years prior to that, Rastafari visited the king in the same month of April. This is before the Coral Gardens massacre. Check out them link. Before the Coral Gardens massacre, we visited the king in Ethiopia. Mortimer Planner and Dougie Mack and these ones were there. Okay? They had an audience with the king. Abuna Basilis gave them a robe and turbans. You know that? You know that? Oh, okay, I hope you do. And the king tell him next time, send the right people. You can do your maths. The high priest give them robe and turban. The high priest, Abuna Basilis, I ain't making it up. This is well recorded. Abuna Basilis gave the delegation of races, of which King Emmanuel was not there, himself and ones like Bongo Watu, referred to it as a migration scheme. 1961. That's just reality. Them fellas get
the brethren, pardon, please forgive me. I didn't mean to say it like that. I really didn't, trust me. The brethren got their robes and turbans from the high priest himself. Some of them just flash their robe, but then they put on their turbans. Imagine that. Imagine that. God give you robe and turban, and because you have a thing against Bunga Eddie, you mean you don't want to dress like him. To me, that's a shame. But anyway, and still when the king came, he see the man in the robe and turban. Remember the king tell them, you know, next time send the right people. Wow. This is well documented, you know. It's not no bubble talking that. That's not no, like is we saying that to this nobody, you know, this or scholars that has written all of these books on Rastafari. If you do your research properly, you can find it. You know, Rastafari and Jamaica from 1930 to 1990. Within the halls, that book have almost 200 pages. You find all of this information in that. You understand? And it was a German, not a German, a scholar from the Netherlands that wrote that book. So he ain't got no bias on nothing, you know. He just did his research. Robe and turban again. And the king said next time, send the right people. To me, that, wow. Okay. In fact, the full statement was the people in the West are always welcome in Ethiopia. But next time, tell Jamaica, send the right people. And even if I'm paraphrasing a bit, I'm very close to being on point. And it's interesting when the king met the 31 races, of which those that were there in 61 were there again to meet the king, you know. There was one there in robe and turban. Some of them that get robe and turban, when they meet the king, they have on jacket and tie. I mean, I feel no way, not dissing no one. The clothes he gave them may have been assigned to say, hey, when I come, you know, make sure you have on your garments. And he came exactly 5 years after. Just like the 5th of May 36 to the 5th of May 41, the king came to Jamaica exactly 5 years after he reasoned with the brethren there. 1961, 21st of April, 1966, 21st of April. Now tell me. Trust me, I tell you, you know, make sure you tune into the Tiger's Nest tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. All right. Tonight, too. Don't miss the Tiger's Nest tonight. You know, when this is done, make sure you tune into the Tiger's Nest tonight, because we have enough things to talk about, as I said earlier, with President of Rwanda and why he was through the Caribbean. And of course, we'll be talking about the hyssop, the aloes. This is Rosemary, Rose and Mary. Yeah, but yeah, make sure you tune in tonight too. But tomorrow evening, when we speak about the 21st of April visit of Haile Selassie I and his connection to the feast of the Passover, or the Passover, I should say specifically, that the Bible speaks of in Exodus, that is something that you definitely don't want to miss. But again, you can obviously see that this is not just a regular visit. And the connection, and the mystics, and the numbers. 5 years to the day since the Rasses visited him, he come back and visit Jamaica, which show you that he came to visit the Rasses. Meditate. And still to show you he came to empathize with them, is that he came 3 years after, and emphasized 3 years after the Coral Gardens mayhem and almost genocide, attempted genocide. 3 years after the resurrection, 5 years after the visitation. Oh my. Give thanks, eh? Tiger's Nest. Give thanks. Rastafari, me. Oh, give thanks for the 40 days and 40 nights fasting and praying. Yeah. Watch him there, no? So 3 years before this now, he ordered the killing of all Rastaman. And now the King of Kings come to visit him. Some people say he was blind at this time.
The Emperor was introduced to Sir Alexander and Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Donald Sangster.
That's why they had to have an acting Prime Minister, because something was wrong with Bustamante and he couldn't act at the time. Real judgment, real judgment.
The Emperor was introduced.
You think he's a Pope alone and so get the judgment? This was one of the heaviest judgments in this cosmic zone.
The Emperor was introduced to Sir Alexander and Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Donald Sangster. The National Stadium.
So let's talk serious. So where you feel the Emperor don't know that 3 years ago this fella here was largely responsible for the massacre of hundreds of brothers and sisters, and a heap of brethren and sisterins were in jail and prison at the time of the King's visitation because of the same foolishness that they were keeping up. You don't think the Emperor realized that? You think he's sitting now with Bustamante and saying, boy, I didn't know that. Thanks, eh? What is it today? Is 420? Oh my, look at the beauty of our God and King. Yeah, praise the living eye. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Thanks, heart and celebration, you know. And happy 420 to you as well. Watch that. Yes, I look at that. Done him, man. Done him. Done him. Bring him down. Done him. Oh, lizard.
The Emperor was introduced to Sir Alexander and Lady Bustamante by the acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Donald Sangster. The National Stadium was the scene of the civic welcome extended by the government of Jamaica to His Imperial Majesty. Prime Minister read the address of welcome.
Your Imperial Majesty, I have the great honor to express to you, on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, a most warm and sincere welcome. This, your first visit to Jamaica, is for us, Your Majesty, a most important and significant event. We have long hoped for this occasion, and your presence with us today is assuredly, Your Majesty, a high point in our history.
Mr. Eustace Bird, one of the two KSAC commissioners, presented the keys of the city to the Emperor. His Imperial Majesty and his party were treated to displays staged by the military and young schoolgirls. The next stop for the royal party was King's House, the official residence of His Excellency the Governor-General, Sir Clifford Campbell. His Imperial Majesty was introduced to many dignitaries and members of the Rastafarian cult in full regalia. The Emperor afterwards presented gold medallions to the Rastafarians. Then it was our turn for gift giving. At a formal reception at King's House, the government of Jamaica presented gifts to the Emperor and to his grandchildren who accompanied him on the tour.
Now it was our turn for gift givings. Of course, I may not know, all the particulars of the visit and exactly what was exchanged, etc. But, the government of Jamaica was so cruel to not just the Rastafari, but even to its own people. And you could obviously see that this is something well understood by the monarch himself. As far as gifts, the emperor erected a school, as you would know. And even in this little exchange here, it is the Rastafari, the despised man, the downtrodden, the looked down upon, that the emperor came and gave gifts. You don't hear what the fella said here. Then it was our turn for gift giving. That's the government of Jamaica, giving the emperor and his family some kind of plate there or something. I don't know what them things is. But the King of Kings, Negusa Nagas, brought gold medals, 31 of them, consciously. And I always highlight it, that I see that connection with the 31 medals and the 31 representative of Rastafari, plus the emperor. I equate that to the 31 freed African states, plus the unconquered Ethiopia in the Organization of African Unity, specifically 1963, the 23rd to the 25th of May, when they were established. Because again, within the halls of the African Unity, Organization of African Unity, what was stressed, even by the emperor at its foundation, is that we have different states of Africa here. We have different flags that we fly. Some of us, we speak a different language, not necessarily just the colonial language, but even our own language and the many different tongues we have within our own borders. We have an African culture, yes, but still within that, we still have different cultures. We have a different anthem. We're not exactly the same, but we understand that we are the same. We understand that we are one. So this is why we could come together, Organization of African Unity. Nobody trying to change nobody else. Nobody saying, well, listen, brother, you have the right colors in your flag, but you have it the wrong way. No, just come and we work together. Don't come and try to change me neither. But we understand that we are one. And we can't be bickering over differences forever. So let's unite and see where we can meet together as mature people and become a united force so that we can all specifically get the job done. That's the Organization of African Unity. And that is the same message and meditation that Haile Selassie, our father, presented to us as Rastafari in 1966. It was 31 of us, same way. And he, being the head of this Organization of Unity. What did he say to us? If it's one thing the emperor said to Rastafari, more than anything else, is that you should organize and centralize. That is the emperor's message to us. Ain't no too much of talking the emperor have to Rasta. What did the emperor say to the Rastas? He said that they must organize, Organization of African Unity, and centralize. So that theme to me is the same theme that I was speaking of a moment ago. 31 free African states came to Ethiopia under the emperor and became the Organization of African Unity. 31 groups of Rastafari came together and received their 31 medals from the same Ethiopian monarch. And to me, it's showing you that because he's always the 32nd. It's not like he give us the medals and say, well, you're on your own, brothers. You just got to get it together. No, he's always there as the figurehead and the actual head. You know, now it may not be 31 groups of Rastafari today. You know, whether it's 3 groups or even splinter groups or who not in no group and it's just Ras. The 31 and the 31 medals was a symbol, an example to connect it to the 31 states that connected to Ethiopia in 1963. Because again, watch the link in 1963, the man. At the Organization of African Unity, we're talking about in May. May coming up to 25th of May. That's a month basically after the Coral Gardens massacre. So you see how everything just link. Don't try to separate Rastafari from Rastafari. Don't try to separate Haile Selassie from Rastafari, the movement. History may want to do that and try to do that as if, well, there was just a group of people that had him as God. But he definitely interacted with us with clarity, for at least those who have eyes can see. You can't just come and give them on medals. You're encouraging them. You're encouraging them. Of course he is, because he knows that we are correct. You know, so when it's 31 members now or not, the point is that them group of people, 31 or 301, that say that they revere Haile Selassie first, need to know how to organize and centralize, because they win out already. It's gold medal we get. So that means we win out already. We done win the race, you know. So this is why I'm saying, you know, family, even tomorrow evening on the Tiger's Nest, I'm really looking forward to your presence with us tomorrow evening on the Tiger's Nest, where we're going to be really going into this in depth as it relates to the visitation of the emperor. And of course, as it relates also to the book of Exodus and the Passover. But at the same time, even the program tonight, and even the program previous night, I'm trying to bring everything up to speed, you know. We don't just come here to golf, you know, as they say in Guyana. But I'm just trying to show you the link. So don't take away the Rwandan's president's visit last week. We're going to talk about that tonight. Make sure you are with us in the Tiger's Nest. Don't negate the presence of Prince Edward and his wife on the 22nd. That's when he coming. Prince Edward coming here in Antigua on the 22nd of April. You know, yeah. Because keep in mind, you know, when the emperor met the 31 races, when they were presented with the gold medals, you know, when Abraham met Melchizedek, that was actually the 22nd of April and not the 21st. And interestingly, the 21st at that time was a Thursday, and this year, the 21st is a Thursday too. So the 22nd is a Friday. And from my recollection, the medals were given to the races about 12:45 in the afternoon. That's the Friday afternoon. That would be 1966 we're speaking of, you know. So at that time I gave I mean, I could be corrected. This is what I've read. I mean, obviously I wasn't there. A lot of what I'm saying is, of course, just through studies. So that is why we try our best even to hear from those who could testify specifically of a lot of these different things. But I'm just looking at the mystics of it. Don't negate the William and Kate visit, beating the drums. Listen, everything linked up. But listen to us tonight in the Tiger's Nest, and you will definitely see where the link is going. And then tomorrow evening, yeah, man, we definitely will be touching down on that. Yeah, man, give thanks to all of these, footage you see coming from even that time. All right, family, give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know how to get to Radio Anu. The link is in the description below. Just go down in the description below and press the link and you come straight to Radio Anu. And of course, just reminding you that you could definitely get your early bird spot for the Redemption Healings Natural Childbirthing Workshop. For sure, remember the 9th of May is the date, but if you definitely contact us before that, you will get $15 off of the ticket for that event. Come and learn the art of giving birth naturally. Yes, family, you don't know what to do, just press the link below, and of course, we will go straight to the Radio Anu. Yeah, the international flavor, the universal spice. King Selassie, Jah Rastafari, blessed Lord. Yeah, as it says, it breaks off or goes into two different tubes that go into the lungs.
These breathing tubes are called the bronchi, which
so we have the bronchi, and they extend
into the bronchioli.
Into the bronchioli. Blessed love, my family. Give thanks. I pray all is well. You know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And let me ask you a question. Do you know who this sister is? She's from the 1800s. Have you ever heard about Sister, or some people call her Aunt Polly Jackson? No, she was a serious fighter and real abolitionist on the Underground Railroad. Oh yes, you want to hear about this, but this is something we'll be getting in tonight, more depths. I'm talking about on the Tiger's Nest. Remember, the Tiger's Nest is a radio program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening at 7 p.m. sharp on Radio Anu. How do I get to Radio Anu? Well, you just come to the website of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, which is priestisaacinstitute.com. And it's very easy. You can just go scroll down this video in the description. You see the link. You press the link to the website, or just press the link to Radio Anu, and definitely 7 p.m. sharp. Make sure you're there. We will be definitely going into more information on who Sister Polly Jackson is. She was a terror. Eh? I'm going to tell you something about her in a moment. But for sure, for those of you who have not heard as yet, we are talking about Redemption Healing Presents Natural Child Birthing Workshop. I'm sure many of you have heard about this by now. Brothers, I'm inviting you to take heed of this too. This is not just for the sisters. We need to come out of that kind of stuff. This is a family affair. Learn the art of giving birth naturally. Now, remember, family, this is not no lecture. This is not just a presentation. This is going to be a workshop. Follow me good. The virtual edition specifically. And this will be presented by our certified and professional international doula. I'm talking about Empress Naya Imani. This is definitely something that you don't want to miss. And listen to this. Once you attend this event here, you will be given a certificate of attendance. Now listen,
this doesn't certify you in the field of being a doula, you know. But let's just assume that you wanted to start a career or you wanted to advance your career in that art, you know, natural childbirthing, in the art of wellness, doula, etc. This would be a massive first step because you are attending a workshop, given by a professional, a certified wellness doula specifically, and the fact that you have this this credit to your name that you were a part of the workshop, that's a great step. So this is Monday, mark the date, Monday the 9th of May. When? Monday the 9th of May, 2022, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Now, the admission for this workshop is only $50. Remember, this is a workshop, a childbirthing workshop, talking about bringing people into the world naturally, not through pills, not through injections, not through cutting your stomach open and pulling out any baby. Natural childbirthing workshop, a very serious thing. And we're talking about prior to conception, during pregnancy, during birth itself, the birthing process, and of course, after all of that is done. So this is a real comprehensive program, a real comprehensive workshop that you will be a part of. And I said, pardon me, only $50 for you to register. And listen, if you register prior, if you register tonight, Rastafari, you would get your space for only $35. This is very serious. And I want you to keep in mind, when you're done, you're going to have a certificate to say, hey, I was at this workshop, definitely giving you a few steps forward, you know, in your career, or just with the knowledge itself, because we all, at least we all should be family oriented. So all you have to do is contact us. You know what to do. Email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. And of course, visit the website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and you'll definitely get more information. And even you can make your payments via the Cash App and the PayPal. And of course, the link is in the description, even below this video. But family, I'm just reminding you once again, the Tiger's Nest this evening, I'm talking about 7 p.m. sharp, Radio Anu. Just make sure that you're there. We will also be highlighting a speech from the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame. Sometimes I call him Kigali. I don't know why I keep doing that, but it's Paul Kagame. And of course, you know, he passed through the Caribbean just a few days ago, just in the same way as William and Kate passed through. And as I think some other people are supposed to be coming here, right here in Antigua in the next few days. Some of these British so-called royals should be passing through here. And listen, when they come in here in Antigua, I think they should be here on the 22nd of April. Remember, the 21st of April is the anniversary of the celebration of the visit of Emperor Haile Selassie I to the Caribbean, specifically when he went to Jamaica in 1966 on the 21st day of April. You know, we're going to have a nice program highlighting and of course, you know, commemorating that. But imagine during that same time now, they're going to send one of them prince coming through here and his wife, some duke and some duchess or whatever they are, to make some more problems around here. But anyway, as I said, the Rwandan prime minister or president, he was through here a few days ago. He was in Jamaica, he was in Barbados as well. So what we're going to be doing tonight, we're going to be highlighting a speech that he gave, specifically highlighting the hypocrisy of democracy and the Western world. So you definitely want to be in tune for that. But we're going to be paying special attention again to this sister here. And Sister Polly Jackson is one of our unsung heroes or heroines in this case. You know, and hero really begins with a H-E-R, her, and an O, her-O, but hero, heroine, yeah, Shiro, as some people would like to say. She was a real killer, because of the same underground railroad, a lot of us not aware that they had an anti-underground railroad, you know. Yeah, man, they had some white people pretending to be Wilberforce or William Wilberforce kind of characters. They were pretending to be abolitionists. And they would take the Negroes and say, come on, Negroes, we will take care of you. You know, and then they would bring them back into slavery. And it was a big, big movement taking place. So at the same time, Sister Harriet Tubman was fighting to get, you know, blacks free, there was this anti-underground railroad movement set up by the whites specifically to pretend and act as if they were loving, to pretend and act as if they want to save the Negroes. And they trapped the Negroes again and sent them back into enslavement. And of course, you know, it would be worse for them the second time around. But no, Sister Polly Jackson rose up. She said, no, I'm not going to sit back and watch this happen. The story said that she had a cleaver, I think it, or a butcher knife, some serious sword she carried. We call it in the Caribbean like a chapless, like a proper bill, a well-sharp knife then, if you want to say, a large knife. And she would keep that in a cloth, well wrapped up, with a hot kettle of water, and she would dress up like an old lady. This was when she was younger. And she would dress up like an old lady. Yes, Sonny boy, how are you? Because according to the history, you know, they would be a little more easier on the older folks, maybe because they didn't see that much value in them. I don't know what the case was. So when they would tiptoe past her unawares, she would pull out her knife and kill these demons. Yeah. And if she couldn't get to slit their throats, very good for her. She needs a medal. Put her on the $100 bill. If she didn't get to slit their throats, she would throw hot water on them and pluck their feathers like a rooster. Yeah. So this is someone we need to revere, you know, unsung hero she is. And Polly, really, Jackson, she was called, and definitely someone that I'm sure many of us do not know about. But we're going to be highlighting her tonight. We will be celebrating her tonight on the Tiger's Nest. And of course, that's on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. You know how to get there. Just scroll down this very video in the description. You see the link, press it, and it will carry you straight to Radio Anu. Wonderful. And again, remember, all you have to do is contact us to get more information on the upcoming natural childbirthing workshop for the 9th of May. And remember, if you get your tickets in advance, specifically before a specific time, you will be getting it for, you get $15 off, really. Yeah, what would have been $50 would become $35. So I think now is the time for you to act. Hey, family, give thanks for your presence. Looking forward to seeing you tonight in the Tiger's Nest. Life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, enough said. Blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for your presence with us. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. You're in the Tiger's Nest. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. What I'm going to speak about today, well, in fact, I'm actually going to be presenting to you a program that I did a strong ago, directly dealing with Psalms 141. Do you know that Psalms? That is the Psalms that says, let the righteous smite me. It shall be an excellent oil. Do you know what that means? Well, if you don't know, we're going to get into that in a few moments. It's going to be something you're going to full joy. But before we go there, as you can see, coming out of the halls of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge, Redemption Healing presents, listen to this, Natural Child Birthing Workshop. I'm telling you, listen, I'm sure everyone that is family oriented, anyone, brothers, sisters, whoever you may be, that has a great concern with bringing life into the world, specifically in a natural way, you definitely will be interested in this specific event. Now, this is a workshop, This is not no lecture or presentation, or this is a workshop. This is a virtual workshop. Yes, the virtual edition of the Natural Childbirthing Workshop. Now, just come forward, family, and learn the art of giving birth naturally. And this will be presented by our very own certified and professional international doula. That's the Honorable Empress Naya Imani. And of course, this will be, listen to this, this will be on Monday, the 9th of May, 2022. And it's going to be from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. So it's a good 2-hour workshop, family. Now, the tickets are only $50, of course, per space. Remember, it's virtual, you know, so you could buy the ticket for your family. You know, your household could sit in and watch and be a part of the workshop. But listen to me good. If you order your space, if you request your space before the 2nd of May, 2022, the tickets will only be $35. Now, listen to me, family. I just want to be clear here. We're talking about giving birth naturally. We're not just talking off our heads or what we read or what we researched. We have a professional, I'm talking about certified doula. Now, you have different levels of the doulas. You have the wellness doula, but I'm talking about an international doula who is a natural doula, specifically dealing with bringing forward life in a natural way. This is what we need. And listen to this, just to show you the levels that this workshop will be on. Once you attend, you will be certified in the sense that you will be given a certificate, I should say, of attendance, just for being there. So although it does not make you a certified doula, something that will add to your arsenal of knowledge and information, whether you've already given birth, whether you're thinking about giving birth, you know, and remember, you know, this is not just about giving birth, you know, this is the whole process. I'm talking about before you are impregnated or before the family gets pregnant, while you're going through the pregnancy, and then of course the giving of the birth, and then after the giving of the birth. So it is a full circle, a full 360. And I'm telling you, the Honorable Empress Naya has the full capacity, you know, to bring this information to the public, you know, in a way that you definitely could understand, that you definitely will leave the session well equipped with knowledge and information of where you're going as it relates to natural childbirthing. And again, you will be given a certificate. Let me be clear. You'll be given a certificate of attendance. So let me not mix it up. It's not that you're going to be a certified, you know, doula when you're done, but you'll be given the certificate of attendance. And but here it is. If your dream or your goal is to become certified in this field, obviously this is a massive first step. This is a first step because the fact that you are given a certificate by a certified doula that you are there, that's the first step in your career if that is something that you're looking forward, you know, to become as well. So of course, you know what to do. For more information, just email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Of course, you know how to visit the website. It's priestisaacinstitute.com. And of course, remember, Redemption Healing itself is a radio program that is broadcasted on Radio Anu every Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. 10 a.m. every Wednesday morning, 10 a.m., the Honorable Empress Naya Imani is right there with you, giving you all the different levels of spirituality when it comes to redemption healing. Redemption healing touches upon so many different things. I'm talking about the radio show itself, but I'm talking about the virtual edition of the Natural Childbirthing Workshop. I'm sure that leading up to that, Redemption Healing, the radio program, will be going deeper and deeper into the upcoming workshop. So family, you should reserve your space today. I mean,
Only $50. When you understand the value of this, I think I can honestly say only $50. But hear this, if you reserve your space before the 2nd of May, you're gonna get it for only $35. Think about this, family. Think about this. This is not a cooking class. This is not, and nothing wrong with the cooking class, and not that the cooking class couldn't be valued of that on that level. I'm just trying to show you the levels that we are dealing with. Bringing a child into the earth, into the world. You know how you do that. You go to the hospital. Right. It's not coming out. We think we may have to cut her. Right. Put her on the ventilator. Right. So, you know, somehow you want to get away from a lot of that stuff, you know, because you know that's unnatural. You know, we live in the system of the hyena, the barbarian, that will tear you open, take the child out of you before they say, hey, you know, you should eat a lot of okra, because even just like how the okra is slimy, you'll be surprised how it affects the whole vaginal canal when it's time for you to bring forward the child, and the child would just slip out. Me personally, I'm talking from experience. Me that talking to you now. You understand? But you know, even if you fall sick and you go to a hospital, imagine that. You fall sick and you go to a hospital and you tell them, can I have a little bush tea? Bush tea? We ain't got none of that around here. No bush tea. No hot water with a little leaf in it. No ginger tea. They bring drips for you. So that alone shows you something is wrong. Go into the canteen of the same hospital. They're serving stew beef, stew chicken wings, the same hospital that you go to get well. So something wrong there. People dying over here and people giving birth over there. Something's wrong. So at least, even before you get physically revolutionary, you should start in your mind. You should at least have an idea what's the difference between that killing system and the natural way of bringing a child into the earth. So family, if I was you, and remember, the space is limited. Not because it's online, the space is limited. So I would not wait until the last minute. I would contact the Honorable Empress Naya now, if I was you. Get your $35 ticket, man, and secure your space, and contact your friend, contact your sisters, contact your brethrens, and let the brethrens come too. No, it's not a woman thing. Let the brethrens come. They're giving birth too. No, is not she alone pregnant? No, we are pregnant. Yeah, you're giving birth to physical and spiritual. Don't negate the spiritual connection that the man has with his child. I'm telling you, the woman has a more physical connection to her child than the man. And I am telling you, the man, although he doesn't know this, has a stronger spiritual connection to his child. Even if he's in China and the mother has the child in her womb in Hawaii, the man has a stronger spiritual connection with his child than the woman. It's by nature. Just like she have a stronger physical connection with the child, it got to be balanced. And that is the balance. But a lot of us, we're totally aware of that. That's why it's easy for a man to run away. And he think he gets away, but don't know the spiritual cause. But anyway, it's like I'm going somewhere else there. Yes, family, just contact us. You don't know how it is. priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. Of course, all the link is in the description below, or link us on the website and get some more information. And listen, man, you don't need no information. Just contact us and get your tickets and get comfortable and get ready for the 9th of May. Wonderful redemption, healing, natural child birthing workshop. All right, family, as I promised you, I'm going to give you a touch of a program that I did. I actually did this program on the Tuesday before the end of the Lent. You know, I'm a bit excited here. I'll tell you now that the program you're going to hear, I was a bit calmer, but it's all right. It works with the spirit. Let me bring it in here.
141.
That's it there.
Interesting time.
141.
Interesting time.
141.
141 is a special time for me.
Okay.
And to be honest, I didn't even take note of the 141.
Rastafari.
For the psalm I'm going to read and what I'm going to highlight in the psalm.
Full joy, family.
And you know what's interesting? I wanted to speak about this for a while now, but different subject areas always come in the way, and I say, okay, let me talk about this tonight, this and that. So it reads, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks. Lord, I cry unto thee. Make haste unto me, give ear unto my voice. When I cry unto thee, let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessing. You know, usually when we read the Psalms and it's a lifting up our hands, we usually lift up our hands. Give thanks. Set a watch, verse 3 continues. Set a watch, O Lord, before my mouth. Keep the door of my lips. Incline not my heart to any evil thing, to practice wicked works with men that work iniquity, and let me not eat of their dainties. Let the righteous smite me. It shall be kindness, and let him reprove me. It shall be an excellent oil, which shall not break my head. For yet my prayer also shall be in their calamities. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. All right. I'm just going to concentrate on the 5th verse. It says, let the righteous smite me. It shall be kindness. And let him reprove me. It shall be an excellent oil, which shall not break my head. Now, let us take this in pieces. Let the righteous smite me. Now, whether it's a righteous man or not, why would I want someone to smite me? What does smite mean? Not spite me. No. Smite me, that means to hit me, to pick up something and drive it in my face. Just colloquially speaking there. What mentality would I be in that I am telling the righteous to smite me? For what? My mother don't hit me. My father don't hit me. So why you must hit me? He goes on to say, after saying, let the righteous smite him, that it shall be kindness. So, okay. All right. But then he goes on to say, and let him reprove me. Now, reprove and smite are in the same context, but the term reprove gives you a better clarity on what we're talking about. Smite doesn't necessarily mean pick up a stick and knock no one. It is in the same context when the scripture says, spare not the rod and spoil the child. A lot of people believe that means you must go to the closest tambourine tree and pick a branch and beat, as they say, the hell out of your child. That's not what it means at all. You know. My rod and my staff comfort me. Rod ain't nothing to bang nobody with. When it says spare not the rod of correction, you'd have to understand the context. Because we of the civilized nation, we know the rod of information, just the tongue alone. Revelation says that Christ shall come with a two-edged sword in his mouth to smite the wicked. Now everybody know the Bible story, that when Peter pulled out his sword, Christ tell him, hey, put that up. We're not ready for that. Because what Christ was smiting the wicked with was his tongue. The words he was speaking. As I have always said, you look at the word sword, and you take the S from the beginning and put it at the end, you get the word words. Words are sword. That is why, well, I don't know how you speak, where you're from, but around here, when you really come down on somebody, you sword them. And we pronounce it with the W. Say, boy, I'm going to sword, you know. That means you're going to rough him up in speech. Boy, the man is sword a little while, boy, you have to run away. You know, you sword the person. Now, where did we get that from? Remember, we're the ancient Hebrew Israelites, so we have an understanding. We know that the sword is coming out of our mouth. So when the scripture said Christ coming with the sword, when the emperor stood before the League of Nations and said, today for me and tomorrow for you, and the spark that you're throwing it to you shall burn throughout you corrupt. That's the sword that he's throwing out. You found that funny? That's the sword that he's putting out, that's coming out of his mouth, two-edged. So in the same respect as it relates to the sword, is the same thing as it relates to the rod. It's not something to pick up and beat nobody with. So, when it says here, let the righteous smite me, I do not see that it is a case where the righteous is going to pick up something and knock you. Because the next line says, and let him reprove. Now, usually when you reprove, it's through words. So it brings it into context now. That means he's correcting you. He's assessing you. He's putting you in order. Now, if you notice, the term smite, that is why we have to say, well, wow, why would he not be? Because the term smite is being used symbolically. But, whatever words he's going to use, and however this righteous man is going to tell you what he has to say, in reality, it's going to come down so hard that it may appear as if he's smiting you. You know, anyone that so-called grow up rough, as they call it, especially when maybe you were the youngest amongst and the environment you grew up in, and especially when you move with the bigger ones. Sometimes they may not be professional teachers, but because they may have trod the road maybe a couple of years before you, because of the love inside of them, they will try to correct you, even as the little one. And sometimes the correction may seem a bit harsh. Even as Bobo Shanti, when we went to Bobo Shanti Hill first, and not just first, even up to today, you know, when you're in the service, right? The service is not a place to pet up nobody to correct them. And if you're soft, you wouldn't even stick around the Congress too long. So I'm going to say, no, Bobo, you can't put that there. No, drop that. And maybe you were touching yourself and, oh, do you have to speak to me like that? You understand? But you're getting the correction of righteousness. This is why he continues to say, when the righteous smite him, it shall be kindness. And when he reprove me, listen to this, it shall be an excellent oil. So what I mean is that when the righteous come and correct you, even if it sounds harsh, not only will it not, as he says, break your head, but it is an anointing oil. No, family, we need to have these things in context. I don't want you to lose what I'm saying here tonight. If you read the 133rd Psalms, it says, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters. Well, we say sisters. I think it's brothers alone in the Psalm, but we had sisters. How good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. Now, that's a statement. How good and how pleasant. How good and how pleasant is what? A sea bath? No, no, no. For brothers and sisters to live together in love. Okay. How good and how pleasant is it? The second verse goes on to say what? You know the psalm. It is like the precious oil or ointment that anointed the head, that ran it down to the beard, even Aaron's beard that went to the skirts of his garment. So who is Aaron? Aaron is Moses' brother, the high priest of Israel. The oil that anoint Aaron's head, that can't go on nobody else's head. It's such a special oil, prepared by Moses through the voice of God. And when you put that oil on the head and anoint the head, that is giving you the priesthood, basically, according to the scripture. So what is showing us now? That unity, I hope you're following me, unity between brothers and sisters is such that it can be compared to that oil, the precious oil, upon the head that ran down the beard, even Aaron's beard. Even the third verse goes on to say, it is as the dew of Hermon and the dew that descended upon Zion. Now you know what dew is, the morning dew. Now old people used to refer anything pure, they would say, man, that's pure as the morning dew. So morning dew, you know it's morning dew when you see water on the grass. Morning dew is considered to be a very pure thing. So this is why Psalms 130 and 3 is considering, you know, the purity of love and unity between brothers and sisters as the dew, and is comparing it to the oil that anointed the head of the high priest. Well, it's the same thing with Psalms 140 and 1. If you notice, the oil is referenced here again. But in what context? He's saying that if the righteous man, if the man of God, if the anointed one, the holy one, or just somebody that know what's going on, correct you, even if it may not sound the way that you want to be corrected. Maybe you want to be pet up and say, well, come, sit down, let me explain this to you. It doesn't work so all the time. You see, sometimes we're on the battlefield, and when a bomb or missile dropping in your head, the man can't say, excuse me, you got to be careful. Can I have a word with you? No. You have to say, my Lord, move. But then now, if you in your own feelings now, like, who is he speaking to? Bomb will drop on your head. That will break your head. But what the scripture is showing you, that when the righteous correct you, when the righteous reprove you, even when it appears as if the righteous smite you, it is kindness. You should be happy that you are being corrected by God, or at least God's representative. Because if you're righteous, that means you're working for God. So when you're corrected, especially, you know, some of us, we have this bad attitude. Oh yeah, I know. No, that is so sick. Even I myself, I don't think I was a real, too much of an I know person. But when I really became conscious of that I know disease, I said, no, man, I got to stop that. And anyone I go around, I show them, hey, when anybody teaching you anything, even if you think you know it already, once you have time, listen. Especially if you know it's somebody that, you know what I mean, know the thing too. Oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah, man, I know that already, man. Don't do that already. No, that's not humility. That is not humility. And that kind of energy there is the same energy that will get offended when the righteous, when the person in that position and authority corrects you, whether it is on the level of a guru, a sensei, whatever spiritual aspect that you're in, because this is spirituality. Eh? This is not at school and in class. Because the teacher might correct you and the teacher may be wrong. You check it? I mean, don't get me wrong too. What I'm saying can apply to the classroom. Because in any real class, the teacher should know what they're saying. But I'm not talking about any old situation. I'm specifically highlighting the righteous. Not any old body. Okay, if any old body smite you, you're not going to take it. I wouldn't advise you take it. I would say, hey, who are you talking to me? Yeah. But if the teacher is righteous, you know, and the teacher is not just a school teacher, all righteous, from their smiting you, that means they're the teacher. From their reproving you, that means they're the teacher. Their reprove means that they're going to pull down whatever rubbish you have there, and then they're going to put up the right structure for you to continue. That's what reprove. So they're definitely going to condemn you. I said, wait, brother, that's what you're doing? Come on, brother, do better than that, man. I expect better of you. And then you start, who you talk to? Not me, them man. That means you're not ready. Your soul is not prepared to take the gospel truth within, because it can't take a little reproach. And what you were doing was foolishness now. You know, remember, you don't know you. You're just learning. And it's not like something wrong to make a mistake. But because the righteous and the teacher understand that, hey, we can't keep making that mistake, they're going to come down on you sometimes and say, come on, man. Since yesterday I tell you that, you know, you still don't take care of it already. You do this ghosting every minute you come on me. No, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet. You should leave the class. You should leave the class. And that's the problem with a lot of us. Look it right there in the Psalms. We're not ready to take reproach or reprove. We're not ready to be smitten. Remember, it shall not break the head. If you understand the Psalms, you know, all the components are in it. You know. Let him smite me. Let him reprove me. We know what smiting does. The Psalm, the same one verse telling you, don't worry, it shall be kindness. It even goes as far as to tell you, don't worry, it's not going to break my head. Wow. And then it still goes as far as to tell you, it is an excellent oil. So that means the reproach or reprove, pardon me, I keep saying reprove, to reprove and to smite is not only something to accept and not to be wrestling and fighting over, but you're getting gold. The oil that anoints Aaron the high priest. That's why I went back to Psalms 133 to express to the family how the anointing of the oil is used to express the preciousness of unity between brothers and sisters. So God is trying to show you how precious it is for brothers and sisters to live together in unity. And the example he go for is the oil that go on the head of the high priest. So that shows you that oil is very precious and important. And when your teacher come and correct you, that is being compared to the oil. Wow, not just any old teacher, you know? Not your maths teacher, not your music teacher, not unless they're righteous. But when you know for yourself, I mean, there are people that pretend to be righteous and dress up righteous to it. And sometimes they're not worthy of telling you nothing. Straight up. So you have to know the righteous to you. I'm not telling you to go make anybody talk to you any old how. You have to know who is the righteous. Most righteous people has been tried and proved. You know, guesswork if they're living up. Now, no guesswork if they have some level of communication with God. It's not no guesswork if they're doing what they were sent to planet Earth to do. No guesswork. So being righteous, that's one of the first steps. You have to know who you are. You know? So when a person on that level, that you yourself, because it comes from you too, you know, you must be able to say, hey, that's a righteous person. And then the righteous person correct you. Especially if the righteous person don't even smite you too hard. That is something for you to not just consider. Take it with a smile. Take it not only as, well, that ain't gonna hurt me. Not gonna hurt you. Yo, that's an anointing oil. Not gonna hurt you. What are you talking about? That's the anointing oil that you just got to touch your head and to run down, you know, your garments when you are reproved by the righteous. Because the righteous gonna reprove you of wrongdoing, sinful ways, ungodliness. You may not even know that's what it is. You know, and then they're gonna straighten you up and say, you should do it like this. You should do it like that. No, my lord, you can't wear white over black. So what's wrong with white over black? I only, you know me, Mrs. Selassie, I wear white over black. You see, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet. Well, it shouldn't be a bubble shanty there. You're not ready yet. Man said it's bubble shanty and they're rocking the red down. And then when they show them, that's why personally me, you know, I don't correct people unless they're crowned prophets. And in fact, I hardly do that anymore. I don't even do that no more like before. Because people stubborn. People stubborn. I tell a brother the other day, a brother that in this order long before me, he born a bubble here. And I'm going to call his name. I tell him, my lord, you should stop wearing your ears inside your turban. The man tell me, you're chewing a bubble, chewing a bubble. Then I start to see he wearing one outside and one inside. What are you going to tell him again? And he in the thing longer than me. He born in it. The man will tell you how they jump to Emmanuel window just to see Emmanuel, and the palace guard run them down, and when the palace guard reach, King Emmanuel say, my lord, leave him. He's a young youth. Leave him, go and do your work. I just love how, you know, don't get me wrong, like if I vex with nobody, but I'm just trying to show you that who I talking about, he not ready yet to be smitten by the righteous. He feel like, if, you know what I mean, he don't understand it. He definitely don't understand that he just received an anointing oil. He don't see that his kindness he received, and he didn't even get it in a smitten form. It was gently told to him. So really the moral of the story, and as I promised at the beginning, you know, I won't be too long this evening, but as I promised, let's say the same thing there. It wouldn't be too long, yes. But the moral of the story, yes, that's what I was saying. The moral of the story really is that it's not even that much about the righteous. Like you're trying to figure out who's righteous. Because the unrighteous does bring some good messages too. You know? It's about inside your own self. How prepared are you to receive the light? Even if it has to adjust you or whatever, receive the information. Now, hey, if you have a righteous oracle with you, well, hey, praises. But still, always be on the lookout. Remember, even a child can teach you, and that's the most righteous too. That is the most righteous, a little child. You know, no matter what they do, and even if they steal some cookie, they ain't gone too far yet into this sick world. You know? So even a child, Uncle Samuel, you have booger inside your nose. Hey, hush him up, go to sleep. And you're still going to dig out the booger. Just tell him thanks. Okay, that's how he do it. We want him to, excuse me, sir. You know you have some mucus, some dried mucus in your neck, your left nostril. No, you can't say that. You can talk like a child. You know what I mean? With a little food in his mouth. You can talk loud, everybody gonna hear. Uncle Samuel, you have booger coming out your nose. That's a smite. That's a big reproof there. Because you feel bad. People are, that's their business. That's their business. You must give thanks that the child, next thing you go out the road, and then, you know, maybe some sister that you wanted to approach, she gonna be the one to tell you have the booger in your nose. Give thanks for the young child in his or her righteous state to express that to you. So even though people around you laugh, they say, oh, thank you, Susie, I appreciate that. You know, we have a $5. Let me go in the bathroom and clean up myself. I appreciate that, young man. No problem, Uncle Samuel. Hey, yeah. But some of us, we can feel that way. Or rather worse if it's your own child. Hey, go back in the bedroom. And it's still going to take it out. So we need to cleanse ourselves. Put yourself in a position to be corrected. You know, of course, again, don't make nobody come and knock you about and tell you a new thing. But you, as a righteous person yourself, should know when the righteous is approaching you to make you a better version of yourself. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, family, as I said earlier, we are in this final strong of the Lent.
And as I said earlier, that was a previous recording from the Tiger's Nest. Hey, what you need to do, family, just make sure you join me this evening for the Tiger's Nest. I'm talking about on Radio Anu, talking about the 7 p.m. sharp, Radio Anu, International Flavor, the Universal Spice. Hey, we had a real hot program previous night. Fiery program. Give thanks for all of you who were there. Make sure you return tonight. We will definitely continue the fire, and not on the same subject for sure. No, man, no, we can't get into that again. You know, give thanks for defending the young ones, but we're moving on to some higher realms now. So make sure you join me this evening, 7 p.m. sharp. Radio, I know you know how to get there. Make sure you press the link in the description below, and we definitely will be on target, you know. And remember, again, Redemption Healing presents Natural Childbirthing Workshop, the virtual edition. Learn the art of giving birth naturally. Oh, yes. And remember, this will be presented by our very own certified and professional international wellness doula. I'm talking about the Honorable Empress Naya Imani. And some of you still not aware of exactly what a doula is, but well, what I'm promoting here says it all, definitely. So if you want to learn the art of giving birth naturally from the professional, and listen to this, remember after this experience, really, you will be given a certificate of attendance. Not that you'll be certified in the field, but you'll be given a certificate of attendance, which is very valuable. I mean, family, you're being instructed by a certified professional instructor and practitioner of the field. So obviously, if you are interested in your career on that level, this will be a massive first step for you. And of course, the workshop is only $50. You know, in fact, if you sign up today, you definitely get it for just $35 your space. So this is going to be a wonderful session for each and everyone. So you know what to do. Just contact us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Definitely link the website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Of course, all the description is in the link, or the link is in the description below. Definitely, even all the modes and means of making your payment, Cash App and PayPal also available. You could definitely check that as well. So family, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Love in the house. Black Christ in flesh, Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Looking forward to seeing you tonight. Radio Anu, Tiger's Nest.
proper food, vitamins and minerals and proteins, etc. That is what I would like to touch upon. And we will get back to the benefits of the direct moss in a moment. All right.
So seaweeds are also known as a superfood, and this is one of the main reasons why all of us should really be eating more seaweed.
So seaweed in general we're talking about here. You know, so I guess your nori, your kelp, them kind of stuff there. Seaweed in general we are here. All right, go ahead.
So seaweeds are also known as a superfood, and this is one of the main reasons why all of us should really be eating more seaweed. What does that actually mean? If you just Google seaweed and food, you'll find all kinds of news articles, all kinds of chefs and health movements around the world are really promoting the use of seaweed as in human diets. This was my favorite article, is seaweed the magical bacon unicorn of vegetables.
Yeah, pardon me. She said that's her favorite because the seaweed has a bacon sort of look.
Bacon unicorn of vegetables. There is a type of seaweed that actually has a bacon flavor, so maybe it actually is. So there's all kinds of excitement in the public, especially with gourmet chefs and people that are, looking to find another superfood. So we're used to thinking about kale as a superfood, right? And when we think about a superfood, we're typically thinking about organisms that are very nutritious. So seaweeds are, by definition, an order of magnitude higher in vitamins and minerals than any leafy green vegetable that we can grow on land. They are incredibly high in soluble fiber, which is a type of fiber that's really good for promoting healthy gut microbiota in humans. They're very high in protein, very low in carbohydrates, very low in fat, aside from omega-3 fatty acids, which many of us take as supplements. Seaweeds are the producers of the omega-3 fatty acids. They're estimated to be about 5 calories per serving. So when you think about putting all of this together, they're really a nutritional bomb that has all of the things that we're typically looking for in food and doesn't have the things that we're not. Many of the carbohydrates that seaweeds produce are actually undigestible by humans. So when we are looking for low carb type of food, this is a good option. They're also an incredibly good source of iodine, which we know is really important for thyroid function. Seaweeds are very high in calcium, which is great for bone health.
And that's very important. That just, I have to, just in case that, well, if this is a problem you have, that would not miss you. Those who have problem with their thyroid gland, seaweed, but I was going to say sea moss is marvelous for that. That is something you have to be taking in daily, at least for 21 days. And I ain't going to play doctor here now, but at least for 21 days. And then, you could at least break it down once every 3 days, whatever the case is. But sea moss is a thing that you could intake daily. Of course, you should know that there's so many different videos that you could watch on the internet. Brother Akeem Perry, you go on his site, AKEEMPIERRE. You'll definitely see him doing a lot of marvelous work, specifically with the Honorable Priest Kailash Alliance in St. Lucia, but he's more based in Canada. Has a wonderful site, on YouTube. You should check him out. Check him out today, whenever you get a chance. And you'll get a lot of recipes. He'll show you. He just did a recipe not too long ago with the Honorable Priest Richie Kess Westmore, right there in St. Lucia. Put it up on his site. I'm showing you how to make the sea moss porridge. So these are things. I could sit down and rattle off all sorts of different ingredients for you, but I'm telling you, if you really check that brother's site, you'll get some good information on how to put different snacks together. Really, because he's been taught by Priest Kailash himself, so I know it's not no half stepping that he's giving you. But don't worry, before the program itself is over, I will actually, say a few things on, how you could put a few things together. Sea moss, or what some people refer to as Irish moss, and to be clear as well, there are those who may be deeper in the game that will tell you that there is a difference between what people call sea moss and what is called Irish moss. So there you go again. But yeah, the Irish got a lot of them things, where the Irish potato, Irish moss, French thyme. That's the far right.
And they also have all kinds of secondary metabolites and other photosynthetic pigments, things known as phenolics, which can act as antioxidants, which are also incredibly important. Seaweeds have been known to stabilize blood sugar, so good for people with diabetes, good for heart health, and they're a really great prebiotic. So when you think about all of the things that they offer in terms of health benefits, the benefits are just quite high and kind of mind-boggling, in fact. When we think about the use of seaweeds as food and as a supplement, you can find things like in an ancient Chinese text referring to mineral-rich sea vegetables, they noted that there's no swelling that is not relieved by seaweeds. So seaweeds have also been found to be really good at being an anti-inflammatory. So any type of swelling in the human body can also be potentially reduced by seaweed. So they've been an incredibly important source of food for humans in the past and still are in some cultures, but I would argue that they're an incredibly undertapped and underutilized resource here in California and in
the world. This is from the University of California Television, UC TV, so you could check that out for yourself, seaweed as a superfood. And So yeah, we always like the site where we get our information, so you can go again, find out wherever we got it from, whatever source, especially in this age and time, where things are just so available at the click of a finger, as you know how it is. So basically, that was seaweed in general. And before we even go to the sea moss aspect of it, so seaweed in general now, you have the nori. I utilize the nori wrap a lot. The nori wrap is like the thin sheet. It's like a sheet of paper. It's the nori. I don't know how they get it like that, but I utilize it a lot. The first time I saw that is my Lord in Saint Martin. I can't even remember the virgin name. Oh my ambassador, my Lord ambassador. Yes, and his family, bless him and his family, man, forever, man. Give thanks for the Lord. But that's a while back. Don't feel no way slipping name ambassador. Don't watch nothing at all. But yeah, he was doing that nori wrap stuff. That's the first time I saw it. That's a while back. I say, man, I mean, over 10 years. That's about a good while back. And he was doing it with some avocado and I think quinoa. And I tried it and it was a little. Well, it's different than how I do it. Let's put it that way. Because when I do it now, personally, because how you do the nori wrap, you could stuff it with whatever you're eating. Say, for example, quinoa. Then you have your quinoa, and you stir fry your quinoa with whatever greens you're using, and however you season your food. I personally, I would definitely have some chives and some tomato. And this is going to be somewhat sauteed down in a coconut oil fashion, So depending on how I want it to taste, I want it to touch earthy. I definitely gonna put a little thyme, not French thyme as they say now, but those regular minty type of thyme. A few of those little seeds, as well as what you call it there, maybe again, depending on how I want it to taste, a pinch of rosemary with that seasoning there, going in with the coconut cream. Then you put in your vegetables. So if you're dealing with and everybody eat different, then people tell you, well, Dr. Sebi said don't eat this, and Dr. Sebi, well, this, don't feel no way. This is not a Dr. Sebi class. And I said already, I ain't playing either doctor nor nutritionist, but I'm speaking to my family. So I'm just giving you how it is that, this is how we roll. So we definitely going to put in some stiff greens, When in some okra or asparagus or some
broccoli, whatever the case is. And, you know, if you're into carrot, if you're into corn, whatever, and you throw some your quinoa into that and you stir fry that. Now that alone is the meal there, with anything on the side and some beans or whatever, but no beans in this. But I'm just showing you that could be a meal. You know, but with other things, if you wanted to, you could have some peas fries and some, a nice salad on the corner. But how I'm going to utilize this now, since we're speaking of nori wrap, so you put that in the wrap now and you just roll it up almost like a roti, but you need to roll it a few times. It should be nice and slim, like a fat cigar, you know. And then you create. Don't be buying nothing in no can. Create a tomato sauce. Cut down the tomato, you know, and create a sauce. You know, we do cooking classes, eh? Yeah, man, we do cooking classes. It's just the COVID business, we slow that down, but that's not something I've ever put on the internet, you know. But we do cooking classes, you know, and if say I have an audience here, I have a wide audience here. Yeah, I have a wide audience. I'm not going to go into that venture now. But if I have enough, see, like if I have 10 people in this audience that email me, 10, now let me make it higher than 10, man. Okay, if it's just 10, we have to make it expensive. If we have 20 people that email me and say, hey, please, I serious, you know, about that cooking class I hear you talk about, we'll do the cooking class. We will do a virtual cooking class. I would set it up for a fee, and we do the cooking class. Could be 3 classes. I just don't put my mind to it because I do cooking classes. We bake, we do how to do stir fry, how to cook millet, quinoa, anything, make your teff soup, your different smoothies, all that CMA stuff there. We can show you how to do all of these things there. But that is something that will take energy, time, and everything, you know. So we'd have to have the need. There have to be people that want it, not 2 and 5 people. Unless the 2 and the 5 people will pay. We do it for one person, but you'd have to pay the value of what is being done. No, a real thing, real thing. That's how, you know, remember we're going to do the program, Mind Your Business. It's them kind of mentality you need to put in people's head. People sleep on certain things, you know, and don't understand the value of certain things too. And even a person's time is a lot of value, especially if a person have his time structured or her time structured. 10 minutes of them time of their time is very important.
Yes, family, blessed love. Of course, we're giving thanks to the life giver, the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And yes, family, definitely what a wonderful investment that would be. We're talking about the International Homeschool Program. And as you could clearly see, definitely offering to you astronomy and African history and heritage, and of course, biology. Definitely very important when it comes to the intelligence of our young ones. So, of course, just contact us, email priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. And don't forget, family, you still have the opportunity to get a free preview of the classes so you know exactly what it is that you are going to get. Have an idea of the biology classes, have an idea of the astronomy classes, have an idea of the African heritage classes, even before, you enroll your young ones or even enroll yourself. Nothing wrong with enrolling yourself, bigger ones. Yeah, man, definitely this information will definitely go across the board, no matter how old you are. It has been prepared. The program itself has been prepared for the young minds, but the information definitely is applicable to each and every one. All right, family, I'm not going to spend too much time on this subject area here. I know the title would have been of concern to some, but really, this is actually a reaction. I have to take my time to express this one because it came to me as a bit of a shock. So about 2 or 3 evenings ago, I was checking out my good brother Sarnetta's channel. In fact, I was watching a video there. It's about 2 years old, actually. It wasn't nothing new. And it was him and Brother Jabari, and they were kind of bashing the Hebrew Israelites. But what caught me not only by surprise, but with some concern. Now, Brother Jabari, of course, all respect. I'm only highlighting him because, well, it's him I heard saying this, so I found it of a serious level of concern. And they were bashing the Hebrew Israelites concerning the whole aspect of, I guess, how the brothers deal with their sisters during the time of menstruation. But what they were saying, this is, Brother Jabari and Brother Sarnetta, they were coming down on the Hebrews, And one of the statements that was made is that the brothers were crazy for, when their sisters are going through their menses. That's actually the term that he used. That, well, I don't know who have to sleep where, but I know they were speaking about them sleeping in separate rooms. And apparently, when the Hebrew Israelite sisters go through their quote-unquote menses, apparently they don't cook for the brothers. And these other brothers, they were highly agitated at that. So I myself, I was listening to that and I was a bit lost. Now, I want you to listen to me, good family, and I want you to understand where I am going with this. And I'm actually asking if my perspective is wrong. Now, I'm not speaking of, a situation where like a woman is put away or she's behind a zinc fence and in the dark, or you can't see and you can't talk to her. No. That's not what they were talking about. I am saying that if an individual and his family or his woman or his wife, they dwell together, and when she is going through her menstrual cycle, that's what it is, what people call the period. And if they, not necessarily he, if they decide that the sister, they're in a humble environment, because that's how the discussion sounds. So if he decides, or she, or both decide that the sister will take the bed and he will sleep on the floor, or if they decide that, listen, honey, during this time, I don't want you to do any cooking. I'm going to do the cooking for you. I really didn't understand why the brethren were so offended by that.
Now, let me say again, I am not a Hebrew Israelite by tradition. So I don't know exactly what really happens behind the scenes when a Hebrew Israelite or the Hebrew Israelite family go through the menstrual cycle of a woman. But as I said at the beginning of this, I'm not going to spend too much time because remember, the Tiger's Nest is a university. And we have done programs, lengthy programs. Even in the last 3 months, we have done a series of programs, not only speaking about the cycle of the woman, the period, and the biological understanding of it, because a lot of people who are very religious with the woman period have no idea of the biology of it. And we also did a program where we were speaking about the sacredness of the woman cycle, because there's a high spiritual sacredness with the woman cycle. You understand? So I'm not going to go too far. That's going to take me a whole hour to get into. You could just revisit the channel and find these videos. But I'm just sticking now to what I heard the brothers them say. Now, family, naturally, it's not a scorn or a shame. When a woman is going through her cycle there, she is shedding things. We went through this biologically. Toxins are coming through her pores. Literally, toxins are coming through her pores. So if a brother feels like he don't want his woman to be kneading no bread for him with her fingers, and he decide, listen, honey, let me do the bread and you relax yourself. All sisters are not the same. Some sisters, when they go through the menstrual cycle, they become very sensitive, whether it's to sound or even if it's to a touch. So if the brother and the sister with understanding say, listen, honey, during this time here, you keep the bed. This little old skinny bed that we're sleeping on, you keep the bed, I will sleep on the floor. If the brother said, listen, honey, during this time here, you use the upstairs bathroom, and I use the downstairs bathroom. I don't know what on earth could be wrong with that. I was surprised, to be very honest, to hear conscious people disrespecting other people because they came down hard on the Hebrew Israelites as if they were uncivilized. For just simply saying, well, honey, I don't want you to cook the food during this time. Let me repeat. I'm not talking about putting a woman away or sending her to the cabin in the woods, or she can't hear me and I can't hear her and she can't. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm bringing it from the level that I got the conversation, because that's what they said. They clearly said that the Hebrew Israelites, when the women are going through their menses, these brothers don't even sleep with her. Can you believe that? These brothers don't even sleep with her. I said, wow, something wrong with that. Hey, can you believe when these sisters are going through their menses, they can't even cook for their man? Okay, something wrong with that? Wow, are we so overconscious that we missed the boat? So remember, this is not any real woman can tell you what I just said. During that time, she may be a little bit sensitive. Okay, let me drop the bomb here. Do you believe that a woman and a man should have sexual intercourse when she's on her cycle? I am sure, well, I believe, because right now I'm not even sure how people think, but I would expect the rational thinking ones would say, of course not, brother. Exactly, I agree with that too. Exactly. But where do you draw the line? So why wouldn't you have sexual intercourse with her? Well, I mean, she's cleaning out and she's detoxifying and she's shedding the old stuff and so on. So, okay, fair enough. I agree. She's seeing her flowers, as we say in the conscious realms. Good. It's the same thing with the cooking. Now, the cooking may be a few steps below that, but depending on how high up the hill you are in consciousness, you ain't gonna make no woman cook for you when she's going through her cycle. Well, priest, I disagree, because if you go on the road and you have to buy something to eat, me you talking to? No, you see, that's the problem. As I just said, depending how high up you are, the conscious hill, I mean, come on, how many of us as conscious people haven't eaten out in years? That is why you yourself have to keep up a certain level of standard, because I see where you're coming from. Because me personally, I cannot see an individual have his woman, and then he gonna want to be the most holy and tyrannical when she's going through that cycle. And the environment is not even made for that. Then he don't want to see his woman. He don't want to touch his woman. Nothing, but yet still he gonna go on the road. He gonna jump on a bus. He gonna edge up with all sorts of people. Yes, he's gonna go and eat from somebody that's cooking on the side of the road. No, that doesn't work. That's not balance. That's almost hypocritical, really. You know, so you have to be able to balance these things. So a man, a conscious man, living with his conscious woman, whether it's in a cabin or whether it's in an upstairs or downstairs, and they have an understanding of nature, an understanding of life, and he or she decides that during this time, you're gonna keep the bed if it's one bed, or I go on the sofa, or I stay right on the floor next to you, you know, and I don't want you cooking for me or making no juice. I really can't see what's wrong with that. You understand? So even if a fella believes that, well, listen, you all right, I want my woman cook for me when she bleeding, it don't matter to me. Okay, I ain't vexed with you, you know. But for you to be upset with somebody who decides to tell his woman, just cool a little bit, man, until you come off of that, then let's go. And you upset with that, to me, that's a nasty mentality. You know, I'm wondering what else you do when the woman is on her menses. And let me just say this, I know how some of us are. And I only, you know, even before I did this video, you know, I said I wouldn't call the name, but I just had to make it clear so we understand the discussion. And it's no disrespect to no one at all within their whole, you know what I mean, their, if you want to say, their philosophy or theology. But I just believe that as conscious people, we are conscious people. You know, these same individuals I'm talking about were pushing the vaccine heavy, eh? So, I mean, I have to really contemplate what is the mentality. So, family, there's nothing wrong with understanding the balance of nature. And any real woman herself would be happy for a moment where she could at least relax and let the cycle pass and be served and be taken care of. I don't know what's wrong with that. We as conscious fellas, we want a woman to throw on her jeans and go to work and bring in the bread for us when she's going through her cycle. No, man, we have to do a little better than that. So I really wanted to say something about that because, you know, a lot of ones actually follow that theology. And as I said, I don't know exactly where the Hebrew Israelites are in their doctrine and exactly how rigid they are with it. So it's not a defense of them. I don't know exactly how they do it. But on the simple level of just giving the woman a space and easing her from the work, I don't know what's so crazy about that as conscious people. And that was just my point. So definitely give thanks for that moment there. I just had to come in and give that little touch there. Glorify the life giver and the keeper of life. And of course, I'm going to remind you, make sure you tune into the Tiger's Nest tomorrow evening. Of course, that's 7 p.m. sharp Eastern Caribbean time. I think Eastern Standard Time has caught up again, so it's 7 p.m. whatever the time is. And remember the International Homeschool Program. Definitely get the young ones on board. Right now, we are offering biology. And remember, of course, we have African history and heritage. And don't forget the astronomy. And remember, the payments can easily be made via the Cash App and the PayPal. All the description is in the link, pardon me, is in the description below. All right. Give thanks. Life given, the keeper of life. And remember, family, we have done several programs. We have done several series as it relates to the cycle of the woman and the period and the science of it. You should check it out. Give thanks so we can kill them stigma and weird thinking. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, give thanks. Yes, family, blessed love, give thanks for your presence. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie the first. Give thanks for stepping into the Tiger's Nest even at this hour.
wonderful and mighty and blessed program we definitely have in store for you this evening. You know, as we definitely glorify heart of celebration going into the 64th anniversary of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of True Divine Salvation. Give thanks for such congress that was founded by our worthy founder leader, our President, God and King in flesh, the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. And, you know, we give thanks for even this moment going into the 40-day and 40-night season of what is referred to as the Lenten moment. So it's just joy, it's just celebration, it's just happiness, and of course, more joy as we have a wonderful visitor with us. Definitely no stranger to the Tiger's Nest, definitely no stranger to the mystic vibration. The Honorable Priest Earl is with us, and in a moment, the Honorable Priest will be blessing us with some words of gold and some words of precious information as we definitely go into this celebration and go into this Lenten period. So let me just say to everyone, give thanks again for the Holy Trinity, Prophet, Priest, and King. Glorify the Father and Mother of creation. Give thanks for all who are tuned in near and far. And as I said, we intend to have a wonderful sit down. Make sure those who are already here, make sure you share it with a friend and with the family and let them know that we're definitely going through with righteousness of salvation. Honorable Priest Earl, priest of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of True Divine Salvation. Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love, my Lord. Give thanks to life, man.
Give thanks for your presence. I know to our Father and to the Son and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, your world without end.
Without end. Selassie,
Jah,
Rastafari, one perfect love, royal family.
Give thanks. Give thanks, Majesty, for such words of prayer. You know, give thanks to the young one too. I pick it up one time and we just continue to sail it. My Lord, give thanks for your presence with us. And of course, you know, this moment around, we definitely want to sit and, you know, speak definitely of the moment that we're going into. I know it's the celebration, the Battle of Adwa. So I would just like to start with a bit of that this evening, you know, about the whole celebration, the reason for it. Of course, you know, is I and I sitting in, but many people in the audience very new to a lot of this. And personally, I like to cater for those who are seeking the sincere milk, you know, and that don't come to count cows. You know, sometimes, to be honest, sometimes they bring a one in the nest and they come counting cows, and it's not cows I want to count. I definitely want to hear about the sincere milk, you know. So, my Lord, give thanks again for your presence with us. If you want to say anything, of course, to declare in your introduction for sure. And then I'd like to, you know, bless us with a word or two as it relates to this 64 years anniversary of the Congress before we start to talk about anything Lent. My Lord, give thanks for thy presence again.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks to the royal family, you know. As the man would say, you know, Rastafari is thy shepherd and I shall not want, you know. True. Make it I to lie down in green pasture, you know, restore thy soul, you know. Lead it I in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. For thou art high, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort I. Thou preparest a table before I in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointed thy head with oil. I cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Rastafari from this time and forth, and forever. A man, a holy man. Holy man will I.
Selassie.
Yeah. Rastafari. Yes, that I give thanks enough here, you know, to being at the present of, you know, the royal family, my Lord, you know, I mean, personal, you know, and, you know, the Battle of Adwa and the formation of the Congress, you know, that's why I and I in a goal right now in a car. The man say I and I really win out because, you know, we said they let them to win the Battle of Adwa, that Ethiopia could have still be free, you know. And the right honorable King Emmanuel did say, you know, all I and I have to do, man, as black people, man, just to live good, you know. Marcus Garvey win out for us, you know. The emperor win out for us, you know. And, you know, the right honorable King Emmanuel win out for us also, you know. So all I and I have to do as sons and daughters is to just live good, you know. So recall upon everyone now within the fasting period, God, to the fasting is a weapon also to help I and I going around the wall of Jericho silently and bringing it down, you know. Holy Emmanuel, I, King Selassie, all right. Yes, my Lord.
Give thanks for all powers. Well, as we know, well, they were saying something. True. As we know, coming this Wednesday, you know, at least this Wednesday in relation to the premiere, just put a little ganja seed in my mouth, like the Buddha, you know, the Buddha does eat one ganja seed a day, you know. Somehow they come and tell you it's one rice grain a day, but we come to find out it's a ganja seed a day, you know. But as we're entering into this moment, my Lord, this is the Lenten period. Those who follow up with the programs we put on this platform and on, of course, Radio Anu, you know, every year for the last 4 years, I've made it my duty to do at least 3 programs. Lengthy programs, they always are too. Speaking about the Lent, the physical aspect, you know, the eating and I speak of what I know of it. You know, I would invite different ones. The myself, of course, would have sat with us already. Priest Kumi, Priest Chris, Priest Rittman, different ones who would have lived it, especially during the time of the Honorable King Emmanuel's presence with us, 9 Miles Bull Bay. But now, so there are different aspects to it. As I said, that health aspect and how you are going to apply the fast. But then you see there's this level of the tradition that King Emmanuel has set down. And as we know that this order is a building order. And you, no matter how long you're in the order, as you could testify, you just continually learn and learn. Even when you hear elders amongst themselves reasoning, you hear how they continue to learn from each other. So that is what I'm looking for this evening, the Lent, the richness of the Lent, the flavor of the Lent that King Emmanuel set down, the 40 days and 40 nights that he set down, the process prior to it, because we don't reach it yet, at least to the recording of this. I want maybe listening to this during the Lenten time, more of obviously. But as me and you recording this, we know gone into that 40 days. So there's a preparation for it. And then there's a living through of it. And we're going to talk about the type of fast that like I do, that you fast till 6, enough man don't do that. So my Lord, I just want you to journey us through the Lent. You know how it is when me and you sitting there. It's not always too much question and answer. I just want you to journey us through the Lenten period with your full understanding, what you're seeing with your eyes, how the Father set it down, especially that, how the Father set it down, and any advice to the listening public. And as a reason, you don't know, I will come in and we get it going as I get my chalice set here too.
Yes, Royal family, give thanks again for life, you know, and the mighty life giver, you know. As the man saw, the Father did really set it down. 12 to 2 was the more regular fasting. You see it? When you have 12 to 2, you have more individual partake with that. But when you have 6 till 8, you find few men in the yard. I don't know where they went at the moment. But you know what I mean? So I don't want to say they gone a country or what happened. But you know, I find enough man never did so glorify the 6 to 8. Because them that say it is more a harder fast. You see it? You know, but as a working man now, you know, even the 12 to 2, when enough of the individual them went, a man always have to keep active, selling broom, selling mats, you know, go to market. You see it? So some of the times when the brethren them go out, and even the 12 to 2, they don't come forward and come catch the time to break their fast. Because when them came forward in maybe 15 minutes after 2 o'clock, so they have to double up. You see it? But the 6 to 8 now give you more time to get more duty done in the day, especially, you know, You know, so the 68, it wasn't so regular as the 12 to 2. So more man would have more acquainted with the 12 to 2. But what I know, one of the time the service never come down. And it was the 6. You're hearing me clearly? Are you hearing me clearly?
I hear you very, very clearly. You say one time the service never came down. I don't know if that's the 2-year period. And you're saying that man was supposed to fast till 6.
Yeah, it was the 6. I remember you have some individual did not want to let go his banner. The whole day. All day stand up there in the sun from morning, never want to let go his banner. The only way to let go his banner is I want to come and take it to him, go break his fast.
Okay.
But remember, said the man was there with us, The man garnered those strength, which those strength was enough still, But through the power the man was there, I don't know if man garnered those strength more, you know what I mean? Yes, so that is the difference between the two. And when the man make his move now, and as I said, we need more strength. When the man drop in temple, transcend, the world that say, he die, you see it? And it's no struggle to us. Because the African way, the sun rise in the morning, it get big in the 12 o'clock, and we just say die in the evening to born again. So it was just always a circle. You see, so that wasn't like a struggle to us as African people. It was just always just birth. When the man died, said the birth. So just the sun ball when said the heaven declare the glory, and when you look at that 3 stage of the sun, this is a man who could not really die. It's just a circle there, ever living. So when them said the man drop his temple now and enough of us as brethren get weak. We did get weak. I remember we never looked at that. When I and I still see the sign of what is going on. When sometimes we go and him barely can talk to us. Haile. But too we have to see God and we now see the sign of when Haile showing us that when I'm talking, him talking, say him call upon the Haile them to come from all about. And a few men did come, but most of them did not come. Because the man got trouble. And as a man, I call name God. Enough individual we never call name God. We never got trouble. Them could tell us also. Much less the man where I did recognize as the God. So even one of the time I think Sam even call up the honorable priest Jesus and tell him, say, I'm ready for trouble. And I don't want to mix up anything like man that about passport or anything like that or something, some mix up thing. Because we're not dealing with the hocus pocus thing, Because if I'm gonna go travel, must go and take a plane or something like that, But I that show that.
Right. Yeah, go ahead, you go. I hear it, so like I hear that passport talk already, but no, you bringing it on a different level. That's what I'm saying.
No, what man I deal natural still. When him meditate passport, that was a natural thinking.
Yeah.
If the father say you can go and travel.
You travel.
That was just something natural where man would think of it.
Makes sense.
Yes, there's not nothing wrong.
He can make a move.
Yes. So I don't take certain questions neither when it come on to the father, like if he have mother or father. I don't take these questions. You see, because the individual who's asking this question, how do you come? You see it? You're asking this question, how you come, who are asking the question. The African way was a pair, Alpha and the Omega, a Sar and a Set. It was always a pair.
Yes, sir.
So these focus questions, King Emmanuel, have mother and father. I don't go into those things, my lord. You see, that take up the time that we could talking about something more important.
Right.
Yes, my lord. So
yeah. So let me get before you go too far, because there's a whole bombshell you drop there. Enough things to say a moment ago. So let me just kind of return to a few things. So you're saying to us that during the Lenten moment, and from your experience, we're talking about a fast from 12 to 2. You have to feast from 12 to 2. And then now, there's also this fast here that is going down until 6. Now, what I'm saying, this is, okay. And the 6, so what I'm trying to get straight. So you're saying that at one time, we have a fast from 12 to 2. All right, going through. But then at the next time, this is a next Lent, King Emmanuel called a fast where we're supposed to fast till 6. And then at that time, you notice that most ones would have left the camp then. And then a few ones remain at that time. I just wanted to make sure I get that clear.
Yeah, man, that's the loyal individual, them, like the man them who used to work at the office. The man them who used to work at the office, them have a little nice music apart, you know?
Yes, that's as I said too.
A little music part in there.
Wow. Yeah, well, you know, it's Lent, you know. Them kind of words you're not supposed to get out, you know, man. But the energy tries best to make sure that them words you keep quiet. I know it is, man. I know it is. And then now, even while the music passing there, you even talk about a time when the Nile Bingi didn't go down. And I don't know if that's a Lent time, and the fast until 6 again. You see, these are the things that, you know, we really need to know, you know. Because you have to keep in mind that we're talking about give thanks, Honorable, blessed Lord. We have to keep in mind. Yes, Honorable, blessed. Give thanks, Honorable, give thanks. Stepping brave and bold here, boy. Yes, my Lord, give thanks. So this is the time that we're talking about, you know, the Lent, but we have different timing with the Lent. We have Lent that I would believe take place from the 70s, Lent in the 80s, Lent in the 90s, 1994, you know, all of them different times there. So I know things would have taken place differently. So people like I and I that come in now and we asking questions. Okay, so how I first learned it is that there were 2 fasts. You have the fast that you do till 12, and you have the fast that you do till 6. The ones that teach me that even go as far as to 6, you would have a book where a man would write what fast he doing, and the next man will come and say, well, he doing the next fast. And as I say, most man will sign up for the 12 fast. When you sign for a fast, you can switch the fast in between the Lent to say you go pick up a next fast. This is how I learned it. Go through.
Well, I prayed. Well, the yard, when Jakala fast, I did not see like a man could have choose to say. It was a one order.
Wow.
It wasn't like you could have choose to say you will go on that or go on that. No, I remember, you know.
This serious.
Remember, you know, we come in at the thing like young man that we don't know. We never know. You have to be obedient when you just come. You see it? I remember the first time when I came, it was a fasting moment. And I did not even know that I should go and go in the tabernacle to break my fast. When 12 o'clock come, I find somewhere to go and break my fast. I did not know.
Yeah.
And when I find out, if I could have bring up that food, man. I was just coming to the camp in my lad. So
wow.
I just did not know. But it was a one order, is not say, stick half of the camp fasting this way and half fasting this way. That's why you find that when the 6 draw now, you find that it's on the warrior them stand up with Jah to show who are the really warrior from that time. You see it? Yes, my Lord. So I'm going to try to remember.
No, I was just going to ask you as a bit of historical fact. You know, you can recall like the year when he called the 6 fast. Or several times he do that. Hey, not too much wants to talk about this, you know. This is why I bring it.
No, I don't remember really the several times. I just remember that time. No, the service never come down.
Oh, okay, and it was that, and it was
and
that.
And I don't really remember if we say it go for a year or 2. I don't want to oppose anyone, but I don't think that to me it is not so long.
Yeah,
You pick up? It was about it was like about 3 months. But when a man say here, I meditate, was it before I came? Because it was about, you know what I mean? I remember fasting, it was about 3 months service, non-stop service. You see it? Yeah.
And that was a 6 fast.
Yeah, that was a 6 to 8 fast.
Wow.
With the service not coming down. You see it?
Powerful.
So even the Sabbath service, the set of priests who just come and take over and continue. You see it?
Positive.
Yeah.
Rastafari. So you personally, I know I personally, you do the same 6 fasts. You fast until the setting of the sun. That's what I do in this year as well.
Yeah, because normally I fast till 12. So if I go on a 12 to 2 fast now, that is what I do normally. Today I fast in day, and I fast from 12 from whole night till 12 o'clock today. So is that the way I live? So if I don't go up on the 6 to 8, it come like I'm not fasting. No, Lent is a different time, you know. Because is every day when I do it now. But when you don't go do it Monday and Wednesday, that is different also. But Monday and Wednesday and Sabbath, I do live by fasting.
By fast, of course.
That my temple don't shock when fasting comes. Because if you're not living the fasting, just like cold water, you're going to take a fresh. And if you don't know to apply the cold water, it will shock your temple. So you have to live the fasting like the Ethiopians, because we are Ethiopian in exile, living the fast. So when that time come now, especially for fat people, as I say, you know, because when fat people fat, it means that the food going to build the insulin. So you don't want so much food, you want the fat now to release the glucose. So on the fasting, you know, can make those fat people, where they say obese. I our experience, the people come out in a yard, come a camp.
A bit plump.
Quick time they get down that way because they come in the fasting. And fasting don't do anyone nothing to say. It harm you. You're going to feel hungry. But when you feel hungry, just like the sea, sometimes it gets rough, sometimes it gets calm. So what I do when I feel a little hungry, I have my chalice. So that teacher I know says not food make you burn chalice. It's meditation. So I want that meditation, I take a 1 draught of chalice. Not so I'm fasting, I don't have to take not 2 and 3 and 4 to finish the chalice. I just can take a 1 and that's it to till, you know what I mean, second my meditation there.
Balance you off.
So as I said, you know, fasting is so good, and some of the time I never know what the Father was doing for us. Is when he make it move now, and so much people is talking about the benefits of fasting. Now for the time, it come like, Jadu have enough food for us, but he was building us that pre-circle could be here today, at going to 62, still fasting. You see it? So enough of the time we did not know what the right honorable King Emmanuel was doing for us. So we didn't fasting too. As I say, it's like when a man deep dive. You know, when a man deep dive in the sea,
yes, I.
Him can't come up a year. Him can't come up a year quick.
Yeah.
So when him go break his, when him go break his fast now, don't eat everything quick. Take your time. Cause you have 2 hours. Don't force down everything within half an hour. You see, cause most man force down everything within half an hour. You see, so just like when the man come for here from in the deep sea, he must reach a little spot where he break a little bit. Right? He just can't come up here because the bends will take him. You know what I mean? So just like the fasting, you don't just eat everything one time because sometimes that control, even big people, you have that control and you see the food, you know. So fasting teaches us to control ourselves. So the sealer half an hour, that means 1:30 or 7:30, you use that for a little drinking now. Don't do the drinking too early. Unless you know this fasting, drinking are going to take. You can take drinking for it. You pick up, like you say, I'm going to go drink some jelly water, drink some juice or what you're going to drink. you know? Yeah. But if you're going to drink, you make sure say you drink that sealer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To seal up everything.
Yeah, and when a man big like us now, we don't need 3 meals a day anymore. It's when I want to grow, like a little youth, you give them 3 meals, and then you make them pass between the meals also. Don't make them snack between the meal. You understand? You make them fast between the meal. That means you control them, that they temper the right way as well should.
Yeah, yeah.
But a big man and a big woman now, we can eat 1 time a day.
Yes.
Because when you eat so much time a day, your belly start get big because you're not growing anymore. You know, that means that growing hormone going to turn something else for you. You see? But look at you now, you can eat 3 times a day because they are growing. They can, that growing hormone, you know, or that stem cell that is still building in them, it still can build a growing farm. But fasting again, build stem cell and it kill the cancer cell, you know?
Because some people, when they age, they tend to really get big with juvenile. It's just like a different change when age come on to many people. But so what about during them times now? Okay, you saying that you have 2 hours to eat it. That is maybe, you know, when you're one away and when you're home and all of that. But in the time when Lent was hefty and Black Christ salvation, rocking and these different things, what take place now? They say that you don't know how it is. You're breaking fast in tabernacle from leading priests coming down to the priests them on the altar to prophets and elders and empresses and little ones and so and so and so. I know for sure sometimes all an hour, the last person may be coming out of the tabernacle. I hear some empress say all an hour and a half. Eh?
It's not everyone going to get the 2 hours when the tabernacle is going on. But really and truly, we show that love. Yeah, because I heard man say go and free the guard. And you know what I mean? Yeah, we say go and make the guard break his fast. And that love was there amongst us when the Father was there. You see it? But as I said, some man get robbed with them 2 hours still. But, you know, man still medicate to the guard. Don't get free, you know. Make sure you say, you see it, so we want forward that love amongst us. You know what I mean? When the guard is there, all night service, man rally around that, you could have feel that joy, not to stay the whole night if he did not want to stand up there the whole night, you know? Yes, man.
Yeah, man, but you're happy to do that, man. Yeah, man, I know that, I feel that, man, the love. So in the preparation now, again, you don't know, once you're in this thing for a while and you're seeking, you hear different things from different elders, eh? Some elders will say that King Emmanuel, well, you know, some elders will say King Emmanuel would start his fast, his Lent fast, 2-3 weeks before the Lent. What you could tell me about that? How, from your knowledge, the Father himself would prepare, you know, for the Lent and so, and, you know, I mean, while you say the Father always make sure you have his thermos. The King, I hear some different things. Some man say, man, just have 7 thermos flasks with 7 different type of tea. I don't know how true that is, but, you know, sometimes it's all like some man just add some spice to the pot too. But from your knowledge, as far as preparation for this moment, you know, this sacred moment, how you would observe King Emmanuel prepare for it, or even prepare the congregation for it. Because I know he's a man that like to prepare. You could feel things coming, you know. You know, boys almost Lent, you know. You see Jah doing this or Jah doing that. You see, we do, yeah, my Lord.
Well, as a man who demand to put on the vehicle, truck.
Yeah.
Preparation,
right.
we go to the country and we gather the coconuts, couple bags of coconut. That means we start stock the storehouses. You know, those nice bananas. Some of them we hang them up. So we look some nice banana, you know, you hang up on all of that stuff.
Right.
Man could I get a 1 and a finger banana, and you know, that preparation. So, you know, so some of those banana, nice gross material banana with a ripe. Some of them go up at Jah, some of them down our storehouse. Because, you know, Jah, when our storehouse done, you always have something in his own, you know. You see, so, you know, to our know kind of the congregation, the pick up it done, pick up.
Yes,
you see, so we prepare feet by going to country and gathering the wet sugars and the cane and the food stuff that we do eat, you know what I mean? And all of that, and sometimes we stack up the place with straw, when you're dead, just say a broom feed us. We can't speak about no other way. Whether a man that get our money from his friend, is not that what feed the camp. When the authority come upon our father, he can show what feed us. You know what I mean? We are not beggars or jobbers or, we are honest people. Them always pine to the broom field and then pine to the service. Him say, if you want to know this man, when the man sit down there, you go down to the service. Don't care who you see, I care the service. Him always say, if you want to know who this man is, go down to the service, you know what I mean? So I'm always pine to the service. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that is the preparation, what we do prepare, put in the straw them. That means that you don't have to go to straw bush within this time anymore. We stack up the broom field. We get all the stick them, yet some of those stick ones still run out, and man still move.
Of course.
Early. And
but you try your best to minimize the work.
Yes, my lord. Because we are fast in the temple, not why want to do that 100% of work. It may be want to do a 75 or a 50, according to how the temple is feeling now. So when you feel more energy, you can move with the temple. But the first couple of days, everyone feel that fasting, we're not moving so fast, But don't stop moving. Still do something. You see it? As I say, why enough man prefer the 12 to 2. Sometimes him sleep a little long. 9:30 or 10. He sleeps. So so when him rise now, fasting soon break.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's not everyone put our shoulder to the wheel,
Yeah, man.
Some man do that also. You know what I mean? If all of us to do that, put the shoulder to the wheel, it would be, better. But it's 22 hours. It's 22 hours for the both of them. You see it, so there's no difference. It's going to say the 6 now you go through the whole day, it feel like it's harder. But it don't really harder. It makes the Sabbath feel so beautiful, not eating on the Sabbath day. You see, so your temple is more want to go in the service. Because you're not eating for the Sabbath day. So fasting, so, have so much good feeling when it comes to the Sabbath day. Because you wait till after 6 o'clock before you do eat. And smoke too. And smoking too.
What about the smoking? I used to hear once that when you do the cup fast, you don't really partake until after 12. But then again, I come to realize, because it's a growing thing, I try to show ones, you see this thing here, you have to pay attention to this order, listen keenly, and you must be able to do your own maths too. Because we used to call the 6 o'clock fast a hardical fast and the 12 o'clock fast a cup fast, only to learn with proper understanding that none of them things, cup fast has to be broken in the tabernacle. No matter what time you break it, even if it's 6 o'clock, it's a cup fast when it's broken in the tabernacle.
Yes,
okay. So you see, we have to do the math. So when, because Trey said smoking, because in the earlies we learned that, when you do a quote unquote cup fast, which is the 1 till 12, you don't smoke until after you wake up in the morning. You burn, according to what we're taught, just say you burn your chalice or whatever, well, not whatever, you burn your chalice before the uprising, before your Psalms reading. And then you don't really partake until after you break your fast. But then now, if you're in tabernacle, that makes sense. But then one could freely leave tabernacle. You don't have to be the priest and go and burn out and come again. So when you say smoking too, how is it with that? You know of that principle when you do cup fast, you don't smoke until yeah.
But there is 2 basins still. One if you do smoke.
Okay.
There's still 2 basins. One if you smoke, this is the one that you broke your fast with. And the other one, if you don't smoke, this is the one that you break your fast. So there's always two, two opportunity, you see? So there is no barrier still, but if you guys still be truthful, say I did burn a little dry herb, you go over this day, so you did not burn anything, you could. So all you have to do is just be truthful, because they already don't set that way, Yeah.
This is some deep stuff. And that's burning during the service time. Suppose you wake up early, 4 o'clock chalice. And when you're done, you wash out your mouth and the full thing, and then you go Psalms reading. When that time comes.
Most of the time, my Lord.
And
even if you don't see.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you see, even if you don't see a Rastaman doing that, that is the Rastaman joy. But sometimes, this is so strict. When say from 10 o'clock, you wouldn't burn no more herbs until that time. But early in the morning, you could smell herb burning, my Lord. A herb smell. You're not hide, man.
But man always, even man that never even meet Jah will tell you, but Jah does burn his chalice said way too. Man.
It's not that it causes a violation why these laws come upon us. Is I and I did cause the violation, because herb used to burn straight. But true, instead of a man buy a little lamp, him have a fire stick Friday night, and I don't know that fire stick catch the house afire. Man, if you run up and down, polluting the Sabbath on the Friday night, out in fire. So I saw more little restriction come upon us.
Yeah.
But herb never have no restriction, because I just burn herb. But two man lack of basic, instead of just buy a little lamp as we should, So I and I cause these things upon us. So you couldn't go say, our Father, who have so much meditation, we meditate the whole universe, to stop burn the Holy Sacrament, my Lord.
Right. All right. That's one of them times we can talk a bit more about that there, because that will take away the conversation. That whole thing that you just mentioned, the after 10 smoking and so, because the different aspects about that too, the Father are the mystic. Things come in as you move along, but they always have a mystic connection. There have some people that only burn herb in the night because of the melatonin and the serotonin, and I know John know enough different things that he really say clear. And I know a man will say, well, the house was burning down, and he said, stop smoke in the day for the Sabbath. But maybe there's something even more spiritual behind that, and it just happened to coincide with the event that made him bring up that law to kind of put a little discipline in the yard. Yeah. But I know you picked me up with that, because the Father very mystic in the things that he apply to us to do. But my Lord, still on the whole aspect of the Lent again, because that's where we keep in the fire here. And you're speaking of the going to the country and getting certain foods and these different things. Because what you're showing me there is that, as I said in a reasoning we had yesterday amongst I and I, Bobo Shanti, that during the Lenten time, it's not just not eating, what you're eating is also very, very important. So you just specified, you just highlighted something that I was very happy that you highlighted, that the Father would have sent the congregation, not the congregation, but the I and those who work on the truck and so, into the country to get the natural food, to get the sugar cane and these different things. Because I know the eye is an advanced man in your thoughts. And, I must say, even as a time like now, I continually see, I know you would have witnessed, for example, okay, follow me good. You would have witnessed, for example, that during the Lent, maybe King Emmanuel would have sent a word that make sure you put cornmeal in the flour, or mix the flour with something else, or make sure you don't use yeast and so. And we come to take this as law. Now, when I say as law now, to the point that even in this modern day time, I'm telling you, people that I know personally, who during this time, they instill these things as law. I want to hear me out good. In the fact, to the point that the white flour with the cornmeal. Now what I'm saying, King, man's supposed to be so far past white flour stage. You understand? The thing with the yeast, not eating yeast during Lent, from my understanding, is that King Emmanuel never really deal with yeast at all. He teach man how to set the bread as the eye personally show me. From Thursday night, bread done set on. So when that bake the Thursday that night, early Friday, 4-day morning, as we would call it, the bread would naturally rise. But there was a time now that, I mean, during that time, you know, man just start to get, if you want to say, lazy and just start throw yeast in the bread. This is what I elder tell and I just don't want to call it elder name, you know.
It was after Gilbert.
Okay, you said that.
Right after Gilbert. I held a name priest Isaiah as a baker from road. But it was right after that storm. Certain things start coming from us. I remember, you know, whenever you see use lighter. So it was after that no lighter coming on us. Because we never have no lighter and all of these things.
You confirm the story. Go through.
If you want to light up your kite, you have to go to a lamp to light your kite.
No lighter.
So it's after Gilbert, the storm now, you know, these things start coming on us. Like east and all of these things, you know. But it makes some of us weaker because it don't make the younger one know the tradition way of baking. You see it?
That's the point.
The tradition way of baking without the yeast, as you say, you set the bread from Thursday in the day, and by 12 o'clock, Priest Tony used to have individual watching the pan, that when it shuba, when the thing shuba, it have the power right there. Send call him, no. It have the power in it. Don't wait till it get cold. Him get man to help him now knead the bread fast put it in the pan them. It a shub now. It have the shubbing power. You see it? So that was the natural way. And going on along the way, like even go to St. Lucia and so forth. I started with the coconut juice where the Honorable Priest Richie, you know, helped me along the way, you know, to do it with the coconut juice, you know. You set the coconut, especially like you put it in a plastic bag, hang it up. You see that part go up. You get a little thing on board the bottom of the plastic bag. Because the water that settle at the bottom there, so it let out gradually. And when the part that you need, that thick coconut juice need, you stop the hole and squeeze it out in what you need there. So that is the way to continue. And I never go on the yeast thing, because when you go on the yeast thing now, yeast bread to the man who normally eat the natural bread, it don't nice, it's soft. It has a softness in it where like the man who you see it, the man who you see it is firm bread. Yeast bread coming like it can break, like the bread where that's firm. If you got break, if you got share the firm bread, it's like easy to break off.
Break, yeah. These bread they tear it like, yeah man, you're right.
Yeah, bread cannot break in that tradition way they break the bread, you know. So
it's true, man.
The rice, the flour and the meal now. What Jada show you know, not just directly flour and meal. Man don't just stuck on that.
I hear you. Right.
It means say just don't eat the flour just like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to get banana and put forward, look at the fiber in it, some natural thing. Because banana can be flour also. So either you turn the banana in that flour and add to that flour there. Because that flour there is so many of the natural things come out of it already. The cream of wheat, the whole wheat, the germ wheat, and all of those natural products when it come out of the flour already. So the place down in Jamaica when named flour mill, them don't get that white part. No security is on that part. But the other part will come out of it first, tight security, and the cream of wheat and all of these other things that come out of the flour. So flour is the last part of the thing. So to poorness, but just still show you say you could add a couple banana to it, macabre, plantain, even breadfruit, but add something to it more than just eating this flour. So when I'm telling about cornmeal, it's not must just cornmeal. Because if you look on cornmeal right now, the cornmeal, it's still Monsanto producing that. And if you know, it's still Monsanto producing the flour that we are still buying. When you put the two Monsanto thing together, you're not helping yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So especially in this fast now, my love, you will have the best thing. And if you don't know to eat it, you will still hurt yourself. Fasting, you have to know how to eat in fasting. So you will have the best grains and all of these best things to eat.
Yes.
And if you don't know to put them in your temple, you're going to have a burnt chest. So
could affect you in the future.
Yes, that's how to apply them. That means don't try to eat too much. Don't prepare this whole heap of food in front of you to try to consume it. That is not fasting. Fasting is your tummy going to get little.
Yes,
so
yes.
It's just little you're going to need. And it's not long. We can do it for the 6 and sometimes 6 weeks and a couple of days. Not long. That is a good cleansing, man.
Yeah, perfect. I'm gonna tell you again why I brought up the yeast again. I'm gonna just seal up that point with a clarity. Why again? Because you see, if I don't know the storyline, the impression you get is that you don't eat yeast during Lent, and then after Lent, it's all right. That's the impression you get. I am positive, I'm positive the vast majority of Bobo Shanti get that impression. They don't get the impression that according to what the elders show me, when a man bring them bread to judge, I say, no man, carry that to somebody else. Well, paraphrase it. But I guess it's just through his mercy when Lent time come, he said, look, family, we know the item gone a little astray, but you see now, tighten up a bit. You see this time you tighten up a bit. So we don't want no yeast come in the yard. You know, not like you're saying after you can bring it in. Maybe I'll watching you to see how you step up after. See if you go back on it. So I just wanted to highlight that because this is really.
But if you know why, remember I said Jah is an elder man amongst us, It's not everything you run and tell Jah neither, So a lot of things is going on amongst Jah, And if you don't go and tell him don't know, You see it? If you go to the road and something happen out there, don't to his God, no, you don't come and tell God what to take place out the road. Well, sometimes it's so we have our Father. We don't have to tell him. And our Father needs us to reason with him. You see? But sometimes this wishful thinking like you know everything. So if you don't why if you take him right now, but I never know so the man them they carry east.
Yeah, man.
In a place neither. That was not the tradition of the place. What I saw Priest Rocco, I think said the Good Friday now, the black over white, when the man them gone to Ethiopia. And just drive up and ring upon him because many Good Friday there was no Psalms, no Owalik, about 3 Good Friday or so forth. And Jah was there. And just drive up and ask him to stop him Psalm reading. You see, Friday morning, me I tell you about now, when the black over white double Sabbath again, because the double Sabbath now, it is not ongo. Good Friday, it was every Friday morning now, Good Friday double Sabbath was ongo one time now for that moment. But the Friday morning double Sabbath now, when the man they make the Ethiopia move now, Jah call for black over white, Friday morning double Sabbath now, every Friday morning. The Good Friday double Sabbath was a different thing where it was on Good Friday. So does the Ethiopia move now make Jah call for that double Sabbath, black over white, every time, like that. So whenever you when time Good Friday comes, Jah did say, you could not wear your black over white or you could not wear white. That confusion is amongst us. So if the man come with him white, you glorify him, said we. And if he come with black over white, glorify him, said we. Because white was the original thing on Good Friday. But as I said, the Ethiopia move and Ethiopia timing when Friday morning in Jamaica, this service start in Ethiopia already, evening, Friday evening, or going into Sabbath. So Jack called for oneness with Jamaica and Ethiopia. With his foot where him same put in a yard. And same have one foot there now. Same just call for unity. You see, so that, you know, that Friday morning black over white service, you know. So, as I said, Jah is a natural man, my Lord, and a lot of things take place, and man would want to blame Jah say in a Jah. But if you don't go to our Father, as an elder man at the moment, you see, because some of the time we put this God thing and don't understand, so sometimes the man is not feeling well. Or just fling this, remember, he's a mortal man, you know. You see, just like when the emperor, the answer, Bill McMean, you know, as a mortal man, you know, natural man. That means that sometimes he get up, he don't feel well. He get up, the mucus is on enough also, sometimes coughing. It's a natural man, my Lord. You see it? As an elder man in the moment, you know, when, you know, some of the time we don't even know to minister to an elder man, because no of us never get an elder man to minister to. You see it? Some of the time, if you know why, we speak like we should not have spoken to him, you know? Yes, my Lord.
Yeah, man, positive. Wow. Give thanks. I feel my Lord. So, as you mentioned, just one quick question before I go. I have a next question about and a point you just mentioned there. As far as the double Sabbath, the first Good Friday double Sabbath that went into the doubles, because every Friday is a double Sabbath now, eh? And every Friday should really be black over white. But so that first Good Friday double Sabbath when the Ethiopian delegation went forward, was that 92 or 93? 92. We were 92.
Between 91, 92, 93 there. Between those here. I don't really remember. Yeah, 91, 92, 93.
True, my lord.
I think that the man them start move within the 91 or 92. I don't remember quite.
True, my lord.
See, but it's that movement now, cause that black over white. Remember, you know, when you look, you see a lot of congregation like Empress Lily, Empress Darrett, and all of these empresses was there. They wouldn't just obedient to priest or one of the other priests who would have just say that. It has to come in from higher authority, man.
Of course, I totally agree. No, definitely. I would expect. So, but you're saying now as an elder amongst us that from your perspective, could I have a few elders, like, okay, let me put it, I gotta just be square here, man. Last time we raised with Priest Kumi, and I was hoping to reason with him again this year for the Lent. He was very adamant about that white thing, eh? Very, very adamant to the point that he was speaking of, you know, the international parliament, and they have come to this agreement that's last year that everyone's supposed to have on white. I know it didn't go so at all, but that was really, but you're bringing it in a very neutral light. You're saying, hey, listen, whether it's black over white or white, I want you to glorify, because as you say, that was how it was before. Jamaica changed with the African mission for the double Sabbath. Someone will insist that, hey, yeah, that was for that specific vibration there. But you're saying, hey, anyhow a man come, accept him. Well, once it's black over white or white, you know. But you see, the thing does go away, because then you see man come with red, black, and green over white. And and different things, and then it start to go. So that is why sometimes there's certain ones of I and I we want to make sure we're doing the right thing, you know. But I can only take the word from the elder, and if they say that it's a balance like that, you know, from your understanding is a freedom, whether it be the full white with respect to its original sense, and the black over white with respect to the standard that rise in 92 or 93. Humility, you know. All right, Rastafari. So as far as, I don't know if you want to say anything else about that before I continue. But as far as the concept now, my Lord, of this moment here that we call the Lenten period, there's a concept that go with it, eh? And it is the crucifixion of Christ. I don't think that, you know, I know sometimes we kind of dismissive with it because maybe we've lived it enough and we hear about it enough. But still, I mean, if I was fresh in this, I would want to understand what you're talking about. If let's say I just pick up Bobo Shandy and I hear a man telling me about Lent, and we dealing with this is symbolic of the crucifixion of Christ, and this is symbolic of, you know, the 40 days and 40 nights in the wild, and then now there's a story that comes around it, and the story has to do obviously with Christ being crucified at Mother White Bridge. And yes, my Lord, it has always been a talking point, and it is even still rising its head as a talking point, because I've sat with other elders who clearly tell me this is a natural persecution from the time of the 60s, you know, around the same Carroll Gardens massacre, etc., etc., etc. But I know myself, my Lord, even before I came to Bobo Shandy Hill in 2001, you know, I've had pamphlets. There was this little flat book, I think it's called Let Us Guide Our Destiny. A little flat book like the Black Supremacy with a picture. It's from the camp. And that book specifically was the first time I saw it talk about the Mother White Bridge and Christ being crucified. And the book specifically said 2,000 years ago. That's what the book said. And I've seen pamphlets specifying that 2,000 years ago in Egypt, Jamaica. So, you know, again, I know some ones are very dismissive of it, like ones who say, look, don't worry about that, it's how you live, let's practice love. No. To me, that is an excuse. We don't practice, we practice in love. We just want a clarity. We have children and so on that want to know what we're talking about, you know. So man have to be able to explain properly what you're talking about. You could give us a clarity on that story, my Lord.
Yeah, the Mother White Bridge. You see, when you don't witness the thing, I get it just like most individuals get it. Yes, I was not a witness of this Mother White Bridge thing. But just like when you get it, the man prophesied by Mother White Bridge to say you're not to live behind it. Any live where you're going to live must in front of it. From Mother White Bridge, it's going to cut off to the wickedness where it takes place. Dear. So anyone live in the west, I hear him say the west going to perish, Westmoreland flood and all of them flood the car. When down the west there come, it's like it's a lowland. When water come, it have nowhere to go more than on the land. So sometimes even down the west there, you know, it's flood. So Mother White Bridge, the man, they don't live behind it. If anything, it must be in front of it, because Jamaica going to split in three pieces. It's a Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey. That is the three different, you know, areas in Jamaica, you know. So that, I get it just the said way in my Lord. You see it? Yeah, so sometimes I can't explain the whole of this thing here because, you know what I mean? I did not question the elders, them that were giving, I.
Yes, I.
So I just take it just like I get it. You see it? But you see, Bobo Shanty Pana old growing in Jamaica, you could be any other Rasta, but don't be Bobo.
Tell me about that.
Yeah. No. The parents, them don't want you to be Rasta, you know, but don't be the Bobo. They don't want you to be Rasta, none at all. But if you're going to be Rasta, don't be Bobo. No. I don't want to set a Rasta. So,
that shocked me, man. Bobo Shandy.
Eh?
Bobo Shandy as we know Bobo Shandy.
When Mr. Rowe is not within principle.
I know that.
We care ourselves within that dogma them say. We don't petty people.
Oh.
We don't take foolish questions. You know, we are, you see, and all of these things. You see what I say? Mm-hmm. So it's not just that alone, you know. But what I heard parents say, why did not you follow Bob Marley them our support? But the Bobo, don't be the Bobo. So I and Bobo get a lot of fight even from the others bridging them to. They not a house them to. Because we must face the reality, you know. So by the time I receive bridging them, you know, it's not up right here now, you know. When you say love my Lord, love yourself first. This is how they used to deal with us. You see? When we eat out, love yourself first. So so as the honorable priest Dougie said, once bitten, twice shy. What did happen to our father? You see it? It was the other individual them. I don't know if it was the enemy sending this individual to call the statue on that they could get free. To our father what they did him, but then beat him mercilessly, man, and thought that this man was dead man. So, so our father don't trust people right now because they have record with all the Rastaman them that do take something in Jamaica. Did you know?
No.
Only one man them do have no record for who take something from the government is the Right Honorable King Emmanuel. They have the paper with them where them read out all of these things from them different program. They maybe don't want to admit it, but only one man never take nothing from these politicians.
Amongst the elders.
Yes, but most of our, say you have individuals that don't take anything, you know, but we are talking about the leaders then now.
That's why I asked that.
You like how King Man is a leader, Plana was a leader,
you know who them
Light was a leader in the thing, and the 12 tribe region there, Jagiad was a leader in the thing. It's only one man, never take nothing.
Historian as well.
Government. You know, is the Right Honorable King Emmanuel. That make him stand out. Where when him said to the brethren, them come and throw in your towel, because you know what is said for us as Rasta. When you look your guys say your thing are dissolve. And that is said for us as Rasta. This way me I say, remember, you know, what did take place with the emperor, you know, my lord, in 1974, you know. People don't realize what did take place, you know. The emperor was handing over to the priest.
1966.
1974 when them say, from 66. But 1974 is drop the honor of these people who did crown him with this imperial honor 5 years after they came and make war with him. So when them spread that malicious rumor, remember, you know, them saying bishop here and all type of thing that you hear. We see Jamaica, people leave from Jamaica and go and identify some bone, when them measure the bone, them are some big man, because this couldn't be the emperor bone that they go and rebury. Because these bones were such big bones. You see it? I have a picture here with Planner. I can send it, come and show you. Planner come in the food house. Planner come with a video. And he marks our TV. But when he want to show, say King Emmanuel, don't die. So I have that picture with Planner. I don't know if you can recognize a couple of the other bridges in them, but Planner, that he want to show us that King Emmanuel could not die. And you know, him couldn't get to show that video because I don't know what happened to the TV, but it would not come on. You see it? So, you know, I give thanks that he could come, you know, and sit in the Baba courts to show us King Emmanuel can't dead. You see it? So that is it, my lord, you know. But
wow, where was that? I know the elder Martin will plan to make a tradition too, but when did he come and do that? That was the early 2000s or so, late 90s?
Well, after Jamaica move, you know, because I remember him come to show a video now. See the King Emmanuel could not die, but we never get to see the video because the television did not work.
So he ever say, what on the video, like, what he gonna show you? Look, we see the man down by the beach.
Yeah, man, but you know, sometimes Bobo kind of like a dogma. Because Bobo can't really reason sometimes and attack the man. I'm not going to tell them out of the way. These things that you attacking the man with never needed. The man never come about that. So sometimes we don't attack our elders. He's one of our elders. You understand? And sometimes man have no mercy to you. You catch a great plan and you have to fling something away, make him feel uncomfortable. So man do that too, my lord. So I did not love the uncomfortableness. I never come about that. He will come about the video to show So two that never play no man take up their chance to make it a man comfortable. So
like
get up and get up and leave, you know. So I'm speaking the truth, you know.
I feel you now, man. I feel you. I more see that as a mistake, like, you know, more on our side. But I get what you're saying, man. Maybe a few ones take that, like, you see a follow your compound, man. You see the thing not even play. I assume that's what you're telling me, and then end up away. I don't know if I'm correct with that.
That's why it is good to talk to Priest Lamont, because Priest Lamont is a man now where go and hear him speak naturally about King Emmanuel.
Yeah,
I did not get that opportunity.
Well,
you know.
Well, you since you break the news, you know, you heard it here first. I definitely have him set to seat and speak with him during the Lent, you know. The Honorable Priest Lamont still, you know, very feisty in his expression. I surely agree with what I say. So, but no, man, it's touching to hear that Brother Kumi himself, Martin Moplano, would have come and, you know, express that, you know. And since you bring up that, you know, and you mentioned Priest Dougie too. You know, Priest Dougie gave us a beautiful story of when Emmanuel was, if you want to say, attempting to unify the Rastafari. And you said something a moment ago about throwing the towel. I always hear, well, I know the phrase naturally throwing the towel, you know, like when you're boxing and the man throwing the towel, I mean the match done. But what you're saying, King Emmanuel specifically said to the other elders of Rastafari that they should throw in the towel. It's them
well, you see what going on, even the 61.
Yeah.
Even the 61 movement, you know.
Oh, yes.
61 movement there to Ethiopia. That was not a government movement, you know. Remember, it was Rastaman, including King Emmanuel, was speaking about this movement. And the government coming out now.
Oh, okay.
So
yes. To sponsor it, of course. Yes.
But it was not a government movement. So they come and capture the movement now. So, to that now, we don't get a fullness of that mission. We don't go hear this and hear that and hear that, because we hear the emperor give them turban and the emperor say, but remember, we don't get an official thing, you know, this one go hear this, hear that. So we never get an official thing.
Official report.
We don't go hear that they went to 5 states. And the emperor tell them, say, next time I'm going to bring the right people, which is the Sabbath people. So as I said, these things are hearsay.
Well, so, in several documents, I can quote a couple books where I see them same thing. But I guess the authors get them from the same Rastaman guys. Them man all from Germany come to Jamaica and hear it from man and man. So any which way it turn. Yes,
so it's sure you know. You sure you know the Rasta could have ruled the world and Jamaica from that time. Because Ethiopia, the 5 states, man cries, you know, that, you know, in bridging them, they got across the sea. And await us, 5 states, including Ethiopia and the rest of places them. You see it? So we never get a fullness for the 61 movement. We don't know if it called the problem today amongst us as brethren, the different houses. The different houses should not have stopped us from coming together. Just like how we see, as the guy ever talk about 1963, the OAU, you know, people from different places that the emperor all have to lock the door. No one will come out until they come to a solution. The emperor have to do. The emperor have to do something natural, lock the door, lock in one another, that, you know, they could not get out. So till them have to make sure so them come to something tangible. You know what I mean?
Yes,
yeah. So, I said now, you know, to Dingy Flacco, as he said, what is going on amongst them now? You know, there's nothing for I but to rejoice. It is going on amongst everyone. There's nothing for us to rejoice and say, you know, like something is happening, you know, being like, this is one people, one black people. This is nothing for I to rejoice that my brethren is going through that at the moment. But I feel like if the elders them did more have a more understanding with our rule Jamaica today, this problem would not face us. You know, I don't know if too some of the man them couldn't read what they take place at that time. But the elders them, if them did just come together, you know, even just the 60-1 movement there could show you we have the emperor on our side. And we have 5 more states to take us in. You see? But the war amongst our one another. You know what I mean?
Like we dropped the ball, man.
Yeah, because sometimes even I, Baba, I got you, and I can hear a Rasta man say, oh, some of them have put another man in front of King Selassie. I got through, you know, I said, like, bro, you know, I can hear another Rasta man licking out, you know. So some flesh is put in, nether flesh in front of the emperor. What are the Baba am talking?
Oh,
but him don't understand, say, our father said the emperor is his father. He's just a servant doing his father work.
Yeah, we miss all of that.
You see? So from my time, in the culture amongst our one another, if the back not against the wall now, you look up above hill, as bad as thing be, there's a psalm reading every morning, 12 o'clock, and in the evening. So no matter the weakness where you hear go on above hill, and the Sabbath service is very strong. The thing amongst us now, you know, are just the president thing, which that is no problem to me. This president thing is no problem to me. But we're going to require our president now to move certain way. That means the faith now, we don't want you to talk faith, we want you to use the works now and show us that faith that you're carrying. Because most people talk faith, but we need the works behind that we could say, yes, you put on the work, but some people don't say your faith strong.
What's really the requirements for this president? What? Are we far from that? Can we just say that, but are we even close to that?
No, well, really, actually, you know, to the man's son is here. To the man's son is here. We could not be biased. You understand? The man's son is here. So we couldn't go be biased to say.
You're speaking of just as Emmanuel or Abuna Emmanuel?
Well, any one of them. But me I say, too, his son is here. By right. It is one of the sons. By right. But you're not going to say, I say by right, it is one of the son, like you're going to look on I less than a son. So if you go and look on I less than a son and speaking about your father, think it might come back away. Because I were the individual who the bull people call Prince Emmanuel Donkey. So it's I and build the place. So it's our father thing. Don't use your father thing. Right? It's going to come back not nice. Use it like we say our father. Because as just say, we all come and get his name. You know? But as I said now, it's no problem for I. You know? It's only some people now that say, just as a little youth used to do that and used to do this. But remember, he was a little youth at the time. You see? So all we have to ask him, as a big man now, try to make your word be upright. Don't speak like a little youth, because you was a youth one time. And then I bring up some little youth thing for you that you did one time. You see it? You know, so children will be rude. And sometimes we amongst King Emmanuel encourage him also to be rude. Not everyone, you know. But some people encourage him to be rude. Because they would say, you do have to go and read. You do have to do that. You do have to do that because the kingdom is your work. So some people were telling him that long time, which he did have to go and read. They should encourage him to learn to read as a youth. So some of us spoil him also. I'm going to speak the truth. Some of us now to a youth, we don't correct him. Or if we go and correct him, we don't correct him the right way. That if you get dropped. I get dropped to correct him, no matter. But each time when I correct him, I win out. Each time when I get dropped to correct him, I win out. I never lose yet. I don't lose kids. You know, look at you. Look at you here. Look at you there now, you're leaving with us. When you take it out and drop in at the pool. Big excitement. that is up a Haile mountain, you remember? And in
Oh,
the water,
my youth,
when the
yes,
water
yes, yes,
there,
yes. Of course, yes. And fly around the car.
He just want to go, I remember youth in him see this water, and him just want to go in this water.
Yeah, man. Give thanks for that memory.
Youth will do you things. So we have we as big one now. It is a testing for us if we are forgive or we are come look hard. All this way is going on amongst us is testing for us. If our mercy is going to be like your mercy, endure forever, how required us. You know what I mean? So all of these we have to be wise.
I just let the congregation know, because the congregation may not know. That's why I bring a joy back. Because you're speaking of when my son, Animal Prince Almasi, how old was he at that? 8?
He was 6.
He was 6 at that time?
6, yes.
Now, man, he was so young, man, about 2 years ago, 3 years. Maybe 10 now. But anyway, about 7, 8, man, 8, about whenever. And he dropped in the pool there, as they said, in the Kailash Mountains in St. Lucia. Yeah, and the adrenaline came in, But give thanks, man. Give thanks for the Almighty hand as well, too, even at that moment. But you know, since you mentioned the presidency, well, I asked about it too. But since you went that deep, and you mentioned, oh Lord, oh my Lord, the Honorable Priest Jesus, in all due respect to him, and you know, in everything. What I'm going to ask you is not specifically about him, but about the idea of the presidency through a family lineage. So again, no, not specifically because him, or as you mentioned, my Lord, Abuna Emmanuel as well. It could have been someone else. I heard King Emmanuel had a son named Chippy, isn't it? The man
man, I knew.
Yeah, he just come to the camp. One of the time I was there, and I think he came through some kind of building, something being built. But anyway.
Yeah, man.
But so what I'm saying, the idea, because okay, I'm just looking at it realistically. I know for sure there have been vice presidents. Priest Campbell, Priest Harry. According to Priest Rittman, when King Emmanuel made his transition, there was no vice president. That's what Priest Rittman said, right? And the Tiger's Nest here. So you know that the vice president could change as well. So I'm just looking at the realistic aspect of it. So then the president would be a president until he or maybe she transition, because the lineage again, and is it just a male lineage? All them things have to come into consideration from your outlook of it. I know many people don't look at it like how you look at it, for sure. Let me be clear with that. But when it comes to that, because it's something deep to look into. It's a serious subject. It's not something to just brush away. You clearly said that it's not no big headache for you, and you're not losing no sleep over it. But your humble opinion, which is a very important opinion, is that it should be, you didn't use this term, but it sounds like that's what you're saying, it should be something of the bloodline. Am I correct? Just check it.
No. When I'm saying, I'm saying to be something of the bloodline.
You didn't use that term, you know. You didn't use that term. You said his sons are here.
Yeah, but they are here. So,
okay, right.
So sometimes, like how the sons are here, I have to wise how we are dealing with the man's son.
I understand.
That's that may I say.
With respect.
Because if they did care understanding too, they could have looked on priest Earl or one of the upright priests too and said, priest, sit in that.
I hear you.
It did not need no wet name there. He could have given me the authority too and say, all right, priest, sit there. Just like our father made the community, the office run the yard. So by the time people don't see it, King Emmanuel, it was the brethren them in the office run the yard just like how King Emmanuel would do.
Respect.
So just like that moment when King Emmanuel was there, it was the brethren them in the office run the yard. See that the thing, the kitchen come up on time, 3 meals a day, because we have all of them things that happen. See? But it was the brethren then. So when I say that now, he could have said, honorable priest,
Yeah.
I saw you capable to do this, check
Yeah.
all this work, and
Totally get you.
The congregation respect you. It have to do something with the respect of the congregation too. You cannot leave out the congregation. You have to know how the congregation see priest Earl. So if my work is not proper, the congregation should come up and talk and say, priest Earl, too, your work is not proper. All right, I give you 10 years to see if you could change your ways, and then you take up the president then. You know, from the living dog, you still have a chance. He's better than the dead lion.
Dead lion,
so,
oh my.
You see it? So, as I say, I don't want to put it past the two sons.
Yeah, of course. I totally understand.
That the man character, but remember, he was a little youth.
Right. We get that too. I wouldn't even, as I say, we are youth. Because, you know, in all due respect to Priest Justice again, you know, as I was showing Priest Dougie, is that the impression I get, you know, I mean, every man have their own like vibes, but the impression I get is that the brethren, it is his father. You have a father, I have a father, whether you know him or not, or whether he deal with you. My personal biological father, my daddy, as you would say, he's a man, he dealt with me, he passed on. So I'm very thankful that he was my father. You know, some other man may not have that good relation with the father, but you have a father. So King Emmanuel is Jesus, Priest Jesus, and Priest Abuna father. I mean, he's all of our father in one realms, but he's the man daddy. I mean, you can't take away that. So I'm just seeing that just like any son, you know, he's seeing that his daddy thing, I'm going to use the term daddy here, just for understanding, his daddy thing, not really running the way that he know his daddy thing does run. So in whatever spirit he carry, he just feels his responsibility to make sure his daddy thing running right. That's what I see when I see and hear the brethren going to what they go. I mean, people say all sorts of other things and, well, but this and he say you lock down this and lock down that. As they said, every man have their own little vibes. But that's the impression that I get. One thing I just meditate, Honorable, is that when the son of Marcus Messiah Garvey come through, is enough blessings the man getting, enough, you know, showers and, you know, I mean, a whole heap of vibes, because the son of the prophet is here. You know, maybe the man do good works too, differently, and not disrespecting Julius Garvey at all respect to Julius Garvey. But for my knowledge, is a white woman, the man married. No disrespect to the man, I'm just showing you. He's saying nothing to diss the man. Respect Julius Garvey.
You know, the Rastaman them in Jamaica, them now past that, you know. Them are going to speak about the father. How could you do that?
Well, okay, well, I mean,
was speaking.
Right,
the father was speaking about the man them around the emperor also, too. Them married to some Italian people. They make have like them have the emperor now in the dark. Because your wife was the enemy.
Of course.
From Italy.
Right.
So it come like you have the emperor now in the dark and now make him know say Mussolini have to fear. Because attack him.
Right.
So Marcus Garvey, when you do that now,
yeah.
See, but when the man them speak now in Mafia, either put her away quick. You know have that too. The man them in Jamaica speak and burn him out. And either I don't know if him put her away, you know, but some fire take place there, you know.
I didn't come across all of history there. I missed that one. I knew so hot it was. I doubt he did that, man. I mean, if he did that, we would have heard about that. Wow. But anyway, that's a good little segue there. But I'm not going to hold it too long, you know, because I know you have the whole family to get to. But here, the point I was making, not to bring him in the spotlight, but just to show, you know, everyone have if you want to call it flaws. Some man may be offended by that. But I'm just saying now, and Haile Selassie grandson, and so when he come through, how we deal with them in highness and so on.
Respect.
Right.
So, that respect.
Our Lord Jesus and Abuna, you know, me personally, I ain't saying to make them more God than me and you, but I believe there's something that should stand out. That even the world can see, hey, one thing that man deal with King Emmanuel offspring proper. I always think so, you know, in the same way. Not because you know him, it's because you know him, you know. Familiarity breeds contempt, eh? So true, you know him, and you sleep up, you wake with him, and you sleep with him and wake up and see he's still asleep, and you wash his skin maybe and whatever. I see him, and you know him, and you see him grow up, you know him. So I know him, man, nothing. But if there's a spirit that we give to those who come out the loins of our God, there got to be some level of spirit. You know, it's not to say they are so off that, I mean, when they come around, you know, lock the gate. You know, lock the gate. You say, yes, my Lord, give thanks for the coming in. So the fact that you can communicate, I mean, to some degree, everything all right. So I think as a Congress, this is my opinion, that as a Congress, the same way we show some reverence to the offspring of prophet and king. And I will repeat it, I ain't telling nobody to worship nobody, put them in no presidential seat neither, nothing more than me and you, at all. But something, there got to be something that we understand that, hey man, remember that's the Godson, just like how you said, straight up. Yeah, straight up.
Yeah, I just read right there, so I man there now. Yeah. I told me grow with this individual, and it wasn't like something that not real. But when you go with youth, you have to correct them. You have to correct youth, whether you want to say my Godson. And when we say correct him, sometimes I need a youth growing, you need to slap to make him know you're a bigger man than him. No playing. We go through all of these things, you know, my Lord. Right. You pick up when I say, so it's not. So I still want to, I don't want to speak like people who holding him now and what he did not have control over as a little youth growing up.
Yeah, man, of course.
Bigger now. So I just want him to speak uprightly. Let go loose word that I hear you speaking all along. The elder brethren them now, don't try to diss them. Because you better see the elder brethren as our father. Unless this is not real. We are dealing with real thing now. King Emmanuel show the Honorable Priest Campbell one at the time when him go to the road, and you have some people back you up with Mac and Jer. Even till today. Adam and the your life. And them back you up with some question, and sometimes them just one little word, and if you ever stay, just go say one little word and sit, them never want you to talk. Because them know who give life, and who they say give life cannot go in the court of law. Like how them that say, all right, the emperor, but we have evidence to know when this man born, we can't carry it into the court of law. We have evidence all when he was growing the League of Nations. The other part, with the Hocus Pocus God, cannot go into the court of law. Like the King of Kings of Revelation say, we have a King of Kings here. The Bible tell us about a history, whether David, whether Samuel, but it tell about a history of people. But it tell you about a King of Kings. No, the people them cannot see this King of Kings that he come now and drop the throne of the Christian world who did come and crown him. Because remember the Christian world did crown him, you know. All of these Christian people did crown him, you know. You see, because them didn't know the prophecy. He's only black man and black woman now did kind of, you know, wasn't up to the time according to what we go through.
When you say the Christian world, you mean the Coptic Christian world, or you mean Christendom in general?
Well, the crown nation, we did most of the 72 nations, they know who they were crowning.
Okay, I hear you.
Most of them are them with the come out to make war with him, because when them see that they couldn't have him for themselves. You see, so them come make war with him, drop bomb on him and all of these things. It was for the poor and they have not. You know, the African people are all around, so he was there to make a lot of places get independent and all of that. You know what I mean? So, as I said, my dad, you know, I just him in himself, he could have get some help to call upon priest and call upon some of the man where you know, say, did have hold the principle. Good. Because these men know say them couldn't even eat sweet, you know, in front of you know. They can give you them is the priest, him and the whole of them, you know. You know, when I see sweet going mouth, you know, and I call the hell and say, this man have sweet, you know, and his father coming on my lord. I'm going to sweet paper. I don't know if he swallowed the man swallowed it. So them have their history. When I come a yard, I know said these things are dainty. We don't eat bun and cheese and them type of thing like we see Bubba them take up and I eat now. Bubba eat out time kitchen. So when I get this little youth amongst us, go and buy sweetie, I draw them up. You see it? And when they take it off, man play how do you need to pan I man car? Could I find it sweetie, my lord? It's on the paper. I don't know. Bubba eat out time kitchen. So when I get this little youth amongst us, go and buy sweetie, I draw them up. You see it? And when they take it off, man play how do you need to pan I man car? Could I find it sweetie, my lord? It's on the paper. I don't know. I do not know what he did with it, you know. So, you know, so all him need is see my lord, just draw for the priest them what I help them. It's the young man them is good. We love him all over the world, but from the time you have to use the man them now. I come with the father a long time.
Of course.
You know the thing, what to do with in the morning when daylight. You get up and you light a fire, the 23rd Psalms, and then you sweep up. You carry the psalm reading now. So you wouldn't carry the psalm reading without a fire on the 23rd Psalm, like a glory be. You light the fire, then you sweep up, and you come forward, come seal with the glory be, then you go to the psalm reading. So there's a order. What is to be done? So right now the order kind of drop. Kind of by the time I go up there and say, only carry psalm reading without the fire. The fire must be light. And you cannot carry a Friday evening service and you carry it 8 o'clock. Because you cannot sing another 6 days work is done. We up there, so. It must finish now when you say one day begin and the other day finishing. You sing that hymn. Another 6 days work is done. You know what I mean? So I glorify what him did with you and kind of, you know, straighten out the place. You know what I mean? And things like that, you know. But
who's that? That's King Jesus?
Yes, but pertaining to priest Bailey and Tarty, it never start the evil way, like how you hear it sound. It start good to know, say, Baba get a seat in the United Nations now, and it sound pretty. It never sound like how you hear it gone round this and now. And
slow down. What, you have to slow down a bit for, I could imagine, you have to slow down for me a bit, I could imagine the audience too. What happened with Priest Tardy and Priest Bailey and
when them they get the seat in the United Nations, it never sound like how it end up. It never sound like how it end up like they are the enemy. It sound like they were working for us. So I don't know what went wrong. Make it reach where it reached. But we must all take this thing now as a lesson. And if we don't want to, we cannot make a step forward. Every time we are making a step, we are making a step backward, not forward. We want to make a step forward. So it seems so beautiful when these individuals go get a seat in the United Nations for us. You see it? So
and the seat's still there.
Well, to what is going on now, you know, it looks like it was a set of people who go and make that seat. So the confusion now, I cannot say.
I will leave it at that. I will go no more with that one. Yes, my Lord. Okay, give thanks. And you know, as I said, still, you know, I you know, you just love to the whole house of Bobo Shanti, you know. And I know the eye is a man that is just whoever you may be drying up, you just love your heart for them and expression of love, you know. But as I said, I'm gonna keep, you know, more from the eye loved ones. They spend a real lengthy time with I and I did want to ask you, you know, what you think. Maybe you can use this in the ceiling up too. What you think about the Rastafari unity? You obviously would have heard myself and Priest Dougie and Bingy Flacco sit on that subject there specifically about the unity of Rastafari. I speak about it a lot. You know, in reality, it's not all too much bubble speak about Rastafari unity. You know, so I don't know what you could add to it, what you think about it, especially when you gave us an idea in the context of the Father already too. And because the Father, you know, contrary to many belief, the Father has always been for Rastafari unity. If you study his history properly, I think the most we know of him, and we I don't want to say fantasize of him really, but the most we know of him and the most that we look upon him is usually in this sense here, when, you know, we know him at Bull Bay and so on and so on. When you track his history properly, everything he did was Rastafari unity. Even the 1958 event, that was Rastafari unity, you know. And while he was at Bobo Hill, he got all the elders together, from my understanding, and Bingi Rock, Bingi as Fayaki Bingi, rock on the hill. Man said King Emmanuel come out and rock Bingi said way. You know what I mean? Enough ones didn't want to rock till they see Jah rocking and say, what? Jah rocking, man. Even one man, I could tell you, same preaching run say, that after the Bingi, a man asked King Emmanuel, what you think about the Bingi man, them Bingi? And just say, he's the sweetest Bingi here in a long time. You know, I got Bingi when you go, I mean, Bingi, as we call Naya Bingi, is a sweet thing, you know, my lord. I don't know who, as they say, over dogmatic. They dance the reggae and they don't want to dance to the Bingi, you know. So Bingi does be sweet, Rasta. I don't mean I Bobo Shanti service. Bingi. Yeah. So what do I look at as the unity? How do I look at it? And the reality of it? You know, because as I say, King Emmanuel said, throw in your towel in. And man, let's be very religious. It's one away. But I think that there have to be some way that we can work together. Just like you can work with the mailman and you can work with the bus driver, you have to can work with Rastafari. You know what I mean? Even if we have different ways. What do you think?
Well,
in your closing, if you desire to. If you want to spend a little more time with you, but I think I'm going to free you up because I know you have enough.
Yeah, when we think about it now, and you have to face the reality, you see it? And it's hard and it's not so hard. And why we say it hard now? If I'm going to go lamp and say, the Bingi, Bubba come out of it. Because sometimes these things man do. We say Bubba come out of the Bingi. Remember, you know, the beginning of the thing was groundation where all the elders them gather, you know, with their idea. You see it? King Emmanuel was a man where all of these elders speak about. He was always upright. Yet, you never hear a man speak about King Emmanuel and he was not upright, speaking uprightly.
Never.
So what I'm saying about this now, we see, this pumps and pride thing, so a King Emmanuel did stand up. You know, because one of the time, you know, July, you know, yeah, then they come up at the yard here and say them a go up a Euro circle here. And them I invite King Emmanuel. But him not show them say, instead of go Euro circle, make a rock at 21 night now being this. So I know the man them not gather yet to manifest a party. So King Emmanuel transcend now, but I the elder remember those words that the man did call. The man them and say, make a rock at 21 night now being it. And we don't come together yet as a Rasta man with the word of King Emmanuel yet to do that. So the man them did leave now and go for the Sabina Park, and I don't know who get till Queen Tree of Fire. I know so sometimes some little disobedient individual go and all of that. Because sometimes I know must leaders them, you know.
Yes,
the statue and break off, and it wasn't King Emmanuel. But they still did disobedient and go up there and all of that. So they always I tell them, say, you know, my lord, him is here for the unity, you see, of black people. You know, the different houses. Yeah. In my father's house are many mansion, Bingi, 12 tribe, Black Heart, and the whole heap of different house. But remember, you know, in the father house, so we must realize that we are still in the father house. So sometimes we have to drop the name brand and just roll up on the father now, in the father house. So, is the father a Sabbath keeper? Is he observe the Sabbath as a tradition 7 day? Well, the Bible says after 6 days, he rested upon the 7th day. The father we are talking about now. The maker we are talking about now. Yes, before he mentioned nothing about the Christ, them and anything like that. He talked about that first 6 day of labor you rested. So we all have to follow what the tradition say, and when they measure the Sabbath now, the Sabbath coming like a natural rest day because more energy upon the Sabbath where the people who have the thing that could measure the day, the Sabbath carry more vibration of rest. It is a natural rest day, So the unity now, my lord, I'm gonna tell my brethren they make hurry up and do it. Because the other houses are black people, our brethren instead. So anyway, if we make this unity that we could save ourselves and our children, we could just hurry up and do it, my lord. Because as Bongo Flacco said, we are going in at the Bingy house, well, Bubba house is here, to receive everyone. You're our father, you're our sons and daughters, our arms still stretch out, we should say. Although the man did say, come and unite, and you never come unite, we are still here stretching out our hand, man, can represent the Father today. That may I say, hurry up and do it. Make a hurry up and do this unity. Make a come together. You see, the different thing, like all the different things that we try already, you will see it not work yet. And one thing now, if we try, just come a bubble place and see all the other people and chant the 21 night, Nayab fulfill King Emmanuel word. Right in the length, like you see length, I know that the length now are more than 21 nights. So with that call upon everyone, make us gather in the length now. You see it and bring down the wall. Because we want to go home, my dad. We're getting tired and we're getting old. Because I was a young man in I think, see my young video them, say I'm a Haile in I think, I was looking at the eye one at a time, with black precept and all of these things, my lord. Say, I'm getting elder, the thing. So we need to hurry up. Enough of our elders, them drop them temple in this place because, the elder, them never want to come together and make it do the thing. So, see the youth, them a call for the man, them make it come together, my lord. We love all our brethren, we love Bongo Flacco, we love all the other man, them. They could do it positive, man. King Emmanuel did right, man. Yes, my lord.
God and King, I give thanks for all blessings, just full-hearted celebration. When it is here with us already, give thanks. Good job.
I would have sealed that glory when you finish, yeah?
Of course, and give thanks also for the upcoming of the Lent, Through my Lord, so that I could seal it out, give thanks all powers.
Well, Emmanuel, King Selassie, Rastafari, glory be unto our Father, unto the Son, unto the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. The world is without end. King Emmanuel the Seven, Rastafari.
And I don't know if that's a Lent time and the fast until 6 again. You see, these are the things that, we really need to know, because you have to keep in mind that we're talking about give thanks, Honorable, blessed Lord. We have to keep in mind. Yes, Honorable, blessed. Give thanks, Honorable, give thanks. It's stepping brave and bold here, boy. Yes, my Lord, give thanks. So this is the time that we're talking about, the Lent, but we have different timing with the Lent. We have Lent that I would believe take place from the 70s, Lent in the 80s, Lent in the 90s, 1994, all of them different times there. So I know things would have taken place differently. So people like I and I that come in now and we asking questions. Okay, so how I first learned it is that there were 2 fasts. You have the fast that you do till 12, and you have the fast that you do till 6. The ones that teach me that even go as far as to say, you would have a book where a man would write what fast he doing, and the next man will come and say, well, he doing the next fast. And as I say, most man will sign up for the 12 fast. When you sign for a fast, you can switch the fast in between the Lent to say you're going to pick up a next fast. This is how I learned it. Go through.
Well, I prayed. Well, the yard, when Jakala fast, I did not see like a man could have choose to say. It was a one order.
Wow.
It wasn't it wasn't like you could have choose to say you will go on that or go on that.
No,
I remember,
this,
you know.
This serious.
Remember, you know, we come in at the thing like young man that we don't
of course,
know. We never know. You have to be obedient when you just come. You see it? I remember the first time when I came, it was a fasting moment. And I did not even know that I should go and go in the tabernacle to break my fast. When 12 o'clock come, I find somewhere to go and break my fast. I did not know.
Yeah.
And when I find out, if I could have bring up that food, man. I was just coming to the camp in my lad. So
Wow.
I just did not know. But it was a one order, is not say, half of the camp fasting this way and half fasting this way. That's why you find, say, when the 6 draw now, you find, say, it's on the warrior them stand up with Jah to show who are the really warrior from that time. You see it? Yes, my lord. So I'm going to have to remember.
No, I was just going to ask you quick as a bit of historical fact. You know, you can recall like the year when he called the 6 fast. Or several times he do that. There's not too much wants to talk about this, you know. This is why I bring it.
No, I don't remember really the several times. I just remember that time. No, the service never come down.
Oh, okay, and it was that, and it was.
And I don't really remember if we say it go for a year or two. I don't want to oppose anyone, but I don't think that to me it is not so long.
Yeah.
You pick up to yeah, it was about it was like about 3 months. But when a man say a year, I meditate, was it before I came? Because it was about, you know what I mean? I remember fasting, it was about 3 months service, non-stop service. You see it? Yeah.
And that was a 6 fast.
Yeah, that was a 6 to 8 fast.
Wow.
With the service not coming down. You see it?
Powerful.
So even the Sabbath service, they had a set of priests who just come and take over and continue. You see?
Positive. Yeah. Rastafari. So you personally, I know I personally, you do the same 6 fasts. You fast until the setting of the sun. That's what I do in this year as well.
Yeah, because normally I fast till 12. So if I go on a 12 to 2 fast now, that is what I do normally. Today I fast in day, and I fast from 12, from whole night till 12 o'clock today. So is that the way I live? So if I don't go on the 6 to 8, it come like I'm not fasting. No, Lent is a different time, you know. Because is every day when I do it now. But when you don't go do it Monday and Wednesday, that is different also. But Monday and Wednesday and Sabbath, I do live my fasting.
My fast, of course.
That my temple don't shock when fasting comes. Because if you're not living the fasting, just like cold water, you're going to take a fresh. And if you don't know to apply the cold water, you're going to shock your temple. So you have to live the fasting like the Ethiopians, because we are Ethiopian in exile, living the fast. So when that time come now, especially for fat people, as I say, you know, because when fat people fat, it means that the food go and build the insulin. So you don't want so much food. You want the fat now to release the glucose. So on the fasting, you know, can make those fat people, whether say obese. I our experience, the people come out, in a yard, come a camp.
A bit
and quick time they get down that way because they come in the fasting. And fasting don't do anyone nothing to say. It harm you. You might feel hungry. But when you feel hungry, just like the sea, sometimes it gets rough, sometimes it gets calm. So what I do when I feel a little hungry, I have my chalice. So that teacher I know says not food make you burn chalice. It's meditation. So I want that meditation, I take a 1 draught of chalice. Not so I'm fasting, I don't have to take not 2 and 3 and 4 to finish the chalice. I just can take a 1 and that's it till, you know what I mean, second my meditation there.
Balance you off.
So as I said, you know, fasting is so good, and some of the time I never know what the Father was doing for us. Is when he make it move now And so much people is talking about the benefits of fasting. Enough of the time, it come like, God do have enough food for us, but he was building us that pre-cert could be here today at going to 62, still fasting. You see it? So enough of the time we did not know what the right honorable King Emmanuel was doing for us. So within fasting too, as I say, it's like when a man deep dive. You know, when a man deep dive in the sea,
yes, I.
Him can't come up here. Him can't come up here quick.
Yeah.
So when him gonna break his, when him gonna break his fast now, don't eat everything quick. Take your time. Cause you have 2 hours. Don't force down everything within half an hour. You see, cause most man force down everything within half an hour. You see, so just like when the man come for here from a deep in the deep sea, he have to reach a little part where he break a little bit. Right? He just can't come up here because the bends will take him. You know what I mean? So just like the fasting, you don't just eat everything one time because sometimes that control, even big people, you have that control and you see the food, you know. So fasting teaches us to control ourselves. So the sealer half an hour, that means 1:30 or 7:30, you use that for a little drinking now. Don't do the drinking too early. Unless you know this fasting, drinking are going to take. And you can take drinking for it. You pick up, like you say, I'm going to go drink some jelly water, drink some juice or what you're going to drink. You know? Yeah. But if you're going to drink, you make sure say you drink that sealer. You know what I mean? Yeah.
To seal up everything.
Yeah, and when a man big like us now, we don't need 3 meals a day anymore. It's when I want to grow, like a little youth, you give them 3 meals, and then you make them pass between the meals also. Don't make them snack between the meal. You understand? You make them fast between the meal. That means you control them, that they temper the right way as they should.
Yeah.
But a big man and a big woman now, you can eat 1 time a day.
Yes.
Because when you eat so much time a day, your belly start get big because you're not growing anymore. No, that means that growing hormone going to turn something else for you. You see? But look at you now, you can eat 3 times a day because they are growing. They can, that growing hormone,
yes,
you know, or that stem cell that is still building in them, it still can build a growing farm. But fasting again, build stem cell and it kill the cancer cell, you know?
Because some people, when they age, they tend to really get big with juvenile. It's just like a different change when an age come on to many people. But so what about during them times now? Okay, you saying that you have 2 hours to eat it. That is maybe, you know, when you're one away and when you're home and all of that. But in the time when Lent was hefty and Black Christ salvation, rocking and these different things, what take place now? They say that you don't know how it is. You're breaking fast in tabernacle from leading priests coming down to the priests them on the altar to prophets and elders and empresses and little ones and so on and so on and so. I know for sure sometimes all an hour, the last person may be coming out of the tabernacle. I hear some empress say all an hour and a half.
It's not everyone going to get the 2 hours when the tabernacle is going on. But really and truly, we show that love.
Yeah,
because I heard man say, go and free the guard. And you know what I mean? Yeah, we say, go and make the guard break his fast. And that love was there amongst us when the Father was there. You see it? But as I said, some man get robbed with them 2 hours still. But, you know, man still meditate to the guard. Don't get free, you know. Make sure you say, you see it? So we want to forward that love amongst us. You know what I mean? When the guard is there, all night service, man rally around that, you could have feel a joy, not to stay the whole night if he did not want to stand up there the whole night, you know? Yes, man.
Yeah, man, but you're happy to do that, man. Yeah, man, I know that, I feel that, man, the love. So in the preparation now, again, you don't know, once you're in this thing for a while and you're seeking, you hear different things from different elders. Some elders will say that King Emmanuel, well, you know, some elders will say King Emmanuel would start his fast, his Lent fast, 2-3 weeks before the Lent. What you could tell me about that? How, from your knowledge, the Father himself would prepare, you know, for the Lent and so, and You know, I mean, one to say the father always make sure you have his thermos. The king I hear some different things. Some man have 7 thermos flasks with 7 different type of tea. I don't know how true that is, but you know, sometimes it's all like some man just add some spice to the pot too. But from your knowledge, as far as preparation for this moment, you know, this sacred moment, how you would observe King Emmanuel prepare for it, or even prepare the congregation for it? Because I know he's a man that like to prepare. You could feel things coming, you know. You know, boys almost lent, you know. You see Jah doing this or Jah doing that. You see, we do, yeah, my lord.
Well, as a man who demand to put on the vehicle, truck.
Yeah,
preparation
right.
would have go to the country and we gather the coconuts, couple bags of coconut. That means we'd have start stock the storehouses. You know, those nice bananas. Some of them will hang them up. I will look some nice banana where you hang up and all of that stuff.
Right.
Man could I get a one and a finger banana, and you know that preparation. So you know, so some of those banana, nice gross material banana with a ripe. Some of them go up at Jah, some of them down our storehouse. Because you know, Jah, when our storehouse done, you always have something in his own, you know. You see, so you know, to our 1 hour kind of the congregation, the pick up it done, pick up.
Yes,
you see, so we prepare feet by going to country and gathering the wet sugars and the cane and you know the food stuff that we do eat, you know what I mean, and all of that. And sometimes we stack up the place with straw. You know, when Jah did just say a broom feed us. We can't speak about no other way. Whether a man that get our money from his friend is not that what feed the camp. When the authority come upon our father, he can show what feed us. You know what I mean? We are not beggars or jobbers or, you know, we are honest people. Them always pine to the broom field and then pine to the service. You know, him say, if you want to know this man, you know, when the man sit down there, you know, you go down to the service. Don't care who you see, I care the service. You know, him always say, if you want to know who this man is, go down to the service. You know what I mean? So him always pine to the service. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that is the preparation, what we do prepare, you know, put in the straw them. That means you don't have to go to straw bush within this time anymore. We stack up the broom field. We get all the stick them, you know, yet some of those stick ones still run out, you know. And man still move.
Of course.
Early. And
but you try your best to minimize the work.
Yes, my lord. Because we are fast in the temple, not why want to do that 100% of work. It may be want to do a 75 or a 50, according to how the temple is feeling now. So when you feel more energy, you can move with the temple. But the first couple of days, everyone feel that fasting, we're not moving so fast, you know. But don't stop moving. Still do something. You see it? So as I say, why enough man prefer the 12 to 2. Sometimes him sleep a little long. 9:30 or 10. He sleep. So you know, so when him rise now, you know, fasting soon break.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's not everyone put our shoulder to the wheel, you know.
Yeah, man.
Some man do that also. You know what I mean? If all of us to do that, put the shoulder to the wheel, it would be, you know what I mean, better. You know? But it's 22 hours. It's 22 hours for the both of them. You see it, so there's no difference. It's going to say the 6 now you go through the whole day, it feel like it's harder. But it don't really harder. It makes the Sabbath feel so beautiful, not eating and the Sabbath day. You see, so your temple is more want to go in the service. Because you're not eating for the Sabbath day. So fasting, so, you know, have so much good feeling when it comes to the Sabbath day. Because you wait till after 6 o'clock before you do eat. And smoke too. You know, and smoking too.
What about the smoking? I used to hear once that when you do the cup fast, you don't really partake until after 12. But then again, I come to realize, because it's a growing thing, you know. I try to show ones, you see this thing here, you have to pay attention to this order, listen keenly, and you must be able to do your own maths too. Because we used to call the 6 o'clock fast a hardical fast and the 12 o'clock fast a cup fast, only to learn with proper understanding that none of them things, cup fast has to be broken in the tabernacle. No matter what time you break it, even if it's 6 o'clock, it's a cup fast when it's broken in the tabernacle.
Yes,
oh, okay. Yes. So you see, we have to do the math. So when, because Trey said smoking, because in the earlies we learned that, you know, when you do a quote unquote cup fast, which is the 1 till 12, you don't smoke until after you wake up in the morning. You burn, according to what we're taught, just say you burn your chalice or whatever, well, not whatever, you burn your chalice before the uprising, before your Psalms reading. And then you don't really partake until after you break your fast. But then now, if you're in tabernacle, that makes sense. But then I one could freely leave tabernacle. You don't have to be the priest and go and burn out and come again. So when you say smoking too, how is it with that? You know of that principle when you do cup fast, you don't smoke until
yeah. But there is 2 basins still. One if you do smoke.
Okay.
There's still 2 basins. One if you smoke, this is the one that you broke your fast with. And the other one, if you don't smoke, this is the one that you break your fast with. So there's always 2. You know, 2 opportunity, 2. You see? So there is no barrier still. You know, but if you guys still be truthful, say the burn a little dry herb, you go over this basin over here. You know, you did not burn anything, you could. So all you have to do is just be truthful, because they already don't set that way. You know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is some deep stuff. And that's burning during the service time. Suppose you wake up early, 4 o'clock chalice. And when you're done, you know, you wash out your mouth and the full thing, and then you go Psalms reading. When that time comes.
Well, most of the time, you know, my Lord.
And
even if you don't see,
yeah.
Most of the time, you see, even if you don't see a Rastaman doing that, that is the Rastaman joy. But sometimes, yeah, this is so strict. Where it say from 10 o'clock, you wouldn't burn no more herbs until that time. But early in the morning, you could smell herb burning, my Lord. A herb smell. Cannot hide, man.
But man always, even man that never even meet Jah will tell you, but Jah does burn his chalice said way too. You know, man.
It's not that it cause a violation why these law come upon us. Is I and I did cause a violation, because herb used to burn straight. But true, you know, instead of a man buy a little lamp, you know, him have a fire stick Friday night, and I don't know that fire stick catch the house afire. Man, if you run up and down, polluting his Sabbath on the Friday night, out in fire. So I saw more little restriction come upon us.
Yeah.
But herb never have no restriction, because I just burn herb. But true, man, lack of basic, you know, instead of just buy a little lamp as we should, you know. So I and I cause these things upon us. So you couldn't go say, our Father, who have so much meditation, we meditate the whole universe, to stop burn the Holy Sacrament, my Lord.
Right. All right. That's one of them times we can talk a bit more about that there, because that will take away the conversation. That whole thing that you just mentioned, the after 10 smoking and so, because the different aspects about that too, you know, the Father are the mystic. Things come in as you move along, but they always have a mystic connection. You know, there are some people that only burn herb in the night because of the melatonin and the serotonin, and I know John know enough different things that he don't really say clear. And I know a man will say, well, the house was burning down, and he said, stop smoke in the day for the Sabbath. But maybe there's something even more spiritual behind that, you know. And he just happened to coincide with the event that made him bring up that law to kind of put a little discipline in the yard. Yeah. But I know you picked me up with that, you know, because the Father very mystic in the things that he applied to us to do. But my lord, still on the whole aspect of the length again, because that's where we keep in the fire here. And you're speaking of the going to the country and getting certain foods and these different things. Because what you showing me there is that, as I said in a reasoning we had yesterday amongst I and I, Bobo Shanti, that during the Lenten time, it's not just not eating, you know. What you're eating is also very, very important. So you just specified, you just highlighted something that I was very happy that you highlighted, that the Father would have sent the congregation, not the congregation, but the I and those who work on the truck and so, into the country to get the natural food, to get the sugar cane and these different things. Because I know the I is an advanced man in your thoughts. And, you know, I must say, even as a time like now, I continually see, I know you would have witnessed, for example, okay, follow me good. You would have witnessed, for example, that during the Lent, maybe King Emmanuel would have sent a word that make sure you put cornmeal in the flour or mix the flour with something else or make sure you don't use yeast and so. And we come to take this as law. Now, when I say as law now, to the point that even in this modern day time, I'm telling you, I tell you people that I know personally, who during this time, they instill these things as law. I want to hear me out good. In the fact, to the point that the white flour with the cornmeal. Now, what I'm saying, King, man's supposed to be so far past white flour stage. You understand? The thing with the yeast, not eating yeast during Lent, from my understanding, is that King Emmanuel never really deal with yeast at all. He teach man how to set the bread as the I personally show me. From Thursday night, bread done set on. So when that bake the Thursday that night, early Friday, 4-day morning, as we would call it, the bread would naturally rise. But there was a time now that, I mean, during that time, you know, man just start to get, if you want to say, lazy and just start throw yeast in the bread. This is what I elder tell like, and I just don't want to call it elder name, you know.
It was after Gilbert.
Okay, you go. You say that.
Right after Gilbert. I held the name priest Isaiah as a baker from a road. But it was right after that storm, certain things start coming from us. I remember, you know, we never used to use lighter. So it was after that, no lighter coming on us. Because we never have no lighter and all of these things.
You're confirming the story. Go through.
If you want to light up your kite, you have to go to a lamp to light your kite.
No lighter.
So it's after Gilbert, the storm now, you know, these things start coming on us. Like east and all of these things, you know. But it makes some of us weaker because it don't make the younger one know the tradition way of baking. You see it?
That's the point.
The tradition way of baking without the yeast, as you say, you set the bread from Thursday in the day, and by 12 o'clock, Priest Tony used to have individual watching the pan, that when it shuba, when the thing shuba off, it have the power right there. Send call him, no. It have the power in it. Don't wait till it get cold. Him get man to help him now knead the bread fast, put it in the pan them. It has shub now, it have the shubbing power. You see it? So that was the natural way. And going on along the way, like even go to St. Lucia and so forth. I started with the coconut juice where the Honorable Priest Richie, you know, helped me along the way, you know, to do it with the coconut juice, you know. You set the coconut, especially like you put it in a plastic bag, hang it up, you see that part go up, you get a little thing and pour the bottom of the plastic bag, because the water that settle at the bottom there, so it let out gradually. And when the part that you need, that thick coconut juice need, you stop the hole, and squeezed out in what you need there. So that is the way we continue. And I never go on the East thing, because when you go on the East thing now, East bread to the man who normally eat the natural bread, it don't nice, it's soft. It have a softness in it where like the man who you see it, the man who you see it is firm bread. East bread coming like it can break, like the bread where that's firm. If you got break, if you got share the firm bread, it's like you have to break off.
Break, yeah. These bread they tear it like, yeah man, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Bread cannot break in that traditional way, where they break the bread, you know. So
it's true, man.
The rice, the flour and the meal now. What Jada show you know, not just directly flour and meal. Man don't just stuck on that.
I hear you. Right.
It means say just don't eat the flour just like that.
Mm-hmm.
So when they go and get banana and put forward, look at the fiber in it, some natural thing. Because banana can be flour also. So either you turn the banana in that flour and add to the flour there. Because that flour there is so many of the natural things come out of it already. The cream of wheat, the whole wheat, the germ wheat, and all of those natural products when it come out of the flour already. So the place down in Jamaica when named flour mill, them don't get that white part. No security is on that part. But the other part will come out of it first, tight security, and the cream of wheat and all of these other things that come out of the flour. So flour is the last part of the thing. So to poorness, but just still show you say you could add a couple banana to it. You know, macabre, plantain, even breadfruit, but add something to it more than just eating this flour. So when I tell them about cornmeal, it's not must just cornmeal. Because if you look on cornmeal right now, the cornmeal, it's still Monsanto producing that. And if you know, it's still Monsanto producing the flour that we are still buying. When you put the two Monsanto thing together, you're not helping yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So especially in this fast now, my love, you will have the best thing. And if you don't know to eat it, you will still hurt yourself. Fasting, you have to know how to eat in fasting. Mm-hmm. So you would have the best grain and all of these best things to eat.
Yes.
And if you don't know to put them in your temple, you're going to have a burnt chest.
Yeah.
So
could affect you in the future.
Yes, that's how to apply them. That means don't try to eat too much. Don't prepare this whole heap of food in front of you to try to consume it. That is not fasting. Fasting is your tummy going to get little.
Yes.
It's just little you're going to need. And it's not long. We can do it.
Yes, Royal Family, give thanks. Thanks for your blessed presence with us. Thanks for the marathon continuing. Thanks for all of those who have even been with us throughout the day on this marathon of the Institute's works throughout the years. Many more marathons to come, all the programs many of you would have missed, and wow, I never saw this one before. We will be bringing them to you again. And family, give thanks. Exactly 29 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock p.m., 10th of January. I like that. 2024, Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. I will be officially signing off now, right here on the YouTube. And I'm asking you to join us on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice, as we will now begin this evening's episode of The Tiger's Nest. And we are going to have a serious reasoning. Of course, I'll put it in question form for those who like to see it in a different realms. Are you sure that Eve is really the mother of sin? Hear me good. Are you sure that Eve is really the beginning of sin? In fact, many say that death came to all things because of Eve. Are you sure? I know, because this is such a mystic and interesting topic. It has different realms and different levels. So you have a deep academia level. I know there are those listening saying, Eve, Which Eve? Who is Eve? I can handle all the levels, but it's all right. Just tune in, priestisaacinstitute.com. You know the link, priestisaacinstitute.com. Join me on Radio Anu as we look to begin this evening, the 10th of January edition of Tiger's Nest.